Feng Yu looked at Wu Jigang, who was holding a stack of forms. Wu Jigang immediately gave out the forms to everyone and let them fill out the forms. They looked at the form. Company's name, nature of the business, contact person, contact details, etc. They all understood the reasons for asking this information. But the last one, acceptable wholesale price of the electric fans. What the hell is this? They looked around and don't know what to write. What if they fill in a high price, and this crazy boss used the highest price as the wholesale price? The person who filled in the highest price will be the enemy of everyone. If they fill in a low price is also not good. They can imagine what this manager phone will say. You filled in the lowest price. There is no sincerity at all. Get out. One of the businessmen suddenly noticed that manager phone was not paying attention to them. They started whispering among themselves to decide the wholesale price. This way, everyone will fill in the same price. Everyone whispered and discussed for a long time. Finally, they decided the wholesale price for the two models of fans, which were 40 renminbi and 48 renminbi respectively. They also supervised each other and does not allow anyone to submit the forms first. They will submit the forms together at the same time. Feng Yu only looked at one form and nodded. Good. You all are sincere about this business. Every unit at 40 renminbi and 48 renminbi. Although we will almost have no profits for this pricing, we are willing to accept. We will treat this pricing as the promotional pricing. The wholesale price will be fixed at this price. Anyone disagree? Everyone kept quiet, and Feng Yu was satisfied. Look, chasing away someone will act as a warning to others. How many units are you all going to buy? Feng Yu asked. 1,000. One of them shouted loudly. Others saw that Feng Yu had not sent the man away, and they all also shouted. There were 800, some 1,500, up to 5,000 units. The one who shouted 5,000 units is a fat man and looked like an unscrupulous businessman. He was crossing his arms, with his head held high, looking down on the rest. He was from the southern province. The southern provinces are hotter and are definitely a bigger market compared to the north. Wu Jigang, who had been consolidating the forms, handed summarized report to Feng Yu. There were 4 provinces overlapped and more than 10 provinces are blank. Okay, now I will tell you all the rules of our company. Feng Yu said. Hearing what Feng Yu said, these businessmen thought in their heart, I knew you still have rules. Everyone can see how our company's wind and rain fans fared from the sales in Bing City, the most northern province of China. You all are here because you all know that these fans can sell and will sell well. The summer in other provinces are hotter than Longjiang province, so you all know what to expect from the sales of our fans. In fact, we had wanted to build our own sales channels in other provinces. Since you all came, I will give you all a chance. According to our company's plan, there will be only one dealer for every province. Now, those I read out the names will go to the left side of the room, and those that I didn't call will go to the right side of the room. Feng Yu said. Wu Jigang called out names of those businessmen whose provinces overlapped. They looked at each other and walked unwillingly to the left side of the room. The rest had a sigh of relief. It seems that they have no competitors in their provinces. That was just the first rule. Now, the second rule. Every province will have only one distributor, and the minimum order for the fans cannot be less than 5,000 units. This standard is set by that fatty over there. If anyone is unable to order so many units, you can leave now. Feng Yu said. This time, that fatty is not complacent. Everyone was glaring at him. That fatty is cursing Feng Yu in his heart. You obviously wanted these people to order more units. Why let me take the blame? Who is willing to quit? Wind and rain fans were inexpensive and of good quality. Furthermore, it is summer now and it is the best time to sell electric fans. There should not be any problem to sell 5,000 units in a province. If they do not have enough money, they can borrow. Even if they can't borrow, they can find other people to cooperate. In short, they cannot give up this rare opportunity. If they quit this time, then based on this manager Feng's temper, they will be blacklisted. You all agree to it? Very good. Then I tell you all the third rule. Pay first, then deliver the goods. Feng Yu said. This rule is a bit unacceptable. Most of the business deals were to pay a down payment or deposit first, and the rest after the goods went on sale. But these businessmen knew that those who do not agree will be chased out of the room. The fourth rule. The retail price in your province cannot be higher than 15% of Bing City's retail price. Also, you cannot sell the goods to other provinces. If I found out, then it will be considered a breach of contract, and the damages is 500,000 renminbi. Feng Yu continued. Not able to enter someone else's market made some of these businessmen a little uncomfortable. They thought, forget it. I can just stick to my province, and even if I sell to other provinces, as long as I don't get caught by Taihua Trading Company will do. Fifth rule, cannot damage the image of Wind and Rain brand and Taihua Trading Company. If there are imitations or fakes in your market, you must first to stop them or inform our company. Feng Yu said, once the Wind and Rain fans are introduced to the southern market, those unscrupulous southern businessmen will soon launch imitations. To put it plainly, there is no technical content for electric fans. Based on the number of electric fans factories in China, any one factory can produce imitations anytime. But when the imitation appears, the Wind and Rain electric fans will no longer guarantee Feng Yu the high profits. Feng Yu is making an average of 19 renminbi per unit. The profits for 100,000 units is 1.9 million renminbi. Feng Yu's initial capital is only slightly more than 300,000 renminbi. Unfortunately, Feng Yu preparation is too late. If he had so much money 2 months ago, he will have ordered the production of more than 500,000 units and set up his own sales channels. This way, the imitations will have no way to enter the market. Another thing that made Feng Yu frustrated is that he is unable to apply for patents for his fans. Even he is able to apply for the patents, it will also take at least 6 months. 6 months later, it would be winter. Who will still buy his fans? These electric fans are also considered a one-time business. Feng Yu is able to do it this year, but this business cannot be done again next year. Feng Yu knew that next year, these businessmen will be getting their goods from other places or start their own productions. But this summer is enough for Feng Yu to become a millionaire. Actually, Feng Yu had wanted to set 108 rules, but he was afraid that these businessmen will run away. Anyway, these 5 rules are enough. If these businessmen followed his rules, then he can still do these electric fans business next year. The 4 businessmen from the repeated provinces had also discussed among themselves. All of them are unwilling to quit. So, they decided to share the market. Of course, Feng Yu will not refuse them. Most of these businessmen do not have enough funds for the minimum order of 5,000 units. They still need to borrow money or find someone to cooperate. But Feng Yu had a pleasant surprise. These 4 provinces wanted more than 5,000 units. They had divided the province themselves, and they can estimate how many fans can be sold in their own areas. When the rich fatty heard that they can order more than 5,000 units, he thought, since we can order more units, then can we be the dealers for 2 or more provinces? 181,000 units. This is the total number of units these businessmen wanted. The fatty had ordered 12,000 units, and he occupied 2 southeast provinces' market. The contract was signed upstairs. All of them agreed to the goods delivered in 3 batches at an interval of 1 week. The first batch will be this week, and it will be cash on the spot in exchange for the goods. The reason Feng Yu gave was to ease their liquidity. Even if Taihua Trading was to deliver all the goods, most of them do not have enough to pay. But the real reason was Feng Yu do not have enough goods on hand. There were some who said they could not wait and wanted to take all the goods now. But once they saw Feng Yu staring at them, they instantly shut up. This arrangement is also good for these businessmen. Although the quantity is lesser, at least they will not have any liquidity issues and will not need to cooperate with others. After the first batch of people left, the people waiting outside were worried. They saw the first batch of people carrying a contract each. They were afraid that all the goods were bought by the first batch of people. When Wu Jigang asked them to go in, they all rushed to Feng Yu. Don't you know the rules? Be quiet. Whoever talks again can get out. Wu Jigang shouted. It was the same as the first batch. Wu Jigang gave them the forms. Those provinces that overlap will stand on the left and the rest on the right. The conditions were the same. At least 5,000 units for one province. Taihua Trading Company will not care if how many of them from the same province split the order, but there can only be one company who is the authorized distributor for that province. Now there were only 7 provinces in the west that have no distributors. These provinces are highlands, and there were more nomadic people there. They even have problems accessing to electricity there. As such, the electric fan sales will not be too good. In view of this, Feng Yu lowered the conditions for these provinces. Those remaining people who were willing to take up these provinces could stay, those unwilling can go. Looking at Feng Yu's attitude, Some people left. At the same time, they made up their mind to look for factories to produce themselves. The 7 provinces were eventually taken up by 7 people. For these people, Feng Yu not asked them to order more than 5,000 units. 1,000 units are enough. Feng Yu wanted everyone in China to know about the wind and rain fans, creating a brand effect. In the future, this brand effect will inevitably bring more profits to Feng Yu. Manager Feng, the total order is 238,000 units. Our existing stocks and those that are being manufactured at the factory is not enough. We need to order another 130,000 units from the motor factory, Wu Jigang said when he passes a report to Feng Yu. Not bad. Starting tomorrow, we can see the money coming in. Arrange the order of delivery from north to south. Our fans will be the best-selling fans in the country, Feng Yu said. Director Li had been all smiles this morning. During the morning meeting, all the workshop directors had told him that morale is high on the ground. The workers knew that they have work to do and the factory will be paying them all their salaries. However, Director Li still have some things to worry about. What is the factory going to do in the second half of the year after the production of this batch of electric fans is completed? Knock, knock, knock. Director Li, Xiao Feng from Taihua Trading is here. Director Li's secretary said. Ask him to come in. Director Li replied. Sure enough, the first thing Feng Yu said after entering his office made him jump with joy. Director Li, we would like to add more orders to the electric fans. We want to add another 150,000 units. Feng Yu said. Wu Jigang had told him that they were short of 130,000 units. But Feng Yu felt that there will be some distributors who will order more. So, he decided to prepare more units, just in case. Moreover, the additional 20,000 units are only 500,000 renminbi. Feng Yu is not worried that the domestic market is not able to take in another 20,000 units. Even if the domestic market is not able to take in these 20,000 units, he can always depend on Kirilenko. The Soviet Union might be more advanced than China, but the things they produced were big and bulky. Even though the summer is short in the Soviet Union, this type of beautiful, convenient, cheap electric fans will still be able to sell well there. Besides, Feng Yu also gave those businessmen ideas on how to sell, advertise, and promote these fans. He even promised to reimburse half of the advertising cost in the provincial newspaper. Director Li never expected Feng Yu to add 150,000 units. With this additional order, the factory will have more than 1 million renminbi of profit. It will be enough for all the workers' salary for the second half of the year. No problem. The same conditions. We signed a contract now. Director Li replied anxiously. He can only calm down after the contract is signed. Wait a minute. Feng Yu suddenly waved his hand. Director Li's heart skipped a beat. Feng Yu wants to lower the price? Manager Feng, this price is very reasonable and cannot be lowered. Director Li said. Feng Yu laughed. He did not intend to bargain on the price. What Feng Yu wanted is a faster delivery date. Director Li, you misunderstood. I did not intend to bargain. I am talking about time. I need these 150,000 units to be delivered together with the 100,000 units on the same day. If you are able to do it, then I will let you take this order. If you are unable to do it, never mind. I had contacted the first motor factory in Lin Province. They said that they will be able to deliver. Feng Yu said. Director Li grabbed Feng Yu's hand. Manager Feng, how can you say this? We had a good working relationship. Why would you want to pass the order to Lin Province's first motor factory? Their factory is much smaller than us, and their workers are not as skilled as us. But the time is too short. We will not be able to finish the order. Our factory is now operating 24 hours, and we even stopped working on the military orders. That is your problem. This is the only request I have for this order. If you are able to complete the order based on my request, we will sign the contract immediately. If not, then I'm sorry. Feng Yu replied. At this time, Wu Jigang's uncle Director Zhao entered the room and said loudly, We can complete the order. Director Li looked at Wu Jigang. Director Li had started as a worker in this factory and climbed up to where he is now. He knows how many units can the factory produce. It is impossible to produce 250,000 units in 2 weeks. But Director Zhao gave Director Li reassuring look and told Feng Yu, Manager Feng, can you give us a minute? Feng Yu made a hand gesture and slowly drank from his teacup. Old Zhao, I know you want to take on this order, but that Xiao Feng is very smart. He will unquestionably state the date of delivery in the contract and will not let us extend. Director Li said. He knows that the factory absolutely cannot complete this order. Director Li, if they can find the first motor factory in Lin province to produce these fans, why can't we do the same? Director Zhao said. Director Li's eyes widened. You mean we subcontract the order to Lin province's first motor factory? Director Zhao was able to come up with this idea was because of his nephew. His nephew had inadvertently revealed to him. Wu Jigang had told him that Taihua Trading is contacting the first motor factory in Lin province. Why not let Bing City Motor Factory take the order and then subcontract to other factories? Even though there will be lesser profits, but at least the factory can also get half. Director Zhao immediately rushed to find Director Li. He was at the door when he heard their conversation. Feng Yu really wanted to give the additional orders to another factory. He immediately barged in. After the contract was signed, Director Li was full of praise for Director Zhao. If it weren't for old Zhao's quick thinking, the factory would lose this business. 150,000 units can be passed to 3 other factories to produce. Each factory 50,000 units, and Director Li will split the profits equally with these factories. Bing City Motor Factory will have a profit of at least 600,000 renminbi for this order. Although the profits were less than the expected, it was better than nothing and will not delay the production of military orders. Old Zhao had worked in the factory for so many years. It is time for him to be promoted. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua had just finished the sowing of their fields, and they noticed that Feng Yu is still not back yet. They decided to go to the city to look for him. Every time Feng Yu called them, he will tell them the company is making lots of money. Since they are making money, Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua decide to buy a house in the city for their daughter. This way, it will be convenient for their son to go to school as well. What? Brotherly, you say my dad and my mom are coming? Almost reaching, Feng Yu asked. Yes, they called last night. I will fetch them at the bus station. I had booked the hotel room too. Li Shiqiang replied. Li Shiqiang no longer trades treasury bonds. He was very busy at Taihua Trading. Feng Yu had told him about Taihua Trading's profits. The profits from treasury bonds were peanuts compared to Taihua Trading. As such, Li Shiqiang stopped doing the treasury bonds trading. Also, that Russian will be coming again soon. While Li Shiqiang is at the bus station, Feng Yu instructed Wu Jigang to clean up the office and warehouse. When the staff heard that the big boss of the company is coming, they hurriedly clean up the whole warehouse. They were worried that the big boss's temper will be the same as Feng Yu. Will they be asked to go if the big boss feels that their performance is not good? Manager Feng had said that they will be getting a bonus of 100 renminbi this month. If they perform well, they will be getting a year-end bonus of 300 renminbi, on top of New Year gifts. This is much more compared to what they were getting at the motor factory. Li Shiqiang was worried. Uncle Feng had been putting on a serious face and keeping quiet on the journey to the warehouse. Upon reaching the company, Li Shiqiang hurriedly got off and opened the door for Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua. Li Shiqiang then leads the way. Feng Xingtai had been to the company, but it was the first time for Zhang Muhua. Welcome, 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 welcome. At the gate, they saw 10 young lads rushed out of the warehouse and stood in 2 rows clapping and shouting welcome in unison. Dad, Mom, you have finally come. Feng Yu came out and said enthusiastically, what's all this? Get them inside. All these formalities are scaring me. Feng Xingtai said with a straight face. All right. Everyone back to work. Feng Yu waved and walked over to hold his mother's hand to lead her inside. Mom, you have not been to the company yet. Look, this big warehouse is all ours. What do you think about the decor and renovations? There are offices, meeting rooms, canteen, worker quarters, Feng Yu said. Feng Xingtai pulled Feng Yu and whispered, where's the toilet? There, at that corner. In this area, we are the only warehouse with flushing toilets. Feng Yu said. Before Feng Yu can finish, his mom and dad rushed to the toilet. 1 minute later, both of them came out refreshed. Both of them were so stern throughout the whole journey, is because they needed the toilet. Mom and Dad, how was that welcome? Do you feel like superstars? Feng Yu smiled and asked, what superstars are you talking about? Do you know why we are here? You had been telling us that you were busy making money. How much have you made? Tell us now. Zhang Muhua asked. Li Shiqiang had told them that the company had spent over 100,000 renminbi for 3 cars. This good-for-nothing child. 100,000 renminbi can buy 3 houses in Bing City. Feng Yu sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and began to shake his legs proudly. Feng Xingtai slapped Feng Yu on his head and said, "Stop shaking and tell us now." Feng Yu looked at his mother with innocent and complained, "Mom, Dad hit me. You should be slapped. We asked you a question and you are still not answering us. You look at Xiaoli, he is so fast at doing things." Feng Yu's mom said. Li Shiqiang smiled and said, "Uncle, Auntie, Xiao Yu is very capable. This company had made lots of money." Feng Yu had just shown a proud expression when he saw his dad raising his hands and is about to slap him again. He hurriedly said, "The company had made more than 1 million RMB. Slapped. The back of Feng Yu's head was slapped again. "Dad, why did you hit me again?" Feng Yu asked. "How many times have I told you to not tell lies? Now you even dare to lie to me? This company had just started not long ago, and you are telling me we had made over 1 million RMB? You know how much is 1 million RMB? Feng Xingtai said angrily. Feng Yu stood up and replied angrily, "Who is lying? You can ask Brother Li if the company is making so much money." Feng Yu's father and mother turned and looked at Li Shiqiang at the same time. Li Shiqiang nodded and said, "Uncle, Auntie, the company really had earned over 1 million RMB. What? Earned 1 million? Feng Xingtai's voice went from loud to soft. There were many people in the warehouse, and he does not want outsiders to know about this. Yes, we really make over 1 million. The orders were signed, and we will receive the first payments in a few days. All the money will be in our account half a month later. Dad, Mom, what do you want to buy? Let me know, and we will go and buy later." Feng Yu said proudly, "Son, are you doing anything illegal? Listen to me. Don't do anything illegal." Zhang Muhua said worriedly, "Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is a genius. I can't even finish earning from legal means. Why would I earn from illegal stuff? If you don't believe, you can ask Brother Li. The money we earned is absolutely clean." Feng Yu said, but in his heart, the first deal with Kirilenko is not counted. Li Shiqiang once again acts as a witness for Feng Yu and assured Feng's father and mother. In Feng Yu's mind, this is wrong. I am your son, and Brother Li is only your future son-in-law. Why the both of you don't believe my words, but believe Brother Li's words? Am I picked up from the dumpster? Now you mentioned, your father and I really wanted to buy something back. We wanted to buy an electric fan. I think it is called wind and rain fans. I heard that it is cheap and easy to use. Old Zhao from our village had one which was given to him by his son. Zhang Muhua said, "Mom, this wind and rain fan is our company. We gave every employee 2 fans, and the profits we made were from selling these fans." Feng Yu explained. Slapped. Feng Yu is slapped on the back of his head again by his father. "The fans are from our company, and yet you don't give your own family 1 fan." Feng Xingtai said, "Feng Yu, Dad, can we just talk normally?" In the evening, the whole family gathered together for a meal in a restaurant. Li Shiqiang's parents came as well. As they were no longer trading treasury bonds, Li Shiqiang split the remaining money, slightly more than 110,000 renminbi, equally between the 2 families. Li's father had wanted Li Shiqiang to go back and work at the post office. These few months, they had also made more than 50,000 renminbi. It is enough to buy a big house. However, Li's father does not want his son to lose his iron rice bowl. Uncle Li, Brother Li still have to work in the company. The company cannot do without him. Besides, he is also a shareholder and considered one of the bosses. Feng Yu said, "What boss? Didn't the company belongs to your family?" Li Shiqiang's father asked curiously. Feng Yu just realized that Li Shiqiang did not tell his family that he owns 10% of the company's shares. In the worst-case scenario, there will still be a profit of 3 million renminbi from wind and rain fans, and Li Shiqiang's share will be at least 300,000 renminbi. Why should he go back and work at the post office? When Li Shiqiang's parents heard that he will be earning at least 300,000 renminbi this year, their hands trembled. It was only after a few cups of tea before they calmed down. It was a wise decision to let his son stop working at the post office, and an even wiser decision to let his son date Feng Danying. Feng Yu secretly observed. He noticed that the Li family were happy and were not jealous of his family. Feng Yu is relieved. The Li family seems to treat the Feng family as one of them. Li's parents heard that Feng Xingtai and his wife will be going to buy a house tomorrow. They also wanted to go together. They wanted to buy a big and spacious new house. Everyone understood what this means. Li Shiqiang sat there grinning like a Cheshire cat. On the other hand, Feng Danying's face turned red and bowed her head down shyly. Move aside. You know how to drive. Feng Yu was just about to sit in the driver's seat when he was dragged aside by his dad. Dad, I have been driving for more than half a month. You can ask Brother Li about my driving skills. Feng Yu said. When did you learn how to drive? Feng Xingtai is shocked. He did not know that his son can drive. Your son is a genius. Name me something I don't know. Feng Yu replied. Really? The soybean in our field needs to be fertilized. I will see how you do the farm work in 2 days' time. Feng Xingtai said. Dad, you are joking with me, right? Feng Yu said and shut his mouth. He obediently moved to the back seat with his sister. Li Shiqiang drove his family in front, leading the way while Feng Xingtai followed. Hey, this car is very comfortable. It is not loud nor shaky. Feng Xingtai had wanted to drive this car yesterday, but Li Shiqiang had booked the hotel next to the company. They can just walk over to the hotel from the company. Dad, if you like it, drive it away. Or we can just buy new cars. Your son is not short of money. Feng Yu said proudly. Nonsense. Didn't you say yesterday? This is the only time you can get such high profits. In future, the profits will not be so high. Zhang Muhua said. Don't worry. Your son still has lots of ideas for making money. Feng Yu replied. His real specialty is investments, and a great bull market is coming. Along the way, everyone chatted happily. Half an hour later, the car pulled to stop. Uncle, Auntie, Mom, Dad, this building was built last year and had just finished renovation this year. Look at this floor plan, it is quite spacious. Li Shiqiang said. Li Shiqiang had chosen this place as it is close to Feng Yu's future high school and Feng Danying's workplace. It only takes 10 minutes to walk to the school or the hospital. From here to the shopping street is also about 10 minutes walk. It is located in the city center and the property prices will soar in future. This way is to Xiao Yu's school. That way is to Danying's workplace. That direction is to the shopping street. The first department store is over there. And this place is not far from the train station. It takes less than 20 minutes to reach there by foot. There are also 2 bus stops nearby. Even though this house is slightly expensive, but I think it is worth it. Li Shiqiang said. How expensive? 30,000 renminbi a unit? 50,000 a unit? Feng Xingtai asked. An unrenovated unit is about 1,000 renminbi per square meter. 1 unit will cost over 100,000 renminbi. Li Shiqiang replied. What? A square meter is more than 1,000 renminbi? And it is an unrenovated unit? These evil property developers. Who will buy such expensive houses? Feng Xingtai shouted. I will buy. Feng Yu interrupted. This is too cheap. I will buy 2 units. Slapped. Feng Yu was slapped on the back of his head by Feng Xingtai again. What are you shouting? You think you can make the decision? Looking at Feng Yu's arrogant expression, Feng Xingtai is about to blow his top. It is over 100,000 renminbi for a unit, and you want to buy 2? Why do you need 2 units? Feng Yu looked at his dad and said, Dad, didn't you said you were going to buy a house for me to live? Why can't I give my opinions? You look at sister. She also wants to live here. The Li family was more straightforward. They wanted to buy a new house for their son and don't mind the price. It was also because their in-laws were presented. They don't want to lose face. Son, let's go and view the units. Li Shiqiang's father said. What the saleswoman said was similar to what Li Shiqiang just said, but the saleswoman was able to articulate better. He talked about the lightings, feng shui, elevator, convenience, and so on. What interested most to Feng Yu was that this building is a high-rise building and there is an elevator. Feng Yu is not willing to climb stairs. Even if it was the 2nd floor, he felt tired. In essence, he is a lazy person who will absolutely not stand if he can sit. His goal is to retire leisurely before 30 years old. At the lobby, Feng Yu pressed the elevator's button casually and stepped inside the elevator. The saleswoman looked at Feng Yu curiously. From the dressing of this family, they don't look like they are rich. How come the way they speak were so arrogant? Want to buy 2 units? I will thank the gods if you all are able to afford one. And also, this young man seems to be even more familiar with elevators than her. Does he take the elevator often? I am afraid of this elevator. Will it fall? Zhang Muhua whispered. Feng Yu gave his mom a relaxed expression. The elevator quality was still considered good in that era. It is not like the quality of the elevators in future where the elevators were installed even when it had not passed the safety tests. The unit was a bare room. There was no renovation yet. Feng Yu walked around and planned how to renovate and decorate the house in his mind. The unit only has a few rooms, but it doesn't matter. Feng Yu can always buy 2 units and break down the wall in between. This way, 2 units will become 1 and there will be more rooms. He got the plan and asked people to renovate. Finally, he can live in a high-rise building. How do you feel about this unit? The saleswoman looked at Li Shiqiang's father. It was very obvious that the couple were getting married and their families were buying this unit for them. She wondered, what does this man do? He can afford to drive a car and wanted to buy this unit. We want all 4 units on this floor, Feng Yu said while waving his arms. 2 units. We will get these 2 units, Feng Xingtai said while pulling Feng Yu to one side. The good-for-nothing son. What's the use of getting so many units? Feng Xingtai had discussed with Li Shiqiang's father. They will buy a unit each on the same floor. It will be easier to look out for each other. Feng Yu looked up the sky and wondered. I am the one who earned this money. Why I can't express my opinions? 3 rooms and 1 hall are not enough. When mom and dad come over, isn't he going to be thrown into the study? You want 2 units? Please wait a moment. I will prepare the contract for you, the saleswoman said excitedly. She did not expect this family to agree so fast. A unit cost more than 100,000 RMB and they bought 2 without batting an eyelid. It is always a pleasure serving rich people. Notes: some people said that 1988, the state-owned enterprises were not so poor. In fact, in 1988, there was an overproduction of goods, and a large number of state-owned enterprises can only give out partial wages. It was also this time, China started selling their resources to other countries, of which Japan benefited the most. 2 sets of this leather sofa. This glass coffee table, also 2 sets. This double bed, we want 4 sets. We want the imported Simmons mattress. Also, give us 2 sets of your best electric water heater. 2 Ashwood bookshelves. 2 Panda brand 18-inch color TVs and 2 Little Swan washing machines. 2 Okma refrigerators, Feng Yu said. At the first department store, Feng Yu was buying everything he sees, and he can still give the reason to buy. For example, the sofa and mattress are to have a good rest, bookshelves are to read and study, color TV is to watch the news to understand state affairs, etc. Anyway, Feng Yu is rich. These things, although expensive, but it will not be more expensive than a house. As such, Feng Xingtai just lets Feng Yu buy whatever he wants. The salesman, who was following them, was stunned. These were all big-ticket items. A normal person will have to save for months to buy 1 item. It was fine if this young man is buying so many items, but everything this young man wants was 2 sets. Young man, these are all very expensive. I think you should discuss with your family first. The salesman reminded Feng Yu. This family looked like they were from the village. Maybe they thought these items were cheap? Feng Yu looked at the salesman. Call your manager out. Tell him manager Feng from Tai Hua Trading Company is here. Tai Hua Trading Company. The salesman was confused. It was a supervisor of the household appliances department saw Feng Yu and hurriedly asked the salesman to inform the manager. You don't know about Tai Hua Trading Company? Our best-selling wind and rain electric fans are from Tai Hua Trading Company. Within half a month, the wind and rain electric fans had brought over 1,000 RMB of profits to the departmental store. Also, there was an increase in the traffic, especially at the home appliances department. This young man is a prestigious guest of the store. Feng Xingtai saw Feng Yu talking loudly with the salesman and wanted to know what happened. Just when he was about to walk over, a well-dressed man walked over and invited all of them to the manager's office. Xiaoli, what is happening? Feng Xingtai whispered. They had been walking around the department store and suddenly, they were brought to an office and served tea. Xiao Yu knows the manager of this departmental store. Li Shiqiang said. He felt that this is normal. He represented Tai Hua Trading Company, and when he goes to any departmental store, the managers will be outside greeting him personally. Please sit down and have some tea. Try my special cigarettes too, the manager said politely. He had regretted to sell wind and rain fans on consignments. If they had directly purchased the goods, they would have higher profits. If only they had not worried about the fans will not sell or not. If only they knew that the wind and rain electric fans will be so popular. Manager Feng, I heard that other than Bing City and Longjiang, all other places have distributors selling your fans, and their wholesale prices are quite low too. The departmental store manager said. Hearing the departmental store manager addressed Feng Yu as Manager Feng, everyone, except for Li Shiqiang, were shocked. This kid had just graduated from junior high school, and the departmental store manager addressed him as manager? Yes, not just Longjiang. All other provinces have distributors except for Bing City. Manager Lu, is there anything wrong? Feng Yu deliberately asked. Haha. Manager Feng, do you think we can get the goods at the wholesale price too? Manager Lu asked. Well, it is also not impossible. We will talk about this next month. We gotta wait till the contract ends this month. Feng Yu said. Manager Lu is not willing to wait until next month. He felt the more fans he sold, the more he loses with the current consignment model. Manager Feng, let's discuss a bit more. We promised to get more fans from you. How about 1,000 units? Manager Lu asked. The first departmental store is the biggest shopping mall in Bing City. Although they had many competitors, Manager Lu is confident that he can sell all 1,000 units of fans in this summer. Manager Lu, I am here today because I had just bought a house. I intend to buy some furniture, household appliances, and renovation materials. Feng Yu said. What do you want to buy? I will ask my men to deliver to your doorsteps and install for you. The renovation materials manager is my good friend. I will call him personally and ask him to give you the best materials at the lowest price. Do you have anyone doing your renovations? If no, I can help you get a contractor. I guarantee that the contractor will finish your renovations fast. Manager Lu said. Since Lu manager is so sincere, then this contract issue can be discussed further. Tomorrow, you come over to my company. The wholesale prices will be the same as the other distributors. Feng Yu said. He knew that once he started wholesale, these consignees will want to switch from consignment to purchasing the fans directly. He had already prepared, and today, he is only taking advantage of Manager Lu. While Feng Yu and Manager Lu were discussing the contract's conditions, the rest were watching. Li Shiqiang's parents were in awe by Feng Yu. Look at this Feng Yu. So capable, and even the manager of First Department Store had to speak to him so politely. Feng Yu's parents were very proud. During the next 1 hour, everyone kept quiet and did not give any opinions when Feng Yu started his shopping spree again. Using Feng Yu's words, money is meant to spend. If we were to buy something, we must buy the best. Anyway, Feng Yu is paying for all the purchases. Feng Yu also tried to persuade his parents to stay in Bing City and don't return to the farm. They had only a small plot of land, and it is meaningless to farm. Their son is rich now. They should be enjoying their life at home. Maybe, Feng Yu missed his mother's cooking too much. Unfortunately, Feng Yu's parents refused. They were not accustomed to the city life and have no friends here. As such, Feng Yu decided to buy a new house for them in the village. When Feng Yu's parents left, they drove the jeep away. At the farm, the road conditions were not that good. So, the jeep is more suitable for them to drive at the farm. Anyway, the jeep was parked at the warehouse and seldom used. Behind the jeep was a delivery truck. Feng Yu had bought some home appliances for their farmhouse. His parents had chided him for spending so much, but the smile on their faces said otherwise. There were no big renovation companies in that era. Feng Yu also don't trust those small companies. So, Feng Yu employed a few experienced renovation workers, and he himself oversees the renovation. The walls were painted, floor tiles changed, installation of the toilet bowls and bathtubs, etc. Just the renovation cost, not including the workers' salaries, was about 100,000 renminbi per unit. Feng Yu did not tell his family, and they thought the renovations cost only 10,000 to 20,000 renminbi. In his previous life, Feng Yu had seen the renovation cost higher than the value of the house. In another 2 years, Feng Yu want to re-renovate the house again. The workers were very efficient. The renovations were completed in a few days. After the renovations were completed, Feng Yu called the first departmental store to deliver all the furniture and home appliances. Once everything was completed, Feng Yu sat on the leather sofa and looked at his newly renovated modern home. This was the design of his home from his memories. Finally, a home he is used to. Ring, ring, ring. Hello. Feng Yu picked the phone on the coffee table, crossed his legs, and leaned back on the couch. It was much more convenient to have a phone at home. Fortunately, Li Shiqiang used to work in the post office and was able to arrange fast installation of telephone lines in their homes. The others still got to wait in line for their installation. Xiao Yu, there is a telegram from Kirilenko. Do we need to get ready? Li Shiqiang asked. He is very excited. Every time Kirilenko comes, they are able to make a fortune. Feng Yu suddenly sit up and said, Wait for me at the company. I am coming over. After reading the telegram, Feng Yu asked a lawyer to come over at once. The telegram states that Kirilenko will be coming with a team to inspect Bing City Market and to look for a trading partner. Li Shiqiang heard the contents of the telegram and asked Feng Yu, Xiao Yu, the telegram did not mention us. Are they looking for other business partners? Feng Yu said, this business partner is definitely us. First of all, we had cooperated a few times and we understand each other. Second, I can speak and write Russian. There will be lesser issues in communicating. Also, this telegram is sent to us. This meant that they have the intention to work with us. Lastly, we have the funds now and we are on equal standings. If they are able to take out 1 million rubles, we can also take out 4 million renminbi. Seeing Feng Yu's confidence, Li Shiqiang had no more worries. Although Feng Yu is still a teenager, he is more capable of business than him. Also, when it comes to business, Feng Yu had not made any losses yet. For instance, Feng Yu said that treasury bonds would be allowed for trading over the counter, and it really happened. Feng Yu also said that the electric fans will sell, and the fans really sell like hotcakes. Now, Feng Yu said that Kirilenko will work with them, and Li Shiqiang strongly believes Feng Yu's words. When the lawyer came, Feng Yu spoke to the lawyer in the office for a long time. Feng Yu wanted to understand some of the government policies and will his business plan violates any laws or regulations. After understanding the laws, Feng Yu is, even more, looking forward to the arrival of Kirilenko. This time, Kirilenko really brought a team. There was a total of 12 people excluding him. Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang's car can only fetch less than half of them. The rest of the people got to take a taxi to the hotel themselves. Brother Qi, this time you bought a big team. Are you preparing for a big business deal? Feng Yu asked. Feng, I went back and considered the things you said last time. I think it can be done. But I am not alone. I cannot make the decision myself. Kirilenko said and pointed to the one sitting next to him. It seems that this team consists of not only his subordinates, but also his business partners. Kirilenko also discreetly winked at Feng Yu. Your name is Feng Yu? You are that Kirilenko's friend? You two have a good relationship, but I don't care. To do business with us, you must first show your sincerity. The young man next to Kirilenko said. Feng Yu put down his teacup and asked, Sincerity? What you mean by sincerity? These are the things we want. How much are you charging us? The young man said. Feng Yu picked up the paper and discreetly looked at Kirilenko. Aren't these items the items Kirilenko bought last time? But the quantity seems to 1/10 of last purchase. Seems like Kirilenko is not trusted by his business partners. About 50,000 rubles. The quantity is too little. It is hard for me to negotiate for lower prices. Feng Yu replied. The last time Kirilenko spent 300,000 rubles, and the items and quantity in this list are worth about 30,000 rubles. Feng Yu deliberately set a higher price. He knew that Kirilenko must have marked up the prices further when he returned to the Soviet Union. Kirilenko was relieved to hear Feng Yu's price. The last time, he spent 300,000 rubles for the goods and reported the cost to be 470,000 rubles. He even said that it was because he found a very good Chinese friend who helped him get this special price. Now with what Feng Yu said, Kirilenko is not afraid of these partners suspecting him. Kirilenko thought, every time I am the one to go to China. The rest just wait at home and split the profits. Why can't I earn a bit more? If not for me and Feng Yu are good friends, how can we get so many cheap goods in China? Several other people nodded. The prices of those Chinese goods were indeed what Kirilenko said. Even if this Feng Yu is trustworthy, he still needs to be qualified to do business with them. Kirilenko had said Feng Yu is very capable and know a lot of people in Bing City. This needs to be proven too. Feng Yu looked at these young men. He knows that they were the same as Kirilenko. They must be the sons of the Soviet Union Army's high-ranking officers. Every one of them was very arrogant. If Kirilenko is here to send money, then these people are here to be slaughtered by Feng Yu. Feng Yu only said one sentence, and these people believe that Feng Yu is indeed a very capable person. Taihua Trading Company is the first company in Bing City to have import and export trade approval. Feng Yu said loudly. As for whether Taihua Trading was the first company to get the permits, there was no way for these Russians to find out. Anyway, Feng Yu just said that to fool them. The way Feng Yu said this sentence was confident and impactful. Sure enough, these people all had the look of amazement. This young man, which Kirilenko found, is really very capable. I still have a question. You want to trade with us, but do you have money? If you want us to help you buy goods, you need to have money first. Our business deals must be at least 500,000 rubles. The young man said. Feng Yu made a startling expression and said, 500,000 rubles? So many of you, and yet so little money? Didn't I tell Brother Qi that it should be at least 1 million rubles? If you all only have so little money, I think I will find another partner. Feng Yu thought that so many people came on this trip, it must be some big business deals. But he did not expect these people were so far off from what he had imagined. It seems that Feng Yu had expected too much from these second generations. Some of Kirilenko's friends were embarrassed. It was not easy for them to gather 500,000 rubles. The Soviet Union's economy was worse than China at that time. They were only the second generation of army officers and not businessmen. Kirilenko stood up and tried to ease the embarrassment. He said, Feng, my friend, we had cooperated several times before. Why not carry on working together? Also, we have the advantages of transportation. We are able to arrange train carriage from here to Moscow. We are very sincere to do business with you. As long as the goods you want from the Soviet Union are not contrabands or against the law, we can get it for you. Several other people also nodded in agreement. As long as Feng Yu is willing to work with them and supply them with cheap goods from China, they have no problems. Feng Yu reluctantly agreed, and everyone started drinking happily. After those people were drunk, Feng Yu pulled Kirilenko to one side. Kirilenko had his arms around Feng Yu's shoulder. He thanked Feng Yu for helping him in front of his friends. The fathers of these people had higher ranks than Kirilenko's father, and these people actually looked down on Kirilenko. They followed Kirilenko to China was because they suspected Kirilenko was doing something behind their backs. Kirilenko told Feng Yu that he wanted to carry on working with Feng Yu. If Feng Yu is able to come out with 50,000 rubles, Kirilenko will help him settle the rest. Feng Yu looked seriously at Kirilenko. Brother, I was not joking. I really have 1 million rubles. If you can really get the goods I wanted from the Soviet Union, then we will sign the contract tomorrow. Kirilenko was shocked. Feng has 1 million rubles. The next day, Kirilenko and his team went to Taihua Trading Company. Kirilenko and Feng Yu signed a trade agreement. The agreement states the terms and responsibilities of both sides, such as the Soviet Union side is in charge of the transportation of goods from Moscow to Bing City, payment terms, delivery time, etc. However, there was no mention of the type of goods in the agreement. Brother Qi, what do you all want this time? Do you have any good recommendation? Kirilenko asked casually. Feng Yu snapped his fingers, and Wu Jigang entered the room, holding 2 wind and rain electric fans, and placed on the table. Have a look. This is currently the most popular electric fan in China. Wind and rain electric fans. Safe, light, beautiful, and economical. I purposely kept some for you. Feng Yu said. The group of Soviets' eyes grew big when they saw the electric fan can be clipped on tables, chairs, cabinets, etc. They even gasped in surprise when Feng Yu put his fingers into the fan blades and didn't injure himself. The Soviet Union, just as Feng Yu guessed. They do produce electric fans, but they were the same as China. They produce those metal, expensive, bulky, noisy, and poorly designed electric fans. 14 to 15 rubles a unit? It's too cheap. Kirilenko immediately ordered 20,000 units. If it wasn't because they don't have enough money, they would want more. The rest of the goods were mainly food products, such as ham sausage, canned goods, sweets, Jianlibo drinks, and the rest were textiles products. The Soviet Union is one of the world's leaders in heavy industry, but their light industry was now being overtaken by China. Feng Yu calculated the total price. He added 5% more to the wholesale price of the electric fans, and with the fans, the total added up to nearly 600,000 rubles. Kirilenko and his partners do not have enough money. But Feng Yu waved his hand. It is just 100,000 rubles. I believe you. If you still have train carriages, I can even send you more goods. This trade can even don't need to use so much money. You can just deliver the things I want at the same time to offset the differences. We can barter. Barter trade? The Soviets looked at each other. Based on their past experiences, they should be paying Feng Yu the full payment first before Feng Yu load and deliver the goods. After they receive the goods, they will then load the goods Feng Yu wanted and deliver to Bing City. At the same time, Feng Yu would need transfer the full payments to them before they deliver the goods. But what Feng Yu just said was to ask them to ship over the goods he wanted from the Soviet Union as payment for the differences. But they are in charge of the transportation, and Feng Yu still got to pay for part of the transportation charges. Feng Yu is not afraid that they will con him. Feng Yu might not trust others, but he still trusted Kirilenko. As long as Kirilenko still want to make money, Feng Yu is an important business partner. Sure enough, Kirilenko agreed on behalf of the rest. In the Soviet Union, they were about to use 20% to 30% down payment to get the goods first. The balance can be paid off 2 months later. The Soviets immediately start to discuss what other goods they want. When they had ordered 1 million rubles worth of goods, Kirilenko asked Feng Yu, what are the goods he wanted from the Soviet Union? Used cars. European-made second-hand cars. As long as there are no problems with the vehicle's performance and reasonably priced, I will buy everything you can find. Feng Yu replied. In that era, the tariffs for imported cars were very high. But for used cars, the tariffs were just like ordinary goods. It was very cheap compared to new cars. In China, there are many people who like imported cars but are unable to afford. They can only afford to buy domestic cars. Feng Yu remembered in his previous life, there was a rich woman from Shanghai who made her fortune from importing second-hand luxury cars. She made a few billion within 10 years. She had shipped the cars in via the sea, and it took a long time for one shipment. Feng Yu, on the other hand, will be importing these cars in via railway. The advantage of using rail was the fast, and Bing City is very near to the borders. Feng Yu is very confident that he can quickly capture the northeast market and gradually expand to the whole northern region. Kirilenko and his partners had a troubled look. They thought that Feng Yu will want a lot of things. With their family backgrounds, they can even help Feng Yu get contraband items. But they did not expect Feng Yu only wants second-hand European cars. They do not have the supplies in their hands. If the quantity is big, it will be very troublesome. But they had already promised Feng Yu that they are able to get whatever he wanted. Feng, we are able to get second-hand cars for you, but not in big quantity. Kirilenko said embarrassedly. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and said, never mind. You just pick those luxury cars will do. Mercedes, BMW, Volga, or sports cars like Ferrari, Lamborghini, etc. I only want the expensive ones. If Kirilenko were to get some Lada or something, there won't be any profits for Feng Yu. European countries had lower tariffs between each other. The price difference for a BMW in the Soviet Union and China can be more than doubled. Feng Yu will bring in the second-hand luxury cars from the Soviet Union, and he will refurbish and repair these cars in China. He will then sell it off at double his cost price. He is not worried that there will be no market for these cars. Feng, besides second-hand cars, you want anything else? The machines produced in our country are very good and advanced. You interested? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu thought for a while and said, then I want some spare parts. For example, the spare parts for machines used in farming and spare parts for tractors. My side is still doing market research. I will let you know when I need other things. No problem, we can easily get these things. Kirilenko replied. They were all relieved. With their background and connections, they can easily get the spare parts for Feng Yu. This time they only had 500,000 rubles and bought 1 million rubles worth of goods. Feng Yu had 1 million rubles and asked for 1.5 million rubles worth of goods. This way of doing business allowed both parties to buy more goods at a time. Transactions will still be recorded in the books, but only a portion of the money will be deposited into their accounts. After finalizing the details of their trade, Feng Yu asked curiously, every time you transport so many goods back, how do you pay the tax? The things Kirilenko bought every time were very miscellaneous and were piled together in the train carriage. Feng Yu was very curious about how Kirilenko passed customs and how he paid the taxes. Kirilenko winked at Feng Yu and said, those goods are military supplies. We do not need to pay taxes. FCK. These people were more shameless than he imagined, transporting these goods back as military supplies and profit themselves. Can Feng Yu also avoid taxes? Of course not. His company is a private enterprise, and it is a must to pay taxes. Although the tariffs were much cheaper for second-hand cars than the new ones, they were still very expensive. Feng Yu had also inquired about tax rates for the metal spare parts, and the taxes were not low too. How can he avoid taxes legally? Feng Yu had thought of this problem when he wanted to do the second-hand luxury car business. He had discussed with the lawyer and concluded that he can import these cars as another item. Although he still has to pay taxes, the taxes will be 90% cheaper and legitimate. Importing cars have to pay taxes, but what about importing car parts or importing scrapped metal? If all the tires and seats were removed from the car would be considered as scrapped metal. The tires and seats can then be imported as parts. Once the scrapped metal and parts arrived, they can be reassembled into a car. The 50% or 60% tax will be lowered to below 20%. This is the loophole. As long as he is able to do it 3 to 5 times, Feng Yu's 1 million rubles will become a few million or even more than 10 million. When that happens, he will have the funds to enter China's financial market as one of the big boys. Kirilenko and his team went back to the Soviet Union soon after signing the contract. They had left their contact details for Taihua Trading. This way, Taihua Trading can contact them once the procurement of the goods is completed, and Kirilenko can arrange for the transportation. Kirilenko will also help Feng Yu to source for the things he wanted in the Soviet Union and will contact him to see if he is willing to accept the price they offer. Feng Yu passed the procurement of goods to Li Shiqiang and the rest of his staffs. They went back to the suppliers which had worked with them previously. The prices were the same as last time. If the suppliers do not agree, they will look for new suppliers. While Li Shiqiang and the rest of the staffs were busy with the procurement, Feng Yu went to the motor factory with Wu Jigang. Manager Feng, is it about the progress of the order? Rest assured, there will certainly be no delays in your orders. In fact, the second batch is also completed. Director Li said, "Congratulations. I heard that the old factory director is going to retire, and you will be promoted to take over his position." Feng Yu said, "Director Li is currently the deputy director of Motor Factor, number 2 man in the factory." Haha, it is not decided yet. Although Director Li said so, he was smiling nonstop. The old factory director had requested for an early retirement due to his illness. As such, Director Li was next in line for this position. He had proven his capability by turning around the factory from losses to profits. Who else can compete with him for the position? I came here today for a few reasons. Firstly, is to congratulate you. Secondly, is to check the progress of production, and lastly, is to ask if the motor factory is interested in doing car assembly business. Feng Yu said, "Car assembly? I'm afraid not." Director Li shook his head regrettably. He wanted to do it, but he can't. His factory had lots of skilled workers, but their expertise was not in automobiles. The factory also can't afford the car assembly production lines too. It is not complicated and does not need any large machinery. It is just installing some tires and seats and spray painting. I think your workers should be able to do that, right? Feng Yu smiled and said, "Even Feng Yu himself is able to install the tires and seats. How can these level 8 skilled workers from the motor factory don't know? Just tires and seats? I don't get what you mean." Director Li replied. Feng Yu explained to Director Li. He told him that he will import a few batches of scrap metal and then assembled into a car, refurbish the exteriors, and then sell. The quantity is not a lot, but he needs some workers and a place to do the assembly. Is it legal? Director Li asked worryingly. The law did not say that this is illegal. I will get the permits for selling the cars. You just tell me how much you are charging me for each car. Feng Yu replied. I need to have a meeting with the rest of the directors first. Can I get back to you tomorrow? Director Li asked. Feng Yu got up and said, "No problem. If you do not want to do it, I can go to the Bingfei factory. They are producing cars themselves too." After Feng Yu left, Director Li immediately called all workshop directors for a meeting to discuss if they should take up this job, and if so, how much should they charge. When the workshop directors heard that there is a new job, all of them start to compete for this job. They do not care whether if it is legal or illegal. Even if it is illegal, the contract would have been signed and Taihua Trading will still have to pay them. If Taihua Trading is unable to pay them, they can always confiscate the cars as their payments. Also, the motor factory is a state-owned enterprise, and they can easily push all the responsibility to Taihua Trading. What can the city government do to them? If the city government does not allow the factory to do it or punish them, then fine. The city government can pay for the workers' salaries themselves. This discussion did not even last a minute, and it became a competition among the workshops to get the job. Installing tires and seats is much easier than assembling a large generator. How can they not know how to do it? Feng Yu had said that he will go to Bingfei factory if they do not want to take on this job. Why should they pass this opportunity to them? All this while, Bingfei factory had been better off than them. To say that the motor factory had no money is not really true. The account had a lot of money, which was the grants given by the state for research purpose. They cannot touch those grants. There were also many bad debts. The leaders of the motor factory had been under a lot of stress. Since there is a job now and money coming in, how can they reject? Just look at wind and rain electric fans. The fans had been selling well in the market, and soon, the fans will be sold throughout the whole country. No one had any complaints that these fans were inferior goods, and the factory's reputation had not been tarnished. This Feng is still quite reliable when doing business. In the afternoon, Feng received a call from Director Li personally. The motor factory is willing to take on the job, but the quantity cannot be too small. There must be at least 30 cars each time, and their profit cannot be less than 1,000 renminbi per car. Feng agreed. Although the motor factory charges was a bit high, it was still acceptable. Once these cars were shipped back, assembled, and refurbished, his profits can be a few million RMB. Feng also told Director Li that the refurbished cars will be temporarily stored at the motor factory, and he will pay them for the inventory costs. The maximum is 1 month, and he will collect the cars. After 2 days, Kirilenko finally called, but it was not good news. Feng did not know that during this era, the Soviet Union was the same as China previously, where they had closed-door policies and they were self-sufficient. The most popular cars in the Soviet Union were Voronezh, Lada, and the Volga, as well as a small number of British imported cars and Japanese cars. Feng had told Kirilenko that he does not want the Soviet car. That means there was only British imported cars and Japanese cars left. Japanese cars in the Soviet Union were mostly smuggled in and were mostly right-hand drive. As such, Japanese cars still need to do a lot of modifications. On British cars can meet Feng requirements. Feng was a bit disappointed. He can only import one country's cars. Why can't the Soviet Union import German cars, French cars, or other European cars? It was only then it occurred to him that the Soviet Union's relations with Germany and France were not very good. Even if there were cars from these countries, the numbers were very low. Forget it, British cars will do. But what were the brands? Feng wanted to know if there were any brands he knew from his previous life. After Kirilenko told Feng about the British automobile brands, Feng was excited again. Rolls-Royce, Jaguar, Aston Martin, Rover, Land Rover, Bentley, and Lotus. Every single brand was considered luxury cars brands in his previous life. Although some of the brands had been acquired by other companies, the brand value still remains. I want the cars from all these brands. As long as the car chassis, engine, and other core components have no problem, the other does not matter. I will take in whatever you can get, Feng said excitedly. Feng also wanted to change cars. This old Lada should be scrapped and replaced with Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, or Land Rover. Kirilenko told Feng about the prices of the cars. Kirilenko had contacted a businessman who specializes in British brand used cars. The last time Feng signed a contract with them, had said something that let them felt humiliated. So, Kirilenko and his business partners tried their best to not let Feng humiliate them again. The businessman had not wanted to sell his cars to them as the price they offered was too low. But these Soviet Union's army officers' second generations told him that these cars were for military use, and if he must sell the cars to them cheaply. Otherwise. Anyway, the price of the cars was at the lowest. The usual prices for these cars were about 100,000 to 200,000 rubles. Now, these cars are only less than 60,000 rubles. Kirilenko had slightly more than 30 cars on hand now, and the total price is more than 1.5 million rubles. Feng immediately agree. He can forego those farming tool spare parts for all these cars. Feng then request Kirilenko to ship these cars as soon as possible. He will transfer the price differences over. As soon as these cars were refurbished, Feng's assets will double. The production for the electric fans was very fast. Within less than a month, all the orders were completed. Those distributors who had signed the contract collected their last batch of goods. Taihua Trading Company now have a few million RMB in the bank account. There were some other brands of cheap electric fans appearing in the southern provinces, but the quality was not too good. As wind and rain electric fans had already occupied the major cities' market, there was no market for these cheap fans. However, these cheap brands focus on the small towns and villages, and they still did quite well. Feng was very satisfied. These distributors had learned from Bing City. They signed the contract with the big departmental stores first and got the first mover advantage. At least for this year, there was no other electric fan factory that can compete with wind and rain fans. Wind and rain electric fans were way ahead in terms of sales and profits. Fengyu is not the only one who had earned a fortune. The distributors also earned a lot. In the south, the development of the cities, population size, and temperature were higher than Bing City. The distributors raised the price by 15%, and the fans were still selling fast. Some distributors still ordered more fans. The goods for Kirilenko had been loaded onto the train carriages and was listed as food and textile products on the exportation documents. With the help of the Office of Foreign Trade, everything went smoothly. 500,000 rubles was transferred to the company's bank account. Manager Zhu was very excited to know this news. This young boss is really capable. In such short time, he brought in 500,000 rubles. The leaders at the Office of Foreign Trade were also happy too. They were able to show their results to the provincial leaders. Fengyu wanted at least 30 cars per shipment. So, for the first batch, Kirilenko made some adjustments. He added some Japan's Toyota Crown to the shipment of the total value to reach about 1 million rubles. Fengyu also wired the payments to Kirilenko's company bank account. Director Zhao. Oh no, I should be calling you Chief Engineer Zhao now. Factory Director Zhao, the spare parts are almost reaching Bing City. Are your trucks ready to pick them up? Fengyu asked over the phone. Haha, it's Deputy Chief Engineer. The parts are here? My side is ready, and I will send my trucks over now. Director Zhao was happy. It was announced yesterday that he was promoted to the Deputy Chief Engineer. His promotion can be considered due to Fengyu's credit. The used cars were all sent to the motor factory for assembly, painting, cleaning, and refurbishment. The factory even selects a group of workers who had some knowledge about cars together. This was to ensure everything goes smoothly. They still wanted to carry on their cooperation with Fengyu. These cars will take 1 week to complete, and Fengyu finally got the time to return to the farm. The high school admission notice was announced. It took 3 hours for Fengyu to get to the farm. It had just rained the day before, and the road was a little muddy. His old Lada had almost got stuck in the mud several times. Fengyu already decided that he will keep a Land Rover from the batch of used cars for himself. Lina was slowly walking home from school. She got her high school admission notice. She was admitted to the best high school in Bing City. But the thing that made her happier was Fengyu was also admitted to the same high school as her. A total of 4 people was admitted to that high school. One of them had always been the top student in their school. It was normal for that student to enter the best high school. Lina knew she had performed well for the admission exams, so it was not a surprise for her to be admitted. As for Fengyu's admittance to that school, she does not want to know the reason. However, how did Wen Dongjun get admitted too? The reasons her school teacher gave was there were very few people applying for that high school this year, and Wen Dongjun got lucky. Those students who had scored better than the Wen Dongjun, but did not dare to apply, must be regretting now. The teachers also felt sorry for those students. The graduation rate of that high school was very high, and there was no university entrance exam. Lina was smiling while she walks. She will be at the same school with Fengyu. She wonders if she would be in the same class with him. It would be best if she is sitting beside him. When she remembers that Fengyu had not contacted her for such a long time, she got a little angry. Fengyu had been away at Bing City for 1 month and is still not back yet. Didn't Wen Dongjun come back a few weeks ago? Why is Fengyu taking such a long time? Forget it. If Fengyu returns today, she will not be angry with him. But is he coming back today? Horn, horn. A car horn sounded behind her, and Li Na moved to the side of the road. There were not many cars on the road. What's with the honking? Show off. A wolf whistle sounded from the back. Li Na was finally angry. How can someone actually behave like a hoodlum and take liberties with her in the street? When she turned around and wanted to start scolding, she smiled. Fengyu, it's Fengyu. He is back. Li Na, where are you going? The admittance notice was issued. Fengyu asked with his head out of the car's window. Yes. You just got back? Li Na replied. Yeah. I drove for 3 hours. By the way, I don't know where to collect the notice. Can you take me there? Fengyu asked. The school was only so big. How could he not know where to collect the notice? However, Li Na did not expose Fengyu's lies and walked towards the car. Fengyu got off the car and opened the door for Li Na. Please get in. Where did you get the car? You know how to drive? Li Na asked curiously. In the whole farm, only the government officials were eligible to drive this kind of car. Although the rich families also drive, the cars they bought were mostly domestic Jeeps which were cheap. I bought it. The car is comfortable. Sit tight. Let's go? How is my driving skills? I tell you the truth. I have been driving for more than 10 years. Feng Yu said proudly. Bullshit. How old are you now? Have you seen a car when you were young? Lina asked while rolling her eyes. Feng Yu smiled and kept quiet. He really had more than 10 years of driving experience, but it was his previous life. Here, this is for you. I saw this and thought that it will look good on you, so I bought it. Feng Yu said, while passing a pink hair clip with a bow to Lina. Who wants your gifts? Lina said, and she snatched the hair clip from Feng Yu. She can't wait to wear the clip on her head. Feng Yu adjusted the rearview mirror for Lina to admire the hair clip on her head. He wanted to give Lina other things, such as clothes, jewelry, and so on. But Lina was still living on the farm, and if she took Feng Yu gifts, how can she explain to her parents? This hair clip was a more suitable gift. It was cheap, and Lina will be able to explain to her parents. Most importantly, Lina liked hair clips. Feng Yu looked at Lina. Her smile can let one forget about his worries. What do you always look at me? Lina bowed her head and blushed. Feng Yu teased her and said, I am looking in the rearview mirror. I need to see if there are any cars behind. Lina paused for a moment and stared angrily at Feng Yu. Haha, I am just teasing you. I kept looking at you was because you are beautiful. Feng Yu said. Lina's face became even redder. Her head bowed lower and said, Nonsense. Feng Yu smiled and did not reply her. He drove slowly to the school. Author's notes. Some people commented that British cars are all right-hand drive. This is correct. But for the cars that were exported to the Soviet Union were confirmed to be left-hand drive. I had confirmed it with pictures. It is just like Japanese cars. Japanese cars are also right-hand drive, but when they export left-hand drive cars to China. At the school, Feng Yu collected Wen Dongjun and his admittance notice. He wanted to stay a while with Lina, but she got to be home at noon. After Feng Yu left, teachers were gossiping behind his back. The kid's family struck lottery? I heard that his sister found a rich boyfriend. Look at the car Feng Yu drove. It was the same as the government officials. Those female teachers, in particular, lamented their fate. Why can't they find a rich boyfriend? In this era, as long as one is daring, willing to endure hardship, doing business will definitely earn more than working for others. Feng Yu doesn't care about these remarks. Let's go and play at the riverbank tomorrow. I will pick you up. Feng Yu said to Lina. I can't. My parents will not allow me. She replied. It will not be just us. Tell your parent that it is classmates gathering. There are only 4 of us who are admitted to 3rd high school. We have to look after each other. You just tell your parents these, and they will definitely allow you to go. I will ask Lu Kuan to go too. Feng Yu said. Lina also wanted to go out and play. She nodded and asked. Then, what time tomorrow? 8 in the morning. We can have a picnic at noon, and I will send you back before nightfall. Feng Yu replied. Back home, Lina told her mom and dad, and they really agree. She will be attending high school in the city. They have to look out for each other and not be bullied by other students from the city. Feng Yu invited Lu Kuan, and he also agreed. Lu Kuan was a bit excited when he heard that Feng Yu will be driving the Jeep to fetch them. He had not sat in a Jeep before. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Feng Yu shouted when he reaches home. Oh, my son is back. Have you taken your lunch? Tell me what you want to eat, and I will go and cook. Zhang Muhua said. She was very happy to see Feng Yu. Feng Yu had stayed 1 month in Bing City, and she was a bit not used to not having her son by her side. A bowl of noodles for lunch will do. Can we eat dumplings at night? Feng Yu asked. Okay, you sit and watch TV first. Zhang Muhua replied. Where is Dad? Feng Yu asked. He went fishing with your uncle Sunday. Now he got a Jeep, he kept showing off. The fishes he caught is not even enough for the petrol. Zhang Muhua replied. Feng Yu smiled. How much can the petrol cost? Anyway, the amount Feng Yu earns in a month is enough for his parents to spend a year. In the afternoon, Feng Yu passed the admittance notice to Wen Dongjun, and both of them played Super Mario Bros. For the whole afternoon. Since his son was admitted to the city's best high school, the 3rd high school, Wen Dugwang just let them play. The next morning, Feng Yu topped up the petrol the Jeep, fetched Wen Dongjun, Lina, and Lu Kuan, and drove to the riverside. Once at the river, Wen Dongjun took off his clothes, wearing only shorts and holding a tube, rushed to the water. Lu Kuan was the same too. Feng Yu and Lina just carry the fishing rod and net, and slowly walk to a water bay place to fish. Riverbank, breeze, grass, water, weeping willows, sunny. This scenery is as beautiful as a painting. Lina sat quietly beside Fengyu. She was wearing a bright yellow dress and the pink hair clip given by Fengyu yesterday. Fengyu was still admiring Lina's beauty when, splash, water was splashed onto Fengyu's face. This wonderful moment was broken. Stop fishing. Come and play in the waters. The water is not cold. When Dongjun said. When Dongjun's face suddenly became very annoying. Splash. Lu Kuan also splashed water at Fengyu. Fengyu really regretted his decision to ask these two along. After a few splashing, Fengyu got irritated and took off clothes. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he entered the water and started splashing water at those two. Soon, Lina also entered the water to play. Lina's dress quickly wet, and Fengyu hurriedly shouted stop. He stood in front of Lina and asked her to go change to a set of clothing in the jeep. This dress can be left on the roof for drying. This dress was wet and sticks to Lina's body. Fengyu can see, but he does not allow others to see. Come, I will teach you how to swim. Fengyu pulled Lina away from those two idiots. Lina entered the water again, and Fengyu slowly led her to the deeper part of the river. They stopped when the water level reaches slightly above their necks. Lina clung onto Fengyu's arm and dared not let go. Trust me. Relax and slowly lift up your feet. I will hold you. Fengyu said. Lina shakes her head. If she raises her feet, won't she be drinking the river water? Fengyu suddenly floated and looked at Lina. Lina loses her grip on Fengyu's hand and fell backward. But Fengyu caught hold of Lina's waist with both his hands and slowly helped Lina float on the water. Don't be afraid. I am beside you. See, it is very easy. As long as you are not afraid, you can float. Our teacher said before, the density of the human body is lesser than the density of water, therefore we can float. Fengyu said. Lina stopped flailing her hands and feet. She slowly relaxed, and she found herself really floating on the water. But how can I turn over? She asked. Slowly turn your waist. I will hold you, don't worry. Fengyu said. When Fengyu was holding her, his hands accidentally brushed against Lina's butt. Lina panicked and started flailing her arms again. Sorry, it was an accident. Fengyu apologized. It's okay. I don't mind. Lina closed her eyes and whispered. Don't mind? Is this an encouragement? Splashed. A handful of water splashed onto Fengyu's head. What are you two doing here? Come and play together. FCK. It is the idiotic when Dongjun again. I am teaching her how to swim. You go and play first. We will join you in a while. Fengyu shouted while wiping the water off his face. You teach swimming? I am the master. I knew how to swim when I was 3, and when I was 5, I bathe in the river. My nickname is the white fish of the river. When Dongjun said proudly, swimming with a tire inner tube, and still have the nerve to say he is the white fish of the river? Fengyu pointed to when Dongjun's back and shouted, Run, there is a snake. When Dongjun got frightened and desperately waved his arms around for a minute. The splashes were high, but he only swam a meter. Fengyu sneered at when Dongjun. Even turtles are faster than you. Whitefish. Lu Kuan came over to Wendongju and said, he is just teasing you. There are no snakes. Let's go over there. There is a shrimp trap, a long cage, fishing for shrimp. Fengyu turned towards Lina and rubbed his hands together. Come, let's continue with our swimming lessons. I'm tired. You help me up. I will wash the cherries and plums. Let's have something to eat. Lina said. FCK? It was all when Dongjun's fault. Disrupt my plans. Fengyu helped Lina slowly stand up and walk back to shore. Lina went to the back of the jeep, wrung her clothes and shorts dry, and took the fruits to the water edge. While she was washing the fruits, Fengyu went back to the fishing place and pulled up the fishing rod. The bait had been eaten up. Fortunately, when Dongjun and Lu Kuan stole the fishes in the fish trap. Although the fishes were small, it was enough for them. They made a small fire and start grilling the fishes using small tree branches. The four sat together and start eating the fishes. In addition to grilled fish, there was grilled ham, roast lamb, grilled clams, and grilled shrimps. After they were full, they laid down on the grass and started talking about their dreams and ambitions. I want to be a scientist and invent many new things. And I will build rockets. Lu Kuan said loudly. Scientists are boring. I want to be a government official, and when I become a high-ranking official, I will be in charge of you. When Dongjun said, Lina smiled and said, I want to be a teacher like Mr. Sunday. I want to help those who can't afford to study. Feng Yu spread open his arms and said, my dream is to make money. Make a lot of money and along the way, help you all realize your dreams. Hey, come quickly. There are a group of ducks here. Wen Dongjun lying in the bushes and waving at Feng Yu. Persuaded by Wen Dongjun, Feng Yu stole the shotgun from home again to go hunting with Wen Dongjun hunting. Only this time, Lu Jichuan is not around. He had joined the army. Feng Yu always wanted to ask Lu Jichuan if, on that day, Feng Yu did not go along, did not encounter the bear, will he harm Wen Dongjun? But in any case, the tragedy in his previous life did not happen and also allowed Feng Yu to earn a large sum of money ahead of time. Feng Yu decided to let this matter pass. Perhaps, even Lu Jichuan himself also do not know the answer. When people are impulsive, they do a lot of things which they regret after. Aim properly, and at the count of 3, we fire together. Are you ready? 1, 2, Feng Yu said. Bang, bang. 2 shots were fired, one after another. When Dongjun stood up and cheered, Feng Yu was very pissed off. I said at the count of 3. I had only counted to 2, and you fired. Feng Yu said angrily. When Feng Yu fired, the other wild ducks had already flown off. What did you say? I didn't hear you. See, I shot a duck. I am a sharpshooter. When Dongjun said proudly. Feng Yu. This idiot. When Dongjun strode over and picked up a wild duck with half a body left. SHD. Both rounds hit the duck. The duck, which weighed about 1 kilogram, was left with half a kg of meat. Ha. With this duck looking like this, how are you going to eat it? Even if you are able to clean it, can you even make a dish? Feng Yu mercilessly ridiculed Wen Dongjun. At least I am better than you. But this duck? Forget it. Leave it here. Wen Dongjun hesitated and decided to throw this duck away. This gun should be used on a big animal and not on birds. Feng Yu said, hunting birds is not fun. Well, there will not be any prey coming over for the next half hour. I saw there were many dandelion and mushrooms near the woods. We cannot go back empty-handed. Wen Dongjun said. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun and thought, what sort of odd thinking is this? Have you ever seen a hunter go hunting and comes back with wild mushrooms? I am someone who is earning millions by the minute, and I am here accompanying you to hunt. Now you are asking me to go pick wild mushrooms. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Wen Dongjun said. Wen Dongjun dragged Feng Yu back to the woods. Wen Dongjun was picking wild mushrooms happily, while Feng Yu was looking around lazily. Whose land is this? There are watermelons. There are watermelons over there. The weather is so hot now. Let's steal a melon to quench thirst. Feng Yu said. Wen Dongjun's eyes were shining brightly. There is a watermelon farm? Let's go. Watermelons freshly picked from the farms is sweeter than those bought from the stores. Wait a minute. I think this land belongs to Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian is very fierce. If we are caught, it will be hell for us. Feng Yu said. I saw Uncle Tian in the morning. He went to the village to sell his melons. There should be no one in the farm. I tell you, I am an expert in picking watermelons. I will pick the best melon for you. Wen Dongjun said proudly with a trust me look. Snapped. Using the shotgun butt, he started breaking open watermelons. Not ripe. Change to the next one. Snapped. Another watermelon was smashed. Not ripe. Don't want. When Wen Dongjun starts smashing the 8th watermelon, Feng Yu hurriedly stopped him. Is he really the expert he claims to be? Even if he had smashed up all the melons on the farm, he also can't find a good melon. Stop. That one is ripe. Let's eat quickly and then go back to see if those ducks came back. Feng Yu said. Okay, we will just eat this. A few days ago, I came here with Liang brother. The 3rd melon I picked was the best one. Wen Dongjun said with a proud face. Feng Yu wanted to ask him, what is there to be proud of? When these two were each holding half a watermelon and eating, a small figure appeared behind the farm shack. Tianjia was sent by his mom and dad to watch over the melon farm. He was about to take a nap when he heard some voices outside. Thieves stealing melons. Everyone was from the same village. If one was thirsty and picked a melon to eat, it was fine. Tianjia will not stop and will even help them cut the melon. Tianjia had decided to ignore Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun at first, but when Dongjun started to smash melons after melons. This guy was not here to eat melons. He was here to create trouble. Tianjia mustered up his courage and went over. Those two were still eating the melons and did not notice him. You are stealing melons. Tianjia suddenly jumped out and shouted. When Dongjun quickly dropped the watermelon, turned, and pointed his shotgun at Tianjia. Tianjia was shocked. Do you need to bring a shotgun to steal melons? The dark muzzle was pointed at him, and his legs grew soft. Feng Yu quickly pushed the shotgun upwards. You crazy? How can you point the shotgun at people? When Dongjun laughed and said, it was not loaded. He then pulls the trigger to proof it. That is not right also. You look at Tianjia. He is so scared and is about to cry. Feng Yu put the shotgun down and walked to Tianjia. Wah! Tianjia began to cry. He was too scared and forgot to cry just now. Less than half a minute, Tianjia's small face was covered in tears. When Dongjun was stunned, he only wanted to frighten this little kid. Who knew that this kid will get so scared? When Dongjun was young, he even dares to light firecrackers in his hands. Don't cry. I was only joking with you. When Dongjun tried to comfort Tianjia. Wah, wah. Tianjia was still crying. When Dongjun began to panic. If Tianjia complained to his dad, he will get a beating. Stop crying. Tell me, what do you want? When Dongjun said impatiently, Daddy asked me to watch over the melons, and you smashed all the melons. Tianjia said while crying. Don't cry. I will pay for all these melons. I will give you 3 cents per half kg. All these melons, we will round off to 50 kilograms. I will give you 5 renminbi for these melons. When Dongjun took 5 renminbi from Feng Yu and put it into Tianjia's hands, Feng Yu turned to look at Wen Dongjun and thought, why do I need to pay? Forget it. It was also my idea to steal the melons. Tianjia stopped crying and hold on to the money with his small hands. No, you too are going to hunt. Take me along. Can you even lift this shotgun? Even if you are able to carry the shotgun, can you handle the recoil? Hurry and go back. We will be going off. When Dongjun replied. Suddenly, there was the sound of a vehicle coming. Not good. Uncle Tian was back from selling melons. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun looked at each other and started running. This was not the time to think about hunting or picking mushrooms. They ran back to their car. In the afternoon, Tianjia and his father went to Feng Yu home. After listening to the whole story, Feng Xingtai kept apologizing to them and beat up Feng Yu with the feather duster. After Tianjia and his father left, Feng Yu laid down on the sofa and let his father apply medicine on him. Feng Yu felt he was innocent. He did not bully Tianjia, and the 5 RMB was from his pocket. Why must he compensate them again? That little brat must have pocketed 5 RMB. But the next day, Feng Yu felt much better after he saw Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun was hung up and beaten by his father with willow branches. He was also slapped repeatedly till his nose bled. See if he still dares to point a gun at others. Most importantly, Wen Dongjun's mother did not stop his father this time and also helped to beat their son together. The couple had a good time playing mixed doubles. They even broke a few willow branches. You think you got into the 3rd high school in the city and you can do whatever you want? If your character is not good, no matter how much you studied, is also no use. Both of the shotguns from both families were smashed, and it seemed that they would never go hunting again. The next day, Li Shiqiang called and said that the cars were ready. There were even people asking about the prices. He needs Feng Yu back at Bing City. Feng Yu finally found an excuse to escape from the farm. He got to stay away from this idiot Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun always get him into trouble. Translator notes, pointing a gun, loaded or not, at anyone is not right. In fact, guns should only be used under the supervision of a responsible adult. Although Wen Dongjun is an idiot who does things without using his brains, he is still Feng Yu's best friend. Xiaoyu, you are finally back. What is the selling price of these cars? There are several people asking about the price of the cars. Li Shiqiang said. Have they left their contact details? Feng Yu asked. Yes, but why you don't allow us to sell? Won't the value of the cars depreciate if we hold on to them? Li Shiqiang asked. Feng Yu glanced at Li Shiqiang and said, who said that? Didn't those people offer a price for those cars? Are the prices they offered very high? I guarantee that the prices will be even higher within 3 days. According to Feng Yu's request, every model of the cars must have one that was refurbished. Feng Yu wants to push the selling price of these cars up. What were the luxury cars in China now? 2 brands, Mercedes-Benz and BMW, had just gained some popularity in China. Toyota's popularity was also increased from the south to the north. The most popular model is the Toyota Crown. The brand recognition of other automobile brands in China was still relatively low. Although there were some luxury cars in China, there were not many people who knew about them. For example, other than Rolls-Royce, which was still a bit well-known, the other British luxury cars which Feng Yu imported were still relatively not known to many. Majority of the rich people in China now were newly rich tycoons who had not much education and liked to compare and show off extravagantly. But there were only a small number of imported cars in China. Many times, they can't even get their hands on one imported cars even if they had the money. Furthermore, there were a large number of those tycoons who were just rich, but not particularly rich. These people desperately need a good car to show off their status, and they can't afford imported new cars. This is the market segment which Feng Yu wants to target. Those who know how to drive come over. Your job for the next few days will be stationed outside of those big hotels and companies. Go there and brag. Feng Yu said. Everyone was stunned. What type of work is this? Today, two very special cars appeared at the entrance of the Bing City Hotel. The cars were very eye-catching and very low. One blue and one red. Everyone that walked past couldn't help but take a second look at them. The two drivers got down from the car and got into an argument. How you drive? Do you know how to drive? My car is worth more than 1 million RMB. Jaguar. Have you ever heard of Jaguar? Can you afford it? A young man wearing big sunglasses came down from the blue car and pushed the young man from the red car. The young man had deliberately mentioned Jaguar twice loudly. You think you are the only one who drives a good car? My car is also more than 1 million RMB. Lotus. Lotus sports car. Do you know about Lotus? The red car's driver retorted loudly. Mine is a sports car. If I step on the accelerator, you can only see my tail light. The Jaguar driver said. Lies, you carry on lying. I still have not seen any cars that can outrun my car on the streets of Bing City. Not happy. How about a race? The Lotus driver said. Sure. You think I am scared of you? The Jaguar driver replied. These two drivers turned, got into their cars and started their engines at the same time. Swish, and suddenly they were gone. Wow. The onlookers gasped in shock. These cars were really fast. No wonder it cost more than 1 million. But none of them noticed that neither of the cars had any license plate. Buy a car for more than 1 million renminbi? If one had so much money, he can deposit in the bank and interest alone can allow him to last his whole lifetime. Just then, a big boss came out of the hotel, pointed to the direction of those two cars, and asked his followers, What cars are those? Quite fast. Even faster than my Volga. Boss, I don't know too. I will go and ask. His follower replied. The follower came back after a while and told his boss the name of those two cars. Jaguar and Lotus. Both are sports cars. Sports cars? Sounds like the cars are fast. Go and find out where can I buy one and how much are they selling. The boss said. The same thing happened at many high-end places. The cars were cars which were not heard or seen before. But these cars were very beautiful. Some looked elegant, some looked prestigious, some luxurious, and some were domineering. And these cars were not seen before in Bing City. But from the arguments between the drivers, they learned that these cars were all imported luxury cars and very expensive. There were some who liked to show off, sent people to ask around. They wanted to know who owns these cars and where to buy them. If they were the ones who drove these cars around, others will know that they were rich. For 3 consecutive days, Feng Yu sent his staff out in the afternoons and evenings to promote his cars. On the 3rd night, someone finally, accidentally, mentioned that Taihua Trading Company was selling these cars. Taihua Trading Company. All the people who wanted to buy these cars were looking for Taihua Trading. News in their circles spread. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are nothing. These are British cars. You know the Queen? The Queen who had sat face to face and argued with the Great One? She also sits in this car. Is this Taihua Trading? Who are you looking for? Wu Jigang asked. I am the general manager of Din Tai Garment Factory, Zhao Dintai. This is my business card. Zhao Dintai said. Clothing factory? We don't buy clothes. Wu Jigang said and tried to show Zhao Dintai out. I'm not here to sell clothes. I heard that your company have British cars. Can you show me? Zhao Dintai replied. How did you know? But the quantity is not many and many people are looking at them now. You gotta wait for them to finish first. Wu Jigang said. Please, brother. I am in a hurry to buy one. I can give cash. Zhao Dintai said. The day before yesterday, he had some business negotiations with a neighboring province boss and the boss took a look at his car, an FSO, Fabrica Samikodao Osaboic, and left. The boss said that Zhao Dintai cannot even afford a decent car, which also means that he was not financially stable. That boss was only driving a domestic-produced Audi 100. Zhao Dintai had heard that Taihua Trading have a batch of imported, almost new second-hand luxury cars. These cars, after refurbishments, looks exactly just like new. If he bought an imported luxury second-hand car, and who will know if he did not say that the car was second-hand? This way, when others look at the car he drove, they will know that his company is doing very well. People don't know the brand of this car. It doesn't matter, as long as he accidentally mentioned that the car is more than 1,000,000 RMB. Wu Jigang brought Zhao Dintai to the motor factory. Feng Yu had instructed them to bring these people there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. Let these people know that there are many others who were interested in their cars. This was to prevent these people from bargaining. At first, many of them, like Zhao Dintai, wanted to negotiate about the price. A used car for more than 500,000 renminbi? But Taihua Trading Company's staff were firm. If you are not willing to buy, there will be others who are willing to pay this price. These people also test drive the cars, and they themselves know the condition of the cars. They look at the attitude of Taihua Trading. Taihua Trading was being very firm with their prices and confident of the quality of these cars. Forget it. No point trying to bargaining. These cars were still much cheaper than an imported Mercedes, and the handling was really good. Also, the exterior looks new. Who will know that these cars were second-hand? Just like this, the 8 people gathered on the first day bought the cars. Taihua Trading Company's account got 4 million renminbi cash. The next day, they sold 7 cars, and the third day 5 cars. The rest, including the several Toyota Crowns, were sold on the 4th day. However, Feng Yu kept one Land Rover for himself. Seeing his business was so good, Feng Yu immediately called Kirilenko to ask him, when can the second batch of cars arrive? When Kirilenko learned that Feng Yu had sold all 30 cars in less than a month, he was shocked. He was still in the process of acquiring the second batch of cars. There were not a lot of British luxury cars around Moscow. According to Kirilenko, the most he can acquire was another 100 cars, and this was still under the name of the Soviet Union Army. Otherwise, he might not even acquire so many cars. Feng Yu was not satisfied. He wanted to earn 1 billion RMB with this used car business. Now, it seems that after deducting the cost, taxes, etc., the most he can earn was 10 million renminbi. If others knew what Feng Yu was thinking, they would have vomit blood. 10 million renminbi was still considered little? Now, there was not even a lot of millionaires in China. There was also good news. Kirilenko and his partners must have made a lot of money. This month, they wanted 1 million rubles worth of goods. Feng Yu had already asked Li Shiqiang to contact the suppliers. With Li Shiqiang around, Feng Yu can just throw all these tasks to him. However, this good mood did not last, and trouble came knocking on Feng Yu's doors. At first, Feng Yu thought it was from the government officials. Could it be the government does not allow him to do second-hand car business? But after listening to his staffs, he got the whole story. There were some people who wanted to buy their cars, but all their cars were sold. Why bother him with these small matters? Just tell these people that the cars were sold out, and they have to wait for a month. Although Feng Yu was grumbling in his heart, he still drove to the company. He wanted to see who this arrogant customer was. He wanted to show his staff how he handles this type of customer. At the company, he noticed some things were off. How come there were so many people and his staffs were so scared? His staffs were children of the workers in the motor factory. Since young, they had been causing troubles and fighting. What were they frightened off? Wu Jigang, what's going on? Feng Yu asked. So you are their boss? Feng Yu. An arrogant voice came out. Feng Yu turned and saw the one who spoke was sitting looked on a chair. This is too arrogant. My people were all standing, and you are seated on a chair? You think you own this place? You are. Feng Yu asked. You don't even know Master Song, and you dare to do business here in Bing City? A man standing behind the chair shouted. His tone sounded like there was no one in Bing City who didn't hear about Master Song. Feng Yu really do not know who is this Master Song. He had asked about all the leaders in Bing City and the province. He never heard of anyone with the surname Song. Wu Jigang moved to Feng Yu's side and whispered, Manager Feng, this is Song Xiaofeng. He is the nephew of Song Laosi. People called this Master Song as Longjiang #1 Young Master. You should have heard of Song Laosi. Song Laosi? Feng Yu was surprised. Song Laosi was a resounding figure in Bing City. He was one of the top 10 triad bosses in recent history. Many years after he was shot, there were still stories about him. Song Laosi was a common bricklayer and later, he did only demolition works. Using his violent methods to evict and demolish buildings, he quickly gathered a group of followers. He now monopolized all demolition works, and even construction projects also needed his approval. If he does not approve, no buildings can be built. The most famous rumor about Song Laosi was that when he began to do demolition, the residents are unwilling to relocate. Song Laosi gathered those residents together and in front of them, chopped off his own little finger. He then told the residents, if any of them was able to do what he just did, they do not need to relocate. The residents were shocked. No one muttered a single word, and the relocation and demolition works were quickly completed. Song Laosi's reputation quickly spread. Relying on his men and ruthless ways of doing things, he chased many demolition companies away. During every fight, Song Laosi was always at the front and he was detained multiple times. But every time he was released, he became more popular and arrogant. Later on, he hooked up some connections with the city's government officials, and from then, no one dares to provoke him. After Song Laosi got rich, he had a second legend about him, tearing down old houses every day and being a groom every night. Rumors said that Song Laosi was a lecher. When he saw a woman he fancied on the streets, he would directly pull that woman into his car and rape her on the spot. After the deed was done, he would throw the woman and a stack of money off his car. A lot of women dare not to speak up, but there were some women who report to the police, and the outcome was always insufficient evidence or someone taking the rap for Song Laosi. Those that reported him ended up with broken bones, and their families were not spared too. There were many other rumors about Song Laosi. For example, some said that his followers dared to shoot people, and Song Laosi owned more than 100 hunting rifles. Although these rumors were a bit exaggerated, Song Laosi was no doubt the biggest boss of the northeast provinces. This Song Xiaofeng was Song Laosi's only nephew. Song Laosi also does not have any sons, and he will be passing his territory to him in future. No wonder this Song Xiaofeng was so arrogant. Feng Yu suddenly smiled and warmly walked over to Song Xiaofeng. He held Song Xiaofeng's hand and said, I humbly welcome Master Song. If you need anything, you can just pass a message. You don't need to come down in person. It was not Feng Yu eating the humbly pie. If he remembered correctly, in another 2 months' time, there will be a gang clash between Song Laosi and another Bing City gang. Song Laosi did not die from this clash, but his nephew passed away in the clash. With someone about to die, Feng Yu don't mind being humble. Song Xiaofeng nodded his head. Everyone in Bing City had to give him face. He had come down to this small trading company and waited for half an hour. But since this kid was so humble, he decided to let it go. I heard your company are selling sports cars? I want the one which the logo is a leopard. Song Xiaofeng asked. That brand is called Jaguar. British manufactured and was the favorite with the British royalties. You like that car? But all my cars were second-hand. Feng Yu replied and deliberately stressed that he was selling used cars. With Song Laosi's status, Song Xiaofeng still need to buy second-hand cars? What's second-hand or first-hand? You think I care about this? New cars need to book and will take a few months before the car is delivered. You give me a second-hand Jaguar now. Don't worry, I will pay you. Song Xiaofeng said. Master Song can't wait? But all my cars were sold out. The earliest I can get you the car is about 2 weeks later. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu doesn't care who the cars were sold to. If he had any cars in hand, he will definitely sell to this short-lived Master Song. Feng Yu was not ready to confront Song Laosi. There will be someone else to deal with him. 2 years later, Song Laosi will be caught and sentenced to death by the firing squad. Feng Yu just want to keep a low profile and build his own empire. But the biggest problem Feng Yu faced was that he had no car now. If this Master Song had said so earlier, he would have kept a good car for him. I come to you for the car, and you must give me the car I want. Song Xiaofeng shouted. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed and his expression turned back to normal. He continued to smile and said, People always praise Master C. Feng Yu is referring to Song Laosi for having loyalty and will never suppress normal commoners. Seems like these rumors were false. You dare to speak ill of my uncle? Song Xiaofeng suddenly stood up and grabbed Feng Yu by the collar. If you want a car, you have to wait. There is nothing I can do if all my cars were sold. However, I still have a Land Rover. If Master Song doesn't mind, I can give it to you in exchange for a promise. Feng Yu said calmly. Ha. You are an interesting young man. You got guts. But you were said was right. We, from Zhonghua Company, are reasonable people. Where's the Rover car? I would like to see if it is worth a promise for me, Song Xiaofeng said. Song Xiaofeng was influenced by Song Laosi and spoke like a gangster. Song Laosi had always taught him to be reasonable to others. But if the other party doesn't listen to their reasons, then use fists, knives, and guns to speak to them. Since this Feng Yu was being so reasonable, and even want to give him a car, he will not beat Feng Yu up. Here it is. Feng Yu pointed to the Land Rover parked outside the door. This Land Rover looks nicer than the Jeep, but it is still a big Jeep. Why should I drive this car? Since you don't have any sports cars, then get me a luxury car. I heard you are able to get Rolls-Royce. Don't tell me you are keeping the Rolls-Royce for yourself. Song Xiaofeng asked. Big Jeep? Land Rover really can be considered as big Jeeps. But this Jeep is not for the average people. In the United Kingdom, only the royal guards can drive this Land Rover. This Land Rover is very sturdy. Master Song is driving a BMW, right? I bet you if these two cars collided, the BMW will fall apart and the Land Rover will just get scratches. Feng Yu said, Are you serious? Song Xiaofeng asked. If the Land Rover was really so sturdy, he would want to get one. The last time he went to catch a rival boss, his car was crashed by his rival and the rival boss escaped. If he were to encounter such incident again, he will just drive the Land Rover head-on. You? Go and try if this car is really so sturdy. Song Xiaofeng handed the key to one of his followers standing behind. Crash. Feng Yu's heart skipped a beat. This F-King madman. Song Xiaofeng asked his follower to drive the Land Rover into Tai Hua Trading's rented warehouse, Big Iron Gate. Luckily, Feng Yu intended to dive this Land Rover, and he had reinforced the front bumper deliberately. The Land Rover was really unscathed from the crash. Ha. Good car. This is a really good car. I will accept it. What promise do you want from me? Song Xiaofeng said happily. He decided to accept the Land Rover without hesitation. Feng Yu pointed to his staffs and said, These are my staffs. I hope that if they inadvertently offended Master C or Master Song's followers in future, you will go lightly on them. Song Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and asked, Only this? He thought Feng Yu would have what difficult conditions. He never expects that Feng Yu only wanted some protection from him. If Feng Yu don't provoke them, they are also lazy to create trouble for Feng Yu. That's it. Master Song, you agree? Feng Yu replied. No problem. There is a newly opened nightclub not far from here. I will treat you tonight. Song Xiaofeng said. Song Laosi liked to go to nightclubs, bar and other places. Song Xiaofeng used to go with him to such places, and he had got used to these places. Master Song, I don't know how to dance. Feng Yu said. You are rejecting me? Song Xiaofeng sneered. No one in Bing City can reject his invitation. No, I really don't know how to dance. Okay, I will be there. Feng Yu replied. Ha, that's right. You guys will go too. 7 o'clock today. I will buy you all drinks. Song Xiaofeng said happily. After Song Xiaofeng and his men left, Wu Jigang and the rest crowded around Feng Yu. Manager Feng, we should be mixing around with this kind of person. Song Laosi did all sorts of bad things and will definitely be shot if he was caught. This Song Xiaofeng is also not a good person. This will affect the company. Wu Jigang said. Feng Yu waved his hand to stop Wu Jigang. Feng Yu also know about this, but can he really not go? These people are lawless and they even dare to beat up government officials. Feng Yu is just a small businessman. Feng Yu is starting to miss his previous life. At least, his previous life was a much safer place, and there were not many triads around. But since Song Laosi and his nephew were not far from death, Feng Yu will just stay low and let them do whatever they want. We will just go and play tonight. Just treat it as some form of relaxation. But don't mix with them too much. Treat them as strangers. This Land Rover in exchange for a peace of mind. At least, if you guys inadvertently offended their gang members, we can look for Song Xiaofeng for help. Feng Yu said. After dinner, Feng Yu and his staff went to the nightclub. Song Xiaofeng's men had been waiting at the door. They had bought the 10 renminbi tickets for them, and when Feng Yu arrived, they were lead inside. This nightclub was much better than what Feng Yu imagined. He could see hints of the future nightclubs in his previous life. There were long rotating lights, mirror reflective ball, scanning lights, lantern chain, mushroom lights, UFO lights, and strobe lights. There were many sofas surrounding the dance floor and stage. There was also a live band and dance performances on the stage. Many young men and women were dancing on the dance floor. At one corner, there was a bar counter selling drinks and finger food. Song Xiaofeng was sitting in a corner. There were many empty sofas beside him. No one dares to sit near to him. Come, sit down. Just order what you want. Today I am buying. Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Yu was very uncomfortable. The Land Rover was worth at least a few 100,000 RMB. Treating them to drinks and food here only cost a few hundred RMB. Song Xiaofeng was still acting generously now. Go and dance. I will sit here for a while. Feng Yu told his staffs. Feng Yu was not very fond of such noisy places, especially the dance floor. So, he was not interested in joining them. He asked for a glass of orange juice and drank slowly. A heavy makeup girl suddenly sat beside Feng Yu and held on to Feng Yu's arms. Why are you sitting here? Come and dance with me. Feng Yu pulled his hand from her and said, You go and dance. I don't know how to dance. It's easy. You just twist about. I will teach you. The girl pulled Feng Yu's hand again. Brother Feng, you must be open at this sort of places. You don't like this girl? Never mind. Just tell me which girl you like, and I will bring her over. Song Xiaofeng said while hugging a girl. The girl beside Feng Yu looked at him imploringly. Master Song had asked her to accompany Feng Yu, and if she does not do a good job, the consequence will be dire. Feng Yu sighed and put his hands around the girl's shoulders. Master Song, this girl is fine for me. I will drink something first, and then dance later. The girl beside Feng Yu is just a teenager. At her age, she should be still schooling and not be here. It seems that there was no difference in these types of places between now and the future years. Brother, it will be dancing in the dark soon. Come and dance with me. The girl said to Feng Yu. Notes: airbags were only installed in cars after 1988. Europe's earlier models of Mercedes-Benz were the first few models to be installed with airbags. Dancing in the dark? Feng Yu was not interested in dancing, but when he heard dancing in the dark, it sounds interesting to him. The girl pulled Feng Yu to the dance floor. Seeing Feng Yu followed the girl to the dance floor, Song Xiaofeng smiled. He had not seen any guys who didn't like dancing in the dark. Song Xiaofeng also pulls the girl beside him and headed towards the dance floor. The girl placed Feng Yu's hands on her waist and her hands on the Feng Yu's shoulder. The girl was not tall, and she needs to tilt her head upwards to look at Feng Yu. Both of them danced slowly on the dance floor. Feng Yu was looking around, and everyone was in the same position as them. So, this is dancing in the dark? What's your name? Feng Yu asked. You can call me Yuan, and I will call you brother, okay? She looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent. The music suddenly changed and the lights on the dance floor slowly became dim. There was only strobe lights, one dim and one bright. Brother, let's dance. Yuan said. Yuan stepped back, held Feng Yu's hands, and starts to twist her body. To say this was dancing, in fact, it was just randomly twisting and turning their bodies. Feng Yu was also affected by the surrounding atmosphere and began to twist his body. Feng Yu had been exercising, and compared to him in his previous life, he was healthier and stronger. Feng Yu remembered some dance moves he saw in his previous life. Although those were not complicated dance moves, Feng Yu seems natural and confident. Brother, you dance very well. Yuan said. You are also a good dancer. I don't know how to dance. I am just a beginner. Feng Yu said modestly. But in his heart, he wanted Yuan to carry on praising him. After 5 minutes, Feng Yu started to become a bit breathless and sweaty. Yuan had already stopped dancing a long time ago, but Feng Yu was still dancing, and she dared not to go off. Yuan, we had danced for a while. I'm tired. Let's go and drink some juice. Feng Yu said. The music changed again. This time, it was classical jazz. The strobe lights suddenly stopped flashing, and there were only some dim lights on top. The visibility was only about 1 meter. Yuan suddenly pulled Feng Yu's hands and came close to Feng Yu. Feng Yu still don't know what's going on, and soon, the lights became dimmer till they were all out. Feng Yu felt a soft body leaning against his chest and a pair of arms hugging him around his waist. Brother, this is the dancing in the dark. Yuan said softly. The voice of Yuan sounded in his ear and exhaled her hot breath. What surprised Feng Yu the most was Yuan placed Feng Yu's hands from her waist to her butt. Feng Yu's hands became stiff and he moved his hands back to her waist. In both his lifetimes, he still had not experienced something like this. Brother, am I not pretty? She felt Feng Yu's hand move away and couldn't help asking Feng Yu. No, I am just not used to this. Feng Yu replied. Brother, you listen carefully to your surroundings. Listen carefully. Yuan whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Feng Yu heard the sound of rubbing and moaning all around him. Those who came here for dancing in the dark were mostly couples, those looking for excitements, and there were also some hostesses. When the lights were off and everyone was out of sight, all the men were no longer restrained. These men really wished that they were born with 4 hands. The women, who were willing to dance in the dark with these men, were used to these touching and rubbings. Maybe there were not any real actions happening there, but there will definitely some touching here and there. It was summertime, and everyone don't wear much clothing. Most of the women were wearing skirts and dresses, giving these men easy access. In less than a minute, Feng Yu heard some heavy panting. Perhaps some couples were doing more than kissing. These sounds stimulated Feng Yu. Just by listening to these sounds was unbearable to him. Not to mention, he was still hugging a young girl. Yuan suddenly placed her small hands under Feng Yu's shirt and started to caress his back. "Brother, I am wearing a short skirt and my top is loose. You can place your hands under my top," Yuan said. This was no longer hinting. This was an invitation. Feng Yu can no longer control himself. His hands slowly moved under her top. Yuan was leaning her head on Feng Yu's shoulder, and a soft moan came out from her mouth. Feng Yu can feel the heat from her breath through his clothes. Feng Yu's hands slowly probed upwards. Although Yuan was still a teenager and her body was not fully developed, she still has a shapely body. She was not wearing a bra. Feng Yu's hand moved upwards and there was no obstruction. Seems like Yuan was prepared when she came here. Song Xiaofeng had asked her to accompany Feng Yu and to give him a good time. She dares not go against his order. Her skirt was soon raised up by Feng Yu. His hand was caressing and squeezing her butt. Yuan's but was very smooth, and Feng Yu can't take his hands off her. Everyone around was doing the same thing. Some even moaned loudly. The sounds from around him and the temptations from Yuan were stimulating Feng Yu even more. "Brother, I think you are uncomfortable. I will help you unzip," Yuan whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Before Feng Yu can refuse, Yuan unzipped Feng Yu, and her small hand snaked her way into his pants and inside his underwear. Feng Yu could not help but stepped back and accidentally brushed against others. No, it was not brushed against someone. Feng Yu had accidentally brushed against someone's head with his butt. The people behind were. Yuan's hands were very gentle and skillfully slid into Feng Yu's underwear from the waistbands. Yuan, let's stop now. If they turn on the lights, others can see what we are doing." Feng Yu tried to stop Yuan. "Brother, dancing in the dark normally will last for about half an hour, and before they switch on the lights, the music will stop first. No one can see," Yuan replied. Yuan was so familiar with this. It seems that this was not the first time she came here to dance in the dark. "Why are you here? Why are you not at school?" Feng Yu asked suddenly. "Why are you talking about this now? Besides, I need to be able to pass my exams if I were to be admitted to a school. Furthermore, my family cannot afford to send me to school," Yuan replied. Feng Yu was tongue-tied. He didn't know what to see at that moment. Yuan suddenly turned around with her back leaning against Feng Yu. She tiptoed and used her thighs to clamp Feng Yu's manhood. She then slowly moved her perky but to the music. "Brother, you are still not coming? Or should I use my mouth to help you?" Yuan asked. There was such service in this era. A groan escaped from Feng Yu. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea to come to the nightclub today. With a more than 40-year-old mind and a teenager's body, it was impossible for Feng Yu to reject Yuan. Lina was still young, and Feng Yu does not intend to touch her now. But today, things had escalated to this point. Feng Yu was reluctant to push Yuan away. When Feng Yu finally pressed Yuan's head against him, he shivered and jerked a few times. Yuan slowly stood up and helped Feng Yu tidy up his clothes. Just then, the music stopped. Feng Yu took out a 10 renminbi note from his pocket and gave to Yuan. "You go and play yourself. I will chat with my friends for a while." Feng Yu was in a good mood. He thought that this Song Xiaofeng was actually not bad. If not for Song Xiaofeng dying soon, they might even become friends. After all, Song Xiaofeng was the first person to invite him to such places. When Feng Yu went back to the sofa, he saw Yuan waving the 10 RMB note proudly at Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu's good mood was instantly gone. "Ha, brother Feng, they made a bet with me just now. I said that you were someone with strong determination and will not submit to their temptations. But it seems like they were right. Men are all the same. Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Yu smiled and said, yes. Men are all the same. How can you compare yourself to Master Song? He came here as only to drink and dance. If he wants to play, we will get to a hotel later. The girl sitting beside Song Xiaofeng said arrogantly, brother, was it comfortable? Do you want me to accompany at night? Yuan asked happily and stretched out her hands to touch Feng Yu's face. Feng Yu's face turned red. He had never expected that with his 40-year-old mind, and yet he was fooled by a teenage girl. Feng Yu find this humiliation harder to swallow than someone spitting on his face. Fortunately, the rest of the company did not come over or perhaps still do not know what happens. If they were to know what happened, the trust and respect towards Feng Yu will be gone. Feng Yu had thought that Yuan was some pitiful girl who must do such things at this age to survive, but it seems Feng Yu was wrong. Yuan was actually proud of what she did to Feng Yu and even made fun of Feng Yu. Feng Yu had some good feelings towards Yuan, but it was gone in an instant. Master Song, I am tired from dancing. I want to go back first. Feng Yu pushed away Yuan and wanted to leave that place. So early? It seems that you are not as fit as what you appear to be. Yuan said. She was still making fun of Feng Yu. Song Xiaofeng and his girl also laughed loudly. Song Xiaofeng asked, brother Feng, do you want to eat some good stuff to increase your stamina? Feng Yu replied, I got something on in the morning. I need to go off first. Feng Yu got up to leave. He wants to go back and think of the ways to get evidence against this Song Xiaofeng and let him go to jail for the rest of his life. But Song Laosi was good friends with the police chief from the city. So, it will not be easy to touch him. Wait, did I say that you can go? I am still here, and yet you are leaving? Are you disrespecting me? Song Xiaofeng said arrogantly. Master Song, what do you want? Feng Yu asked. Nothing much. Today, I had treated you to food, drinks, and even get you a girl. Don't you think you should give something in return? Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Yu thought, FCK. Today you took my Land Rover which was worth more than 500,000 renminbi. 500,000 renminbi. There are lots of people who can never make 500,000 renminbi in their whole life. The drinks and dance were only worth a few hundred RMB. Got me a girl, or got me a girl to humiliate me? Okay, today is my treat. Here is 1,000 renminbi, Feng Yu said. Feng Yu had afraid that things will go wrong, so he brought more money. He needs to get out of this place and find a way to get back at Song Xiaofeng. Brother Feng, what do you mean by this? How can I ask you to pay? Song Xiaofeng asked. Feng Yu's heart sank. 1,000 renminbi was too little. This was too much. Master Song, what do you mean? Feng Yu replied. Nothing much. Recently, my company is not very busy. My staffs had nothing much to do. I heard that Tai Hua Trading's businesses were not bad. I intend to ask my staffs to go over to help you. You don't need to thank me. Your company have 10 staffs? I will also send 10 staffs over to help you. Then the profits we will share 50 to 50. Isn't this fair? Song Xiaofeng replied. Sure enough, this was Song Xiaofeng's agenda for this invitation. He wanted Feng Yu to give him half of his profits. Without coming out with a single cent and wants to spill half of his profits? Impossible. But Song Laosi's men were all used to using violence to settle things. Even weapons were used, and people had been disabled, and some even disappeared. If Feng Yu does not agree, this Song Xiaofeng will be going to use force on Feng Yu. Initially, Feng Yu intended to wait for 2 months. This Song Xiaofeng will be killed by Song Laosi's enemies anyway. But now, Feng Yu changed his mind. This Song Xiaofeng was digging his own grave. Took his car, humiliated him, and now want to take away his goose, which lays golden eggs. Feng Yu can no longer tolerate him. Master Song, send your men to my company tomorrow. We can discuss further. Feng Yu said. Ha. Good. Here, let me offer you a toast. Song Xiaofeng said happily. Feng Yu finished a mug of beer. Very good. Brother Feng, one more mug. Toast to our business. Song Xiaofeng said. Song Xiaofeng is too much. Song Xiaofeng's actions lead to Feng Yu's face became gloomier. Feng Yu decided to fall out with Song Xiaofeng tomorrow, and he is not going to entertain Song Xiaofeng anymore. Master Song Les, I am a bit drunk. Tomorrow I will be at my company waiting for you. Feng Yu said and stood up. Feng Yu got up and went out. Wu Jigang and the rest of his staffs followed. The smile on Song Xiaofeng's disappeared, and he threw the mug he was holding onto the ground. The girl beside him was startled. She tried to wipe the beer on Song Xiaofeng's clothes with her hands. Get lost. Song Xiaofeng shouted. Song Xiaofeng kicked the girl. The girl sat on the ground, but she did not dare to go off. Instead, she crawled back and continued to help Song wipe his trousers. Master Song, do we need to teach this Feng Yu a lesson? His company only had so few people. Tomorrow I will bring a group of people over and smash up his company. If he still doesn't relent, we can burn down his company. One of Song Xiaofeng's followers came over and said, Nonsense. We own this company too. Tomorrow send someone over to negotiate. We are able to get quite a big sum of money every month from them. This type of smart people who can make money must be pulled over to our side. If he is disabled or died, who is going to make money for us? Song Xiaofeng said. Master Song is right. So I will go over tomorrow, the follower asked. Okay, you will go? I trust your ability. Song Xiaofeng nodded and turned to the girls. Go to the hotel. I will teach you all a lesson today. We were all waiting for Master Song to punish us. The girls laughed. After leaving the ballroom, Li Shiqiang walked over and asked, Xiaoyu, I saw you and Song Xiaofeng quarreled. This Song family are crazy. You have to be careful. Crazy? One might be afraid of a living madman, but a dead madman? It is not so scary. Brotherly, I remembered our company's warehouse is located in crippled Wang's territory. Feng Yu remembered that in Bing City, there were another 2 gangs around. Although these 2 gangs were not as powerful as Song Laosi, they were not afraid of them. According to what was about to happen from Feng Yu's previous life, Song Laosi's nephew was killed by crippled Wang in 2 years' time. Now, Feng Yu wants to bring forward this event. In Bing City, other than Song Laosi, there were 2 other forces. The 2 forces were crippled Wang and Brother Ku. Song Laosi mainly does demolition business. Crippled Wang focuses on nightclubs, bars, and massage parlors. Brother Ku's business was mainly gambling. These 3 gangs had lots of men. There were rumors that they even had hitmen, and they owned more than 90% of the hunting rifles and pistols in Bing City. Ironically, it was also because of them the law and order were much better than before. Normally, these 3 gangs were at peace with each other. But since the beginning of last year, Song Laosi started to frequent nightclubs and bars. To cripple Wang, there was a sign of Song Laosi stepping into his territory. Although cripple Wang was crippled, he had a large number of ruthless people under him, and he was also not afraid of Song Laosi. If Song Laosi wants to be the biggest boss in Bing City, he will have to eliminate cripple Wang and Brother Ku. Now, Brother Ku was being neutral. He does not mention anything about surrendering to Song Laosi, and he was not willing to have any confrontation. But cripple Wang was not happy with Song Laosi. He wants to challenge Song Laosi. The grudges between these 2 were said to have started because of a cinema ticket seller. Both men had liked that cinema ticket seller, and when cripple Wang was about to make his move, Song Laosi sent his men to abduct that girl. After Song Laosi raped her, he gave her 10,000 renminbi and left. Cripple Wang felt insulted. The girl had told Song Laosi that she was cripple Wang's girl, and yet, Song Laosi still raped her. This was a slap to cripple Wang's face. Cripple Wang was also ruthless. He sent his men to kill Song Laosi's brother. This brother of Song Laosi was the only surviving brother of his. The rest of his family were killed by his other enemies long time ago. Of course, Song Laosi had his revenge on his enemies. Song Laosi had no concrete evidence that cripple Wang was the one who had instigated the killing of his brother. He also does not want to have a confrontation with cripple Wang. Especially he had his only surviving family member, Song Xiaofeng, by his side. Song Laosi intends to slowly erode cripple Wang's turf. But first, Song Laosi needs the support of Brother Ku. However, Brother Ku still remains as a neutral party. Feng Yu also did not know that it was cripple Song who had killed Song Laosi's last family member, Song Xiaofeng, in the future. There was another rumor that it was Brother Ku who had killed Song Xiaofeng and then framed cripple Wang. In any case, cripple Wang and Song Laosi were enemies. Feng Yu does not need to join cripple Wang's gang. All he needs to do was to create some coincidental events between both parties, and there will be an all-out war between the 2 fractions. These 3 bosses had an unspoken rule between them. They can have guns, but the other smaller gangs can't. They can fight and slash each other, but the other smaller gangs can't. They also seldom target the innocents. Instead of targeting these people, they even offered protection for them. In their words, these innocent people were for them to make money from. As such, these 3 bosses will help out if they encounter any problems. For example, Song Laosi had a business. 100,000 renminbi for a leg. As long as one has the money and the other party does not have any backings, Song Laosi will make sure that person will become crippled. This business also angered Cripple Wong. Although Cripple Wong's condition was due to congenital paralysis, he hates people calling him a crippled. Crippled Wong prefers everyone to call him Master Crutches. However, every time he met Song Laosi will purposely address him as Cripple Wong loudly. When Li Shiqiang and the rest learned of Feng Yu's plan to borrow the power of Cripple Wong, they tried to persuade Feng Yu to give up. Anyway, the Land Rover was given to Song Xiaofeng, and he had promised to create trouble for them at Taihua Trading. Feng Yu smiled and shook his head. This Song Xiaofeng will not be coming to create trouble for them. But instead, he wanted half of the company and money. If they were to give Song Xiaofeng half of the company's money, the company will close down. When Li Shiqiang and the rest heard this, they also can't accept this. Their days just have gotten better, and 2 days ago, Feng Yu had brought everyone lots of rice, flour, and cooking oil for everyone as company's reward. Now someone is taking away everything from them? Only Li Shiqiang does not think like that. He advised Feng Yu, "Xiao Yu, you can make use of Cripple Wong to drive Song Laosi away. But what if Cripple Wong turns around and bites you?" Feng Yu winked and said, "What if we did not ask Cripple Wong for help and he came over on his own accord?" Cripple Wong come over on his own accord? Li Shiqiang didn't get it. Feng Yu asked everyone to come over. Today they got to sleep later. They must plan well and let Cripple Wong come over to their company tomorrow. If Song Xiaofeng's men did not come over tomorrow, then it's fine. But if they really appear, then the fun will begin. Song Xiaofeng woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, he had 3 rounds with this girl. They only fall asleep in the early hours. Song Xiaofeng slapped the girl's butt and said, "Go out. I got things to do today. I will look for you another day." The girl got up and hurriedly got dressed. She doesn't even dare to wash up at the hotel and left. She knows that Song Xiaofeng was ruthless and she will be in big trouble. Song Xiaofeng gets unhappy. Although the girl was not paid for her services every time she accompanies Song Xiaofeng, she dare not reject him. Her only hope was for Song Xiaofeng to get a new target and forgets her. Song Xiaofeng washed up and ate his breakfast downstairs. His followers had been waiting at the door for him. "Good morning, Master Song." Good morning. Have Toad come back yet?" Toad was his follower which he had sent to Feng Yu's company. "Master Song, let's talk about it in the car," his follower said. Song Xiaofeng looked at this follower suspiciously. Did something happen to Toad? From Feng Yu's attitude yesterday, he doesn't seem to be the type that dares to go against him. In the car, the follower quickly said, "Master Song, both of Toad's legs were broken. He is not lying in the hospital. Who dares to touch my men? Call everyone here. We will now go and smash up that company." Song Xiaofeng shouted. He didn't expect Feng Yu to have this courage. "Master Song, I have not finished. Toad's legs were not broken by Feng Yu. It was Cripple Wong who did it." The follower said, "What? Cripple Wong? How did Toad offend Cripple Wong? Could it be that Toad did not pay for last night at the nightclub?" Song Xiaofeng asked. He was not afraid of his uncle, Song Laosi, and the police. But he was afraid of Cripple Wong. This Cripple Wong was someone who dares to go against his uncle, and he had lots of grudges with his uncle. Could it be that Cripple Wong intends to have an all-out war against Song Laosi? Of course, we paid yesterday. Old Master Song had instructed us to pay when we go to such places. We must not be looked down by others. Not only we got to pay, we got to give them more. The follower replied, "All right. Then why did Toad offend that Cripple Wong?" Song Xiaofeng asked. "I heard that Toad went to Taihua Trading this morning and was ready to collect the first sum of money from them. But he got into an argument with Feng Yu. Toad claims that he wants to break Feng Yu and make him a crippled for the rest of his life. Just happened, Cripple Wong walked past and heard what Toad said. Crippled Wong got angry and got 4 of his men to pin Toad down. Crippled Wong then personally used his iron clutches to break both of Toad's legs. Crippled Wong even announced that, in future, that warehouse area will be his territory and Song Laosi men are not allowed to enter there. Toad was the first example for the rest." The follower said, "Cripple Wong, we'll see about this." Cripple Wong was awoken early by his men early in the morning. His men had told him that Song Laosi's men had come into his territory to collect money. Cripple Wong did not really care. Both parties just had a talk, and Cripple Wong agreed to not go into construction and demolition businesses, while Song Laosi will not touch nightclubs, bars, and bath centers. But Cripple Wong did not expect Song Laosi men to come and collect money from a trading company. This made Cripple Wong unhappy. If everyone behaves like Song Laosi, the economy will collapse. It was not that Cripple Wong is worried about the economy. But if the economy collapsed, who will patronize his entertainment businesses? Cripple Wong's men explained the whole situation to him, and he found out that it was not Song Laosi, but Song Xiaofeng. If it was Song Laosi, Cripple Wong might let this matter go. But Song Xiaofeng was just a young punk, and him coming into Cripple Wong's territory to create trouble was a slap in his face. Cripple Wong also added that he was not sure if it was Song Laosi's idea. After all, Brother Ku had promised to stay out of all these and recognize Song Laosi's position as the leader in Bing City's underworld. Could this matter a form of testing by Song Laosi to see Cripple Wong's reaction? Cripple Wong was still hesitating. What if Song Laosi and Brother Ku join forces? He will be in big danger. But at this juncture, another Cripple Wong's man told him that Song Xiaofeng was at one of their nightclubs last night. Song Xiaofeng proclaimed loudly at the nightclub that if anyone dares to go against him, he will break anyone's legs and let the be a cripple for life. This sentence completely irritated Cripple Wong. There were only a few people who dared to call him cripple in Bing City and even the Longjiang province. He was afraid that his man had heard wrongly, and he will end up with a reputation for bullying the young. Since his men had said that Song Xiaofeng will be going to Tai Hua Trading Company today, Cripple Wong will also make a trip there. If Song Xiaofeng were to apologize to him, he will let the matter rest. But Cripple Wong did not expect that he had just arrived at the door of the Tai Hua Trading Company. He heard someone shouting loudly about breaking one's legs and making him a cripple for life. He also heard rude remarks about him and said that sooner or later, he will be killed by Song Laosi. Cripple Wong's anger went out of control. He ignored the other guy's explanations and ordered his men to pin that guy down. Cripple Wong personally broke both of that guy's legs. Said that I am a cripple on crutches. I will let you be worse off than a crippled. I will make sure you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Toad woke up early in the morning. He will be representing Song Xiaofeng to go to Tai Hua Trading Company to take over 50% of the company's shares and make sure the future profits will go to Song Xiaofeng. However, at Tai Hua Trading Company, Toad heard from Feng Yu and the rest that they will be closing down the company. That means that Tai Hua Trading will not be providing Song Xiaofeng 50% of their profits. Toad was furious. He had promised Song Xiaofeng that he will get this matter done and will bring back the money. He thought to himself, fine, since you want to close down your company, then give us your last month profits. We got people working in the banks. We are able to check how much were their profits last month's. Little did he know that Feng Yu would be so stubborn today. Not only he refuses to pay Toad the last month profits, Feng Yu also said that he will not be giving Song Xiaofeng a single cent in future. Toad was furious. He pointed to Feng Yu and the rest of the staffs, swearing and cursing like what he used to. In the heat of the moment, Toad accidentally mentioned something about breaking their legs and making them cripples. Toad seldom said threats about breaking legs. But he was not scared. Even the police cannot do anything to him. But he was unlucky today. Cripple Wong just happened to be there. Just when he finished saying that sentence, Cripple Wong came rushing in and without any words, broke both of his legs. This time, Toad was finished. Not only he couldn't complete Song Xiaofeng's task, he also offended Cripple Wong. He was also unsure if Song Xiaofeng will help him get back at Cripple Wong. Even if Song Xiaofeng was willing to help him get his revenge, Song Xiaofeng was also no match for Cripple Wong. Since last night, Feng Yu had asked his men to spread rumors at many nightclubs. The rumors were recently, Song Xiaofeng likes to break people's legs and let them be crippled. 8 out of 10 nightclubs in Bing City were owned by Cripple Wong. These rumors can easily make their way to Cripple Wong's ears as his men were stationed at all these nightclubs. Wu Ji Gang and the staffs also exaggerated that Song Laosi will be taking over the whole of Bing City's underworld. Song Laosi will also be collecting protection fees from businesses in Bing City, and they were expanding their territory into Cripple Wong's area. Wu Ji Gang made sure Cripple Wong's men heard these rumors so that Cripple Wong gets to know about it. Early in the morning, Song Xiaofeng's man, Toad, came over. He had thought that everything will proceed smoothly and fast. But Feng Yu delayed his time by offering him cigarettes and tea. When Feng Yu heard that Cripple Wang had left his house, his attitude changed and rejected Song Xiaofeng's proposal. Feng Yu rejected to give them money straight in Toad's face. Sure enough, Toad was furious at that time. But if it wasn't for Feng Yu got more people at the company, Toad would have thrown the stool at Feng Yu. When Cripple Wang's car reaches the warehouse door, Feng Yu began to lead Toad to say the words he wanted him to say. I have 2 legs. Even if I offend Master Song, I am still able to run and hide. I am going to close my business now. What else can you all do to me? Feng Yu said to Toad. So what if you have 2 legs? I am telling you. Today you will have to agree to our terms, even if you are unwilling. Do you believe that I will break your legs and make you a cripple for the rest of your life once you step out of this door? Toad shouted. Even you break my legs. I can also be successful like Master Crutches. Feng Yu replied. Crutches your ass. You think this is Cripple Wang's territory and we don't dare to touch you? Let me tell you, Cripple Wang is also afraid of our old Master C. Maybe next time, there will not be any more Cripple Wang. You better. Who are you guys? What are you all doing? Crippled. Master Crutches? Toad shouted. Cripple Wang did not give Toad the opportunity to explain, and he directly asked his men to pin him down. He swung his iron crutches and break both of Toad's legs. He then instructs his men to throw Toad at Song Laosi territory. Now even a small fry from Song Laosi's gang dares to insult him. The rumors might be true. Seems like Song Laosi wants to swallow up his territory. You are from Taihua Trading Company? Who is the boss here? Cripple Wang asked while sitting on a chair. Good morning, Master Crutches. I am the person in charge of this company. You can call me Xiao Yu. Feng Yu said while passing a cigarette to Cripple Wang. Yo, so young and you are running a business? Not bad. What's your relationship with that guy just now? Cripple Wang asked. Feng Yu had reminded him of his past when he started his first business. That person was Song Xiaofeng's follower. Yesterday, Song Xiaofeng took a car from me and now, he wanted to take away my business. That was the reason we got into an argument just now. We had just started arguing and you arrived. Feng Yu replied. Well, rest assured. This area is my territory. I will take care of you. Song Laosi will not come again. You just mind your own business and earn as much as you can. If there are people who don't follow rules and force you to do businesses against your wishes, you can come and look for me. In your free time, visit my nightclubs more often. Young people should frequent such places more. Cripple Wang said. Cripple Wang left, and Feng Yu and his staffs were relieved. This Cripple Wang was the same as the rumors. Although he was a gangster, he will not suppress ordinary folks and other businessmen. He only focuses on his entertainment outlets. From the incidents that happened today, the war between Song Laosi and Cripple Wang looks set to begin. Feng Yu instructed everyone to not go out for the coming weeks. If they have nothing to do, stay in the company or at home. His staffs were the family members of the motor factory, and they stayed at the factory's dormitory. Song Laosi doesn't dare to go to their dormitory to create trouble. The dormitory had security guards, and there were those jobless young lads, which numbered close to 100 staying there. These young lads were fierce when it comes to fighting. Also, the motor factory produces products for the military and had close ties with the military. Song Laosi dared not to offend the military. Feng Yu also went back to his apartment in the city to avoid Song Xiaofeng's revenge. Feng Yu believed that the crippled king will start the war soon. When that happens, Feng Yu will find ways to report this matter in the newspaper for the higher authorities to take note of this matter. After Cripple Wang crippled Toad, he was still not satisfied. He waited for Song Laosi to give him an answer for his men's actions, but to no avail. However, Song Laosi was still in the dark of what had happened. Song Xiaofeng had kept this matter from him. Toad had been by Song Xiaofeng's side all this while, and if Song Xiaofeng didn't report this matter, Song Laosi also won't know. Song Laosi was not a low-key person. He had built a large villa in Jiangbei last year. The villa was more than 1,000 SQ/m, and the construction cost alone were more than 5 million renminbi. There was ballroom, bar, chess rooms, saunas, gym, etc. in his villa. With the renovation costs included in, the total cost for the villa was astronomical. Song Laosi was playing mahjong with 3 other triad bosses from other provinces at his villa when someone entered the room. Song Laosi looked up and saw his nephew Song Xiaofeng entering the room. Xiaofeng, come over and meet your uncles. Song Laosi waved. Song Xiaofeng greeted Song Laosi's friends obediently and stood behind Song Laosi. Song Laosi saw Song Xiaofeng's actions, and he knew that Song Xiaofeng had something to tell him. Guangjing, come and play for me. I am going to the toilet, Song Laosi said to his right-hand man. Song Laosi's right-hand man sat down at the mahjong table while Song Laosi left the room with Song Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, today so many uncles came to see me. You should be happy for me, Song Laosi said. Song Laosi was very happy. These triad bosses came to see him today means that they had acknowledged him as the underworld leader in Longjiang province. He will be the one and only triad boss of the whole province soon. Uncle, Toad's legs were broken today, Song Xiaofeng said. Toad, the one who had been following you? Who did this to him? Song Laosi's face changed. It doesn't matter if Toad was in the right or wrong. Toad was a member of his gang and his follower. For someone to break his legs, it means that someone was not respecting him. Those that do not respect him must be taught a lesson. It was Cripple Wong, Song Xiaofeng said. Cripple Wong. Song Laosi lit a cigarette. Cripple Wong was a ruthless person. During their last meeting, they had both agreed to not meddle with each other's business, and Cripple Wong will not vie the #1 position in the underground world with him. Why did Cripple Wong break Toad's legs? Song Xiaofeng explained the whole matter to Song Laosi. Of course, Song Xiaofeng had exaggerated the story and missed out some portions of it. He said that Toad had gone to Cripple Wong's territory to help him buy a car, and Cripple Wong broke both of his legs without listening to his explanations. Additionally, Toad had said that it was a misunderstanding and he was Song Laosi's men, and Cripple Wong still carry on breaking his legs. Song Laosi's eyes narrowed and pressed out his cigarette in the ashtray. So, that Cripple Wong wants to start a war with me? It must be Cripple Wong had heard news of these bosses visiting me today, and he was not happy. The timing was too coincidental, which resulted in Song Laosi to misunderstood Cripple Wong. Actually, Cripple Wong knows that these people will be visiting Song Laosi today. But he doesn't care. Cripple Wong's business was mainly in Bing City, and he doesn't care about the other cities in the province. He also doesn't have the intentions of expanding his territory to other cities. He was not like Song Laosi, who was in construction and demolition business. Song Laosi wanted to expand his business throughout the province and slowly enter other provinces. As such, Song Laosi needs to have a title, such as Boss of Longjiang, in order to expand his territory to other provinces. Song Laosi knew that Cripple Wong had been unhappy with him. Although Song Laosi's power was bigger than Cripple Wong, he could not eliminate him in one go. Also, he can't use his close ties with the government against Cripple Wong. If he asked the government to act against Cripple Wong, he would lose the respect of others. Song Laosi had just come to an agreement with Brother Ku with regards to his position as the #1 boss of Longjiang, and now Cripple Wong is creating trouble for him when bosses of other triads came to visit him. If the bosses from other cities knew that he can't even take care of his own backyard, they would not acknowledge his status as the #1. Song Laosi proclaimed that everyone is afraid and respected him in Bing City. He even has the intention to get a position in the provincial government in future. But now, Cripple Wong came and gave him a slap on his face. This matter will not be forgotten so easily. Cripple Wong needs to give him an explanation. Okay, I know. You go back first. I will not let this matter rest so easily. I will personally get revenge for you, Song Laosi said. Song Xiaofeng said, Thank you, uncle. Okay, no need to thank me. Later accompany those uncles for a few drinks. In future, you might need their help, Song Laosi said. That night, Song Xiaofeng drank till he was drunk, and he instructed his men to smash up Tai Hua Trading Company. He was in no position to meddle with the issues between Song Laosi and Cripple Wong, but he can just vent his anger on a small trading company. What? The company was smashed? Don't be anxious. We will split into 3 groups. Brotherly, you go and report to the police. We had sent gifts to the police station, and they are obliged to act if we encounter any trouble. We might not expect them to arrest anyone, but they have to protect us from this happening again. We can promise them to sponsor more money in future. Ask Wu Ji Gang to look for motor factories directly. Just tell him that the corporation between Tai Hua Trading and the motor factory will stop because our company was smashed and we will close our business. The motor factory still have some authority in Bing City. If the motor factory is able to get the government to act, then Song Laosi might not dare to create any more trouble. Ask Sun Liang to come to my house. He will accompany me to look for Cripple Wong and ask Cripple Wong to deal with Song Laosi. I want to see what can Song Laosi do to us. Oh yes, we need to rearrange the warehouse. Smash those empty bottles all over the warehouse and make our warehouse look worse than before. Feng Yu instructed. Feng Yu and Sun Liang went to 7 to 8 entertainment outlets before he found Cripple Wang in a bath center. Master Crutches, I came to you to ask for your help, Feng Yu said with a sad expression. Cripple Wang thought for a while and said, You are Xiao Feng from the trading company in the warehouse area? What happened? Did someone create trouble at your company? Cripple Wang was surprised. Yesterday, he had instructed his men to keep low and don't create unnecessary trouble. But the next day, something happened. Who was the one who had to defy his instructions? Master Crutches, I had prepared a 100,000 renminbi red packet. Please help me to talk to Master Song. We did not do anything to Toad, and there was no reason for them to smash up our warehouse and company. Feng Yu said, What did you say? That bastard Song Xiaofeng sent his men to smash your company. Cripple Wang's trembled in anger. This Song Xiaofeng, instead of coming over to apologize to him, he still dares to create trouble in his territory? This means declaring war on him. Yes, we suffered great losses. All my goods in the warehouse were destroyed. Master Crutches, am unable to continue my business. Feng Yu said. He took out a stack of 100,000 renminbi notes and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Cripple Wang. However, Cripple Wang pushed the stake of RMB back to Feng Yu. If he accepted this 100,000 renminbi, it would be against the rules he set. How will he command respect from his followers in future? You take this money back. I promise you I will settle this matter for you. Cripple Wang said. Song Laosi had just sent the bosses from other cities out of his villa and was about to go look for Cripple Wang. His right-hand man, Li Guangxing, came up to him and told him that Cripple Wang sent his men to notify them that he will be waiting for them tonight at Jinli nightclub. Song Laosi's expression became gloomy. He had yet to look for Cripple Wang, and Cripple Wang came to look for trouble with him? Seems like keeping low for the past few months had led to Cripple Wang thinking he was weak. Although Jinli nightclub was Cripple Wang's territory, Song Laosi was not afraid. He had more men, and his men were fiercer than Cripple Wang's men. Furthermore, Jinli nightclub is also in Bing City. In Bing City, Song Laosi is afraid of no one. If Cripple Wang dares to fight it out with him, then he shall see who dies first. Feng Yu was accompanying the police officers at the scene, calculating his losses. The warehouse was almost empty in the first place. There were not many stocks other than a few samples. Also, Song Xiaofeng's men did not enter the warehouse. They did not even break the lock outside. All they did was to splash paint on their doors and use stones and iron bars to damage the doors. But Feng Yu let his men create a fake crime scene. His men broke the lock with a sledgehammer from outside and smashed all the samples on the floor, making the warehouse messy. Officer Xia, look at these. Look at all the damages done to our warehouse. I believe that these 2 months, we had done our part. We had sponsored food and clothes to your station. Now our company becomes like this. Someone has to account for this. Li Shiqiang said loudly. Feng Yu secretly nodded his head. The previous 2 deals with Kirilenko had led to a good partnership with his suppliers. Every time the suppliers send their goods, they will also send some free gifts or samples to them. Feng Yu will then let his staff split these samples and gifts among themselves. Those remaining, he will send to the police stations. Although these gifts were not expensive, they were practical. Those gifts were mainly food products such as rice, oil, cigarettes, etc. In this era, most people were poor. When the police chief gave out these free gifts and samples to his men, he also felt proud. Xiaoli, Xiaofeng, don't worry. Did you all offend anyone recently? We also need a direction if we were to investigate this case. The police chief, Officer Xie, said. He had received gifts from Taihua Trading Company, and he felt embarrassed that such things happened to the company. How would I know? We are doing business and we don't offend people easily. Officer Xie, can you get more people to patrol this area? My request is not too much, am I? Feng Yu said. He said there was to prevent Li Shiqiang from saying anything about Song Xiaofeng. Even if Feng Yu or Li Shiqiang mentioned anything about Song Xiaofeng, Officer Xie also don't dare to do anything about it. The most, he would get someone to take the rap. There will be repercussions if this were to happen. Song Xiaofeng will take revenge on them again. If Feng Yu were to act against Song Laosi, he will not want to give Song Laosi to have any opportunities to return to power. Okay, I'll go back and speak to the rest. Officer Xie said. Officer Xie wanted to leave, but Feng Yu stopped him. Officer Xie, I have a small request from you. Can we have a signage from the police? A signage? What signage do you want? Our police station does not give out signage. Officer Xie replied. He was feeling puzzled. Feng Yu sighed. In the future years, placing a police signage with the police logo and contact number on the door, there will be lesser people creating trouble for that household or business. Many people will think that this business is affiliated with the police. Now to ask for a picture was not realistic. But to get a sign from the police, and on the signage wrote the following words, "Partners of the police, together we will build a safer country," would let others think that this company is under the protection of a certain police chief. People who want to create trouble would think twice. Officer Xie, it is just an ordinary signage. Just like an amulet to ward off people who want to create trouble for us. Oh yes, I had prepared 50 wind and rain fans for your station to improve your working environment. Feng Yu explained. You don't really need to do this. Officer Xie replied, smiling happily. His office still has no fans and their budget had been tight. No. We are partners to the police and we are building a safer nation together. This is the least I can do to show my support. Feng Yu said. After Officer Xie left, Feng Yu called Li Shiqiang over. Although he had pulled the police chief over to their side, they also have to take care of the people under Officer Xie, especially the patrol officers. These officers should be entitled to night patrol allowances. These allowances will help these officers to get something to eat during their patrols. It would be best if Song Laosi misunderstood that they have strong connections with the police. Also, they have to build their relationships with the officials above of Officer Xie. After settling Officer Xie, Wu Jigang and another staff returned. They had ridden bicycles, and they were sweating. Jigang, what did Director Li said? Li Jigang asked before Feng Yu can open his mouth. Director Li is not willing to get involved in this. But they were willing to give us a signage based on Manager Feng's instructions. I will put up the signage now. Look, this is the signage. Partner of Bing City Motor Factory. But Manager Feng, how can this signage be useful? Wu Jigang pointed to the signage and asked. Feng Yu smiled and said, of course one signage might not be useful. But when we have a lot of signages, then it will be very useful. These signages were equivalent to an identity. In the future years, many companies wanted to get some form of recognition from the government bodies, such as People's Representative, member of some government committee, etc. These recognitions act as some sort of amulet and also prove that the company was doing well. As long as there were a lot of signages and awards from government bodies at their door, there will be lesser people creating trouble for them. There was another advantage. These awards and signages will show that the company have lots of connections and will give them more bargaining power when it comes to business negotiations. But Feng Yu was a bit disappointed when he heard that the motor factory had refused to come forward to help him. A large hydropower station had just been completed and the motor factory will be collecting the payments from them. For time being, the motor factory was not short of funds. If the motor factory was willing to help Feng Yu, all they have to do was to let their superiors in the government know about this matter, and someone will warn Song Laosi to stop. But Feng Yu had other ways. He can get another amulet from the city government. Deputy Chief Zhang? Am I disturbing you? Feng Yu asked. Oh, it's Manager Feng. Come in. What brought you here today? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Chief Zhang, I am here to let you know that I will be closing down my trading company. What procedures do I have to do? Feng Yu said. Zhang Ruiqiang was surprised. Taihua Trading was one of the companies which his department helped to get the permits. 2 days ago, the chief still praised Taihua Trading. This month alone, there were already more than 3 million rubles worth of trades. The department still has the intention to make Taihua Trading as an example for other trading firms to learn from. Manager Feng, what happened? Did that Russian cheated you? Zhang Ruiqiang asked worriedly. No, that Russian will not do this to me. My company was very profitable. But I am not sure who did I offended, and yesterday, my company and my goods in the warehouse were smashed and destroyed by someone. The police still had not found the culprit yet. Rather than worry day and night, I would rather close down my business. I am preparing to move my business to Shin City. Although it will be a bit troublesome, it will still be better than now. Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, Shin City is quite a distance from the Soviet Union. Furthermore, you will have to start all over again there, and it won't be as convenient as Bing City. You rest assured. I will call Chief Zhao of the provincial government and tell him about your problem. He will take note of it and will not let some gangsters harass you. Zhang Ruiqiang said. This? All right. By the way, the police station gave me an idea. If I am able to put some government awards on my door, it will be very effective against these troublemakers. Can your foreign trade department give me any awards? Feng Yu asked. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. This should be his real purpose for coming here. But never mind. They had been giving out these types of awards and signages all this while. Also, he had heard about the triads and gangs in Bing City. His superior had the intention of putting him in charge of getting investments in the city and promote international trade. Zhang Ruiqiang had long wanted to drive these gangs and triads out of Bing City. Okay, I will get my men to send it over once it is ready. In future, if Manager Feng needs to procure anything, remember to support our state-owned enterprises. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Try. Of course. I will take note of it. Thank you, Chief Zhang. Feng Yu replied. The two exchanged some greetings, and Chief Zhang also put across some requests to Feng Yu, which he agreed willingly. After leaving the foreign trade hall, Feng Yu felt refreshed. With so many amulets, Song Xiaofeng will not dare to touch Tai Hua Trading Company again. In a few more days, Song Xiaofeng will be in an urn. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. After waiting for a day, there was still no news of Song Xiaofeng's death. Feng Yu can't stand it anymore. He was the target of Song Xiaofeng, and being a target does not feel right. Especially when Song Xiaofeng was someone who would try all means to get even and doesn't follow any rules. Feng Yu was not sure when will Song Xiaofeng attack him. In a few days, the second batch of used cars will arrive at Bing City. What if Song Xiaofeng sends his men profits? Kirilenko had told him that there were not many luxury cars left. After this incoming batch of cars and another batch sometime later, Feng Yu might have to wait up to 2 years. The timing for the next 2 batches of cars was just lovely for Feng Yu. These 2 batches should take the whole year for Feng Yu to sell. Next year, there will be an excellent opportunity for Feng Yu to flip his assets a few folds. But for that to happen, Feng Yu needs to make money from the next 2 batches of used cars. If Song Xiaofeng were to take away half of his profits, Feng Yu would be losing money. He might as well give up on this business and concentrate on doing exportation business. Feng Yu was scolding Cripple Wang in his heart for being so slow to act. At the same time, he was also thinking of ways to add oil to the fire. It turned out that Cripple Wang was furious when he learned that Feng Yu's company had been smashed by Song Xiaofeng's men. He was not mad because Feng Yu's company was destroyed. He was furious because instead of Song Xiaofeng going to apologize to him, Song Xiaofeng still dares to create trouble in his territory. This had made him lose face. Cripple Wang had already sent his men to inform Song Laosi to bring Song Xiaofeng to apologize to him. But Song Laosi already had the support of other triad bosses from other cities, and he had self-proclaimed to be the #1 boss of Bing City. How can the #1 boss bring his own nephew to apologize to his enemy? Song Laosi only sent 100,000 renminbi to Cripple Wang and said that Song Xiaofeng was drunk when he gave the order. The 100,000 renminbi was sort of payment to settle this matter. Song Laosi doesn't care if Cripple Wang keeps the 100,000 renminbi or the money goes to Tai Hua Trading. He sent the money was just to shut Cripple Wang up. Under the persuasion of his men, Cripple Wang kept the money. This was considered an act of goodwill from Song Laosi. If Cripple Wang did not accept and kept harping on Song Laosi, they would eventually have to fight each other head-on. Now, Brother Ku was keeping quiet and waiting for the chance to eliminate both of them. Having a war with each other would just benefit Brother Ku, and he will eventually take over Bing City. As for Tai Hua Trading Company, Cripple Wang just sent one of his men to bring 10,000 renminbi over and said that the 10,000 renminbi was Song Xiaofeng's compensation for the damages. Feng Yu looked at the 10,000 renminbi on the table with his eyes twitching. Let the matter rest? How can he let this matter rest? Why did Cripple Wang kill Song Xiaofeng in his previous life? Why did Cripple Wang not kill him this time? Song Laosi can still live for a few more years, but Song Xiaofeng must die now. Feng Yu thought for a while and asked Wu Jigang to follow him to look for Cripple Wang. He also brought 100,000 renminbi with him. Why are you here again? Didn't I send the compensation to you? Why? You think the compensation was too little? Cripple Wang frowned. No. I am here to thank Master Crutches for helping my company. I had received the compensation from Song Xiaofeng. This is our thank you gift from Master Crutches and your men. Feng Yu said, while pushing the bag containing the 100,000 renminbi towards Cripple Wang. The bag does not have any zipper. The 100,000 renminbi can be seen by Cripple Wang and his men without opening the bag. Cripple Wang looked at Feng Yu. What is this kid thinking? I sent him 10,000 renminbi, and he came back to give me 100,000 renminbi as thank you gift? What do you mean by this? Cripple Wang asked. Master Crutches, I shall be honest. All I wanted was a peace of mind. I know you had already sent words to Song Laosi. I believe Song Laosi will not find trouble with my company because of you. But this time, my company had offended Song Xiaofeng. He is arrogant and does not abide by the rules. I am afraid that he will seek revenge again. Feng Yu said. Cripple Wang stared at Feng Yu. In his heart, he thought, what do you mean? You think that my words have no weight? But he thought about what Feng Yu said and found that Feng Yu actually made sense. Song Laosi was someone that will still abide by the rules of the underworld. But Song Xiaofeng's reputation was horrible. Furthermore, he was also unhappy that Song Xiaofeng did not even come personally to apologize to him. If Song Xiaofeng really came back and create trouble for Tai Hua Trading Company, it will really cause Cripple Wang to lose face. Does Song Xiaofeng dare to go and find trouble with Feng Yu? No one can be sure. Rest assured, Song Xiaofeng will never come to you again. Cripple Wang said. Thank you, Master Crutches. I am relieved to hear that. If you need me for anything in future, just let me know. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu left without even taking a second look at the 100,000 renminbi on the table. Master Crutches, this kid is not bad, but he is worried about nothing. Song Laosi had already given us the compensation. What's there for him to worry about? Cripple Wang's follower casually said. Hearing what his follower said, Cripple Wang was not happy. Song Laosi had only sent his men over and not come to him personally. At least Song Xiaofeng should make the trip. This Song Laosi was getting more and more arrogant. If he still doesn't do anything, Bing City will fall into Song Laosi hands within 1 year. On the way back to the company, Feng Yu kept looking at Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang felt uncomfortable from Feng Yu's actions. He asked, Manager Feng, if you have anything on your mind, you can say it to me straight. You are making me uncomfortable. Feng Yu said, Jigang, I have a task for you, but I am afraid that you are not willing to do. Wu Jigang tapped on his chest and said, Manager Feng, just let me know what you want me to do, and I will do it. It doesn't matter if your task is related to the company or your own personal things. One word from you, and I will complete it. I want you to get beaten up. Feng Yu said. Wu Jigang asked with an awkward expression, Manager Feng, don't tell me you want me to be a sandbag for you to vent your anger? Feng Yu shook his head. The one hitting you is not me. You need to be beaten up by Song Xiaofeng. Why would his men hit me? Didn't Cripple Wang said that Song Xiaofeng will not come and disturb us again? Wu Jigang asked. If he doesn't come and look for us, we can take the initiative and look for him. Sorry, Jigang, but you will have to suffer a bit. When this thing is over, I will give you 10,000 renminbi. Manager Feng, I will not accept your money. It is just a beating. I can still take tea. But why do I have to be beaten up by them? Wu Jigang still doesn't understand. It doesn't matter. As long as you promise me to complete this task, you have to keep the money. This is to compensate you. Tonight, we will go and have fun at the nightclub ballroom to play. Don't tell anyone about this, including Brother Li. Feng Yu instructed. There was an old saying in northeast China. It is either peaceful and quiet or blows up and make the matter worse. Night. Feng Yu and Wu Jigang drove out. Li Shiqiang thought Feng Yu was going to the motor factory and didn't ask anything. Remember, later when you are getting beaten up, scream loudly. Scream as if you are in great pain. Feng Yu reminded Wu Jigang. Rest assured, I know what to do. Wu Jigang replied. You must not fight back and protect your head with your arms. Curl your body up. Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, you had repeated 6 times. Wu Jigang said. Do you remember? Feng Yu snapped. Yes, I remember. Wu Jigang replied. After driving to a few nightclubs, Feng Yu found his Land Rover. Autumn nightclub. Feng Yu walked in front, and Wu Jigang followed. He gritted his teeth. Getting 10,000 renminbi for a beating was not the main reason he agreed to this. It was doing Feng Yu a great favor that was the main reason. He helped Feng Yu, and he knows that Feng Yu will take care of him in future. The nightclub was very crowded. Feng Yu scans the area and saw Song Xiaofeng at a corner with his men. Feng Yu chatted with Wu Jigang and walked towards Song Xiaofeng's direction. It was as if they did not see Song Xiaofeng. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Song Xiaofeng was grounded at home for the past few days by his uncle Song Laosi. Although Song Laosi's villa has everything, he still felt bored. Today, he was finally allowed to leave his uncle's villa, and he immediately brought his men to the nightclub. He just likes the feeling of playing with different girls. In his words, every girl has her own flavor. Just when he saw a target and was about to send his men to pull the girl over, he saw someone that was in his mind for the past few days. Since this kid appeared in front of him, it would be a waste to not get some money out of him. Song Xiaofeng still has to pay for Toad's medical expenses. Since he happens to meet Feng Yu here, he decided to ask Feng Yu to pay for Toad's expenses. Anyway, Feng Yu had indirectly caused Toad's legs to be broken by Cripple Wong. Feng Yu was looking for a place to sit with Wu Jigang when he saw two men appeared in front of them. "You two, Master Song asked you to get over there," one of the two men said. Feng Yu and Wu Jigang's eyes met, and without uttering a word, followed Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng was leaning back into a sofa with crossed legs. He was holding a glass of whiskey. "Isn't this Brother Feng? How come you are here today?" Song Xiaofeng asked. "I just happened to pass by and decided to come in for a drink." "Master Song, you are here too. Bring the tab from Master Song's table to me," Feng Yu said enthusiastically. "No need. I, Song Xiaofeng, don't have the habit of letting others buy me drinks. But my brother, Toad, was injured at your office a few days ago. How are you going to settle this matter?" Song Xiaofeng said while shaking his rock glass. He doesn't even look at Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked over to Wu Jigang, and he knew what to do. Wu Jigang stepped forward and shouted, "He is not injured by us, and our company was trashed by your men." Song Xiaofeng coldly glanced at Wu Jigang. He doesn't need to say anything, and his men rushed up. All it takes was one glass bottle, and Wu Jigang was on the floor. The four men surrounded him and start raining blows on him. Wu Jigang already knew he will be beaten up. With the protection padding protecting his stomach area, he wrapped his arms around his head and curled up to defend himself. Even if he is injured, the injuries will also not be too severe. Wu Jigang screamed loudly when on the floor. He shouted for mercy. Feng Yu also shouted at Song Xiaofeng. "Master Song, ask them to stop. How much compensation do you want? Just let me know. If I can afford it, I will give it to you. He is going to die soon." Song Xiaofeng closed his eyes, one hand holding the rock glass and the other swaying around in the air. His expression was like he is enjoying some music and his hand swaying to the rhythm. He likes to listen to the screams of those who don't obey him. The more miserable, the more excited he is. The satisfaction he got from these screams is far better than sex. The beating carried on for about 5 minutes. Wu Jigang's cry was getting weaker. Suddenly, Song Xiaofeng raised his left fist, like the ending movement of a music conductor. His men stopped and stood back behind Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu hurriedly went over to check on Wu Jigang. He started to regret. This was not what he expected. He thought Song Xiaofeng's men would just beat up Wu Jigang for a while and stopped. He did not expect the beating to carry on for so long. Wu Jigang was beaten up severely. His face is full of blood, and his body was trembling nonstop. When Feng Yu looked at Wu Jigang's eyes, the latter was still able to blink, and his eyes were still very clear. Feng Yu felt relieved. At least, Wu Jigang had not injured his brain. "Earlier you said you wanted to compensate for Toad's injuries. How much do you think a man's leg is worth?" Song Xiaofeng asked slowly while slipping on his whiskey. 100,000 renminbi, Feng Yu quoted a price. Now the average annual income in Bing City is not more than 1,000 renminbi. 100,000 renminbi is the lifetime wages of many people. 100,000 renminbi? Humph, you think we are beggars? At least 400,000 renminbi. I will not bargain with you. 2 legs and the other injuries. Total 1 million renminbi, and I will let this matter rest. Song Xiaofeng sneers. He knew Taihua Trading had made a few million last month. 1 million renminbi shouldn't be a problem for Feng Yu. 1 million? Feng Yu sucked in a deep breath and said, "Master Song, isn't 1 million too much?" "Too much? Then how much do you think your 2 legs are worth? Why not I break both of your legs, and we let the matter rest?" Song Xiaofeng said with disgust. Some people just can't grasp the situation. Feng Yu still wanted to bargain with him? If Feng Yu always behaved this way, he will break his legs now and still asked for compensation. Fine. I will pay 1 million. Give me 3 days to raise the money, and I will send it to you. Feng Yu said unwillingly. Looking at Feng Yu, Song Xiaofeng was elated. He was able to vent his anger and still got a sum of money coming in. After paying Toad's medical expenses, he will even have at least a few 100,000 left. Like swiping a fly, Song Xiaofeng waved his hands to ask Feng Yu to get lost. He then pointed to a pretty girl who was leaving the dance floor. Tonight, she is the one. The nightclub business was not affected even when Wu Jigang was beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's 4 followers. Everyone pretended not to see. Only a few more daring customers looked over to find out who was the one who had provoked Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu really despised these twisted people. They thought that people like Song Xiaofeng were very awe-inspiring. When he is in prison or dying on the streets, they will understand that these are all stupid and not prestige. Feng Yu helped Wu Jigang out of the nightclub. When their car had left the area, Wu Jigang began to groan. How are you? Do you have any fractures? Don't worry, we are reaching the hospital soon. Feng Yu said, It's okay, I got the padding on. Wu Jigang said, and pulled out 2 plastic boards from underneath his clothes. Luckily, Song Xiaofeng's men had used their legs to stomp on him. If they had used their fist, they would have felt the plastic paddings. With the paddings protecting him, Wu Jigang did not sustain serious injuries. After the hospital examination, Feng Yu was relieved. Wu Jigang only sustained minor injuries. After 2 injections, he is allowed to go home. All he needs was to recuperate at home for 2 months. Jigang, don't tell anyone about what happened. Rest assured, Song Xiaofeng is finished. Feng Yu said. That night, Feng Yu went to a few places to look for Cripple Wang. He finally found him relaxing in a pool of a bath center. Cripple Wang frowned when he saw Feng Yu. This kid again. Did he think that after giving me 100,000 renminbi, I am to solve all his problems? When Feng Yu saw Cripple Wang, he put on a pitiful look on his face and said, Master Crutch, you got to help me. What's the matter? Crippled Wang asked. Master Crutch, today I went to the nightclub with a friend to relax, but we met Song Xiaofeng there. He asked his men to beat up my friend and me for no reasons. My friend is seriously injured and is currently still lying in the hospital. I was also beaten. You look at my injuries. Feng Yu said. He beat you for no reasons? Cripple Wang asked. He did not believe what Feng Yu had said. We were at Autumn Nightclub. You can ask your men. We had just entered the nightclub, and we were immediately beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng also said that even if Toad's legs were broken by master crutches, but it happened at my company. So I have to pay him 1 million renminbi as compensation. My company is still new. Where can I raise such a big sum of money? Feng Yu replied. Cripple Wang's face changed. On the surface, Song Xiaofeng had beat up Feng Yu and his friend. But actually, it was a slap in his face. Humph, Song Laosi. This time it is your nephew that didn't play by the rules. I will not hold back on him. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Cripple Wang asked Feng Yu to go back first. He will investigate this matter first before giving Feng Yu an answer. He cannot believe Feng Yu's one-sided claims. He asked his men to get those who were watching over Autumn Nightclub over. The circumstances were indeed what Feng Yu had said. Feng Yu and his friend had just entered the nightclub, and they were beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng even asked Feng Yu to compensate him 1 million renminbi, using Toad's injuries at Feng Yu's office as an excuse. As to how seriously injured was Feng Yu's friend, it was needless to investigate further. To be beaten up by 4 men for 5 minutes, he must be seriously injured. Furthermore, Song Xiaofeng did not pay for the damages that day. The follower, who was relating the circumstances to Cripple Wang, had eyed the girl which Song Xiaofeng brought back that day first. As such, he exaggerated a lot. For instance, Feng Yu had mentioned the name of Master Crutches, but Song Xiaofeng still ignored and even asked his men to hit them harder. Cripple Wang can no longer keep quiet this time. Even this Song Xiaofeng dared to be so arrogant in his territory. This shows that Song Laosi's power had increased a lot. If he were to keep quiet and let this matter rest, within 1 year, there would be no Master Crutches in Bing City. Useless. What did I say before? At our nightclubs, there must be no fights. If there are fights every day, who will come to our nightclubs? Where can we earn money? No money. What are you going to eat? Cripple Wang scolded the follower responsible for that nightclub. That follower was smart and asked, "Modern crutches, do we look for Song Xiaofeng with regards to this incident?" "Of course. By creating trouble in my territory means not giving me face. Go and bring him over. Let Song Laosi come over personally to bring him back." Feng Yu spent the whole night at the hospital taking care of Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang does not want to notify his family for the time being. The next morning, Feng Yu saw a familiar person appearing in front of him. That person is one of Cripple Wang's men. "Manager Feng, I represent Master Crutches to visit your injured friend and also bring you a message from Master Crutches. Song Xiaofeng was captured by Master Crutches. We are waiting for Song Laosi to come over." Cripple Wang's man looked over at Wu Jigang, whose whole body was covered in bandages. Song Xiaofeng's men were merciless, but what he did not know was that the bandages were requested by Feng Yu. There was no need for these bandages, but Feng Yu gave them red packets money and said that the more bandages, the faster the wounds will heal. The doctors, after receiving the red packets, used a lot of dressings on Wu Jigang. They hoped that they could meet these types of ignorant patients more frequently. "Help me thank Master Crutches. This money is to treat you and your brothers to drink," Feng Yu said. After sending Cripple Wang's man out, Feng Yu woke Wu Jigang, who was pretending to be in a coma, up. Feng Yu took out the 2 electric fans from under the bed and started blowing at Wu Jigang. Under this summer heat and thick bandages, it will be easy to get heat rashes. "Manager Feng, you go back first, I am fine," Wu Jigang said. Feng Yu had not only personally taken care of him for one night, and even arranged a single room with toilet for him. This was the treatment for government officials. Feng Yu had spent a lot of this type of treatment. "I will stay and take care of you. You can't even go to the toilet yourself," Feng Yu said while looking at the mummy on the bed. "Time for injection. Turn over and show your buttocks. After this injection and 2 bottles of drips, you can be discharged. You are his brother? Don't interfere with the doctors next time if you don't know anything. There is obviously nothing wrong with him, and yet you asked the doctors to bandage his whole body. You even brought 2 fans for him. Do you really have too much money to burn?" A young nurse came in and started criticizing Feng Yu while preparing the injection and drips. Feng Yu suddenly saw Wu Jigang's eyes brighten up and started wriggling his body to expose his buttocks. Feng Yu shook his head. He finally understood why Wu Jigang wanted him to go back first. After injection and hanging the drips, Feng Yu went over beside the nurse and said, "Sister, I would need to trouble you to take care of my friend for the next 2 days. Our hospital treats all patients the same. There are no special treatments." The nurse said. Feng Yu whispered, "I will tell you the truth. My friend is here for you. I know his injuries are not that serious. Under this summer's heat and wrapped in thick bandages, all these are just for him to stay in the hospital for a few more days so he can get closer to you." The young nurse's face turned red and secretly looked at Wu Jigang. She thought this guy was an idiot. So, it was because he likes her. For someone who can afford to stay in this type of ward, have 2 electric fans blowing at him, and came to the hospital in a car, his family must be quite well off. She heard from other nurses that Wu Jigang is not bad looking and his height is about 1.8 meters. Feng Yu took out a few hundred RMB notes and handed over to the nurse. "What do you mean by this?" the young nurse asked unhappily. "Nothing much. If my friend wants to eat anything, please help him," Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu returned to the ward and smiled at Wu Jigang. "Okay. I had found out that the young nurse is single and she will be on the day shift this week. I had asked her to take good care of you. Whether if you can get her is all up to you now. I am going back now and visit you later in the evenings." Song Xiaofeng was captured by Cripple Wang, and Cripple Wang even sent word to Song Laosi. If he wants to rescue Song Xiaofeng, he will have to go and see him personally. This incident was shocking to Song Laosi. He tried to find out what had happened, but he soon found out that Song Xiaofeng and his followers were all captured by Cripple Wang. He had already given Cripple Wang 100,000 renminbi last time. Cripple Wang had also accepted the money. What did he want now? Song Laosi was furious. His nephew is his only family member left, and his Achilles heel. He will not forgive anyone that dares to touch his nephew. He called a few dozens of his men and left to look for Cripple Wang in his Mercedes-Benz. Cripple Wang knew Song Laosi was on his way over, and he was prepared too. In Autumn nightclub, there were over 30 men, metal pipes, machete, shotgun, and pistons. If Song Laosi wanted to get Song Xiaofeng back by force, then it will depend on whose life is harder. A few vans parked at the entrance, and a few dozen men alighted from the vans. Despite the summer heat, they were dressed in long-sleeves clothes, and their clothes were all bulging. A Mercedes-Benz then came, and the front passenger door opened. Song Laoxi's right-hand man, Li Guangjing, alighted and opened the rear passenger door. At the same time, he opened an umbrella. Song Laoxi slowly alighted from the car and looked at his men. He was quite pleased with what he saw. So what if this is Cripple Wang's territory? I had brought so many men with me. If he does not release Song Xiaofeng today, then there will be bloodshed at this autumn nightclub. Song Laoxi thought to himself. A few of his men were instructed by Li Guangjing to enter the nightclub first. Song Laoxi and Li Guangjing slowly walked into the nightclub. Cripple Wang was seated at a table in the middle of the nightclub, drinking beer. When he saw Song Laoxi entered, he looked up and sneered. Song Laoxi, you have been too busy. I had invited you over a few times, and you finally show up. Song Laoxi sat down opposite Cripple Wang, took a gulp of the ice-cold beer on the table, and said, Cripple Wang, just because I turned down your invitations, you captured my nephew. You better give me a good reason for this. Hearing the way Song Laoxi addressed him, Cripple Wang banged the table with the beer bottle and said, You want me to give you an account? Your nephew had created trouble multiple times at my nightclub. How are you going to give me an account for that? Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. The two underworld bosses from Bing City sitting at the opposite end of the table. They looked like they were just casually chatting in the neighborhood, but each word that was spoken had murderous intent. Cripple Wang, my nephew, was drunk, and it's normal for drunk people to behave this way. You can just send someone to pass a message. You think I will not compensate you for the damages? Now you ordered your men to capture him. It is a slap in my face. Song Laoxi said with a gloomy face. Cripple Wang had captured his nephew because of such small matters? He is too arrogant. Drunk? Humph. Got drunk after one glass of liquor? Song Laoxi, can you use your brains when you speak? You care about your face? Then what about mine? Cripple Wang replied. Fine. I am not here to argue with you today. We can talk about who's right and who's wrong another day. You release Song Xiaofeng first. Not harming family members is the rule of the underworld. Song Laoxi said. He was a bit wary of Cripple Wang as Song Xiaofeng was still in Cripple Wang's hand. Cripple Wang waved his hand, and his men brought out Song Xiaofeng and his followers. Other than Song Xiaofeng, the rest had both their legs broken. Although Song Xiaofeng's legs were not broken, he was beaten up. When he saw Song Laoxi, he struggled and shouted, Uncle C, Cripple Wang sent his men to capture me and beat me up. You have to revenge for me. Hearing what Song Xiaofeng had said, Song Laoxi's face changed. This nephew of his was not very smart. Not to mention that he had only attended a few days of school, he still doesn't know how to analyze the situation. You are still under Cripple Wang's control, and you are still shouting? Sure enough, Cripple Wang was furious when he heard what Song Xiaofeng said. He was already angry when Song Laoxi called him Cripple Wang, and now, this Song Xiaofeng dares to call him Cripple Wang in front of so many people and still wanted revenge? No respect for your elders. Seems like I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of Song Laoxi. Crippled Wang said. Just after Cripple Wang finished his sentence, his men gave Song Xiaofeng 2 tight slaps. Song Laoxi felt like these 2 slaps were on his face. Song Laoxi stared hard at the one who had slapped Song Xiaofeng. He was Cripple Wang's close follower and his bodyguard. His status was similar to Li Guangjing. Song Xiaofeng opened his mouth and still wanted to say something, but Song Laoxi shouted, Shut up! If not for Song Xiaofeng still being held in Cripple Wang's hands, Song Laoxi would have ordered Li Guangjing to kill Cripple Wang immediately. Cripple Wang, you had taught him a lesson. I will bring him back and educate him properly. Let's forget about everything and let this matter rest. Song Laoxi said. I taught him a lesson is because of what he said. But my nightclub had suffered losses, and you still need to compensate me. Not much. 100,000 renminbi should be enough. Cripple Wang replied. With so many followers here, he should give some money to everyone, and Song Laoxi should be the one to come up with this money. Each man will get about 2,000 to 3,000 renminbi. Rewarding them with this money can also gain their loyalty. Song Laoxi suppressed his anger and nodded. Fine. I will send you the money later. Release him first. I will not release him if I don't see the money. Cripple Wang had long wanted to talk down at Song Laoxi. You think people are looking up at you, and you are the big boss? Furthermore, if Song Laosi doesn't pay him later, what can he do? Since it was only a matter of time they go to war, why not get some money first? Cripple Wong. Earlier the police had seen me coming over to your place. If we were to have a showdown today using firearms, it would not be nice. Song Laosi still wanted to create a clean image for himself. He doesn't want any bloodshed here, as this will destroy the clean image he created for the past 2 years. Threatening me? Ask your men to go get the money. I shall wait here. Even if the police is here, so what? I own this place. What wrong with having a little chat with my friends at my own place? These knives are for cutting watermelons. Cripple Wong replied happily. Song Laosi also have today? Song Laosi looked at Li Guangjing, and Li Guangjing walked out to Song Laosi's Mercedes-Benz. He took out 100,000 renminbi from the boot. The money in the boot was Song Laosi emergency cash. Earlier, Song Laosi did think of not paying Cripple Wong after he rescued Song Xiaofeng. He must teach Cripple Wong a lesson. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, his position as the leader of Bing City's underworld might be in jeopardy. The money was handed over to Cripple Wong, and Cripple Wong was smiling happily. He waved to his men, and they released Song Xiaofeng. Song Laosi turned and left the nightclub with Song Xiaofeng. Li Guangjing followed closely behind, walking backward, without taking his eyes off Cripple Wong. Song Laosi entered his Mercedes-Benz with his nephew, and he made a cutthroat gesture to Li Guangjing. His nephew's injuries were more severe than it looks. When he thought of Cripple Wong's arrogant and proud look, he could not endure any more. When Song Laosi's car left the premises, Li Guangjing rushed back to Autumn nightclub with his men. But Cripple Wong had already gone through the back door. The only ones waiting for them were his men. Li Guangjing was Song Laosi's right-hand man and the best fighter. It was reasonable to say that he had single-handedly helped Song Laosi occupy half of his current territories. If Li Guangjing dies, then Song Laosi's power will drop by half. Both sides did not use their firearms, but wielded knives and metal pipes instead. It was a mess with both sides clashing together. The fight did not last long. The doors to Autumn nightclub opened after about 15 minutes. Li Guangjing walked out, covered in blood, and drove away. Inside the nightclub, about 60 to 70 men were lying on the ground injured. Some of them had broken arms or legs, some had deep cuts, and there were some with stabbed wounds. Cripple Wong threw the beer bottle on the floor when he heard Li Guangjing had escaped. Useless. Everyone was incompetent. He had over 40 men, and they were outmatched by less than 30 men. They even allowed Li Guangjing to escape. Li Guangjing's escape made Cripple Wong worried. This Li Guangjing seems to be better than the rumors. Master Crutches, if I had stayed behind, I would have killed that Li Guangjing. Cripple Wong's right-hand man, Lang Qing, said. Cripple Wong shook his head and said, "You cannot go. Even if you kill Li Guangjing, you can also not stay by my side. Even if we eradicate Song Laosi, we still have to be wary of Brother Ku." Just when Cripple Wong was discussing with his men, someone knocked on the door and told him that Feng Yu is here again. "Master Crutches, I passed by Autumn nightclub just now, and I saw Li Guangjing running out. Don't tell me that Master Crutches had clashed with Song Laosi because of me?" Feng Yu asked with a deeply touched expression. Cripple Wong did not reply Feng Yu, but only smiled. "Master Crutches, because of me, your men were injured. I must do something for them. This is 100,000 renminbi. Master Crutches, if you think this is not enough, let me know how much is needed. I will find ways to raise the money and send it over," Feng Yu said while patting his chest. Feng Yu wanted not only Cripple Wong to see him as someone loyal, but he also wanted Cripple Wong's men to know. In future, when Cripple Wong got into trouble, he does not wish Cripple Wong's men to think that it was him that backstabbed Cripple Wong. "Brother Feng, Master Crutches will not take your money. But we were unable to kill Song Xiaofeng today and even let Li Guangjing rescued him. Because of you, Master Crutches had put in a lot of efforts. Now there is a chance for you to repay Master Crutches. Will you do it?" Lang Qing interrupted. Feng Yu is dumbfounded and thought to himself, "FCK. Don't tell me he wanted me to go and kill Song Laosi? FCK your sis. I don't even dare to kill a chicken." Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Lang Qing scoffed and despised Feng Yu when he saw his terrified expression. "You think I am asking you to kill Song Laosi? With your terrified expression, even if I give you a gun, you also don't dare to fire. I am talking about finding professional killers to kill Song Laosi. But the fees for professional killers is not cheap. Lang Qing said. Feng Yu was relieved. Anything will do, as long as he does not need to kill Song Laosi himself. But these people were really lawless. Initially, he just wanted these two gangs to blow up this matter. The bigger, the better. Feng Yu will even think of ways to make matter worse. This would let the provincial government take note of this matter. If the higher-ups act on this, these two gangs would have no chance to escape. And these two groups of people would rat Brother Ku out to save themselves. When that happens, Bing City will go back to its peaceful days. But now, he found out that things had gone beyond his control. These people were going all out to kill each other. They even told him about it, and Feng Yu cannot feign ignorance. Master Crutches, I did not hear anything. But I think this small incense burner looks good, must be an antique. Why not sell it to me? I offer 300,000 renminbi. Feng Yu said. He was now thinking of ways to get out of this. He only wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. Cripple Wong looked at the small incense burner in front of Guan Yu's statue on the altar. The incense burner was given to him by one of his men. He estimated the cost to be about 10 or 20 renminbi. Since you like it, then I will sell it to you. Lang Qing, get someone to clean it up. Master Crutches, I will send the money over tomorrow. I do not know about anything else. Feng Yu said. He made it very clear that he does not want to get involved in this matter. Cripple Wong nodded and said, We are only making a normal trade. At the bank, Feng Yu looked for Manager Zhu to withdraw 300,000 renminbi. Because of Manager Zhu, the withdrawal was expedited. Back at his office, Feng Yu put the incense burner at one corner and sat in his chair. He began to think of ways to get rid of all these people at one go. The key was to get evidence. Without evidence, these people would still be at large. But in this era, the camcorder was too big, and cameras were not small either. Carrying these around would be too conspicuous, and no one would dare to do such things. Even if he hides in one corner and take pictures, he might not get any useful pieces of evidence. Feng Yu can only pray that these two groups of people would fight each other to death. It would be better if they used their firearms, and the higher-ups would act earlier to confiscate all hunting rifles. Rebirth into this era. Making money would be much more comfortable than the future. However, it was much more dangerous. Especially guns. Even his house has shotguns. One can imagine how lax the gun control laws in this era. An old broken incense burner sold for 300,000 renminbi. Master Crutches was still very satisfied with Feng Yu's attitude. This 300,000 renminbi would be enough to compensate his followers. As for the money to hire the professional killer, he had prepared long time ago. There were 7 Southerners in Bing City. Their leader is called Western Bun. It was said that he likes to eat Western bread with stuffing, and his surname happens to be Yang, same pronunciation as Western. Thus, it became his nickname. Western Bun most famous battle in Bing City was he alone, armed with only a handgun, killed a rich and powerful boss in front of more than 10 followers. He does not do business, collect protection fees. He, along with his 6 other brothers, did some kidnappings, extortions, and revenge killings. In less than 2 years, he became notorious and was named the 4th boss of the underworld. As these 7 men don't occupy territories or fight with others over territories, they were only considered as ruthless outlaws and not a fraction. Song Laosi, Cripple Wong, and Brother Ku had wanted to recruit them, but Western Bun was not interested in working for others. Even though they only had 7 men, no one dares to eliminate them as these 7 men had guns and were ruthless. If any one of them escaped, he would be a threat to the one who tried to remove them. This time, Cripple Wong want to hire Western Bun and his men. If these 7 men attacked Song Laosi would either be dead or severely impacted by the attack. When that happens, Cripple Wong will take the opportunity to swallow Song Laosi's territory and become the leader of the whole Longjiang province underworld. Cripple Wong had thought of this plan a long time ago. Even if he were to be caught by police, he could feign innocent. The most, he would be locked up for a few days to assist in the investigation. But what he did not expect was that Western Bun was not interested in this business. Western Bun might be ruthless, but he is not brainless. Song Laosi had so many men and not easy to kill. Even if he is able to kill Song Laosi, some or even all his brothers might die in the process. Cripple Wong had offered a considerable sum of money for this task, but Western Bun was not short of cash. Furthermore, He was the only one that had killed someone. The rumors that all of them had killed people were spread by them to make others fear them. However, they often beat up people. Western Bun not taking up this job made Cripple Wong very helpless. His men, under the leadership of Lang Qing, had no problems clashing with Song Laosi. But to assassinate him, other than Lang Qing, no one else dares. If Lang Qing left him, he would have no usable men by his side. And if he were to kill Song Laosi, how would he compete with Brother Ku? Brother Ku runs gambling dens and does loan shark businesses. He even pushed people off buildings when they failed to repay their debts. He is a genuinely ruthless man. Lang Qing reminded Cripple Wong that Western Bun dare not kill Song Laosi was because he felt that he had no chance to escape after he killed him. But what if we asked Western Bun kill Song Xiaofeng? Song Xiaofeng is Song Laosi's Achilles feet. Once Song Xiaofeng is killed, Song Laosi would be affected and can no longer think straight. When that happens, he is bound to make mistakes, and furthermore, his right-hand man, Li Guangjing, was severely injured now. That will be the best chance to kill Song Laosi. Sure enough, when Western Bun heard 300,000 renminbi for Song Xiaofeng's life, he hesitated. Song Laosi is a challenging target, but Song Xiaofeng is easy. Song Xiaofeng frequents bars, nightclubs, and night spots. Any of these places would be suitable for them to act. Also, after killing Song Xiaofeng, they can just reveal Cripple Wong is the mastermind, and they can escape to other provinces for a period of time. They can come back after Cripple Wong kills Song Laosi. Western Bun asked for 500,000 renminbi to kill Song Xiaofeng. 500,000 renminbi, and he guaranteed to kill Song Xiaofeng. Cripple Wong thought for a while and agreed. This is an excellent opportunity and cannot be missed. After he killed Song Laosi, he can take over his business, and 500,000 renminbi can be recovered in no time. Feng Yu waited for 2 days and still did not receive any news about Song Laosi's death. This made him quite worried. Why was the fight not started yet? They have to fight and make it on the headlines. This way, all the triads and gangs will disappear from Bing City, especially Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu wished Song Xiaofeng would drop dead now. These few days, Feng Yu got to know a police bureau deputy chief of Chief Xia. Feng Yu spent another sum of money to increase the police presence in his company premises. He believed that he would be able to talk his way out if he was caught by Song Laosi. But the rest of his staff can't. He cannot take the chance, and if anyone got hurt, he would regret for the rest of his life. After another day passed, and Feng Yu finally got good news. Song Xiaofeng was grounded for a few days in his uncle's mansion again, and he couldn't stand it anymore. But his uncle wanted him to recuperate from his injuries, and furthermore, Li Guangjing was also injured from the fight with Cripple Wong's men. Recently, it was very dangerous outside. At first, Song Xiaofeng thought his uncle was right. But after 2 days, he noticed that nothing had happened. Cripple Wong did not create any trouble when Li Guangjing was injured, and his uncle, Song Laosi, did not seek revenge on Cripple Wong. He thought things were the same as before, and both sides had come to an agreement to let the matter rest. The clash 2 days ago had attracted the attention of the provincial government, but his uncle had connections with the officials inside. He just said that was just a small fight and did not affect other citizens. There was also no complaints, so this matter was dismissed. Based on the past experiences, after attracting the attention of the police, they would lie low for a while. Song Xiaofeng had endured for several days, and just happened that Song Laosi had gone out that day. He decided to sneak out to get some girls. The followers, who were supposed to look after him, were threatened by him and had no choice but to accompany him out. One of his followers drove his Land Rover and sent him to the city. Song Laosi's mansion was in Jiangbei, north of the river, and the city is in Jiangnan, south of the river. On the way, Song Xiaofeng began to ponder. Today, he wants to get a coquettish girl to satisfy his pin-up energy. But he and the driver did not notice that after they left the mansion, there was a jeep following them from Jiangbei to Jiangnan. They reached a nightclub which was not opened by Cripple Wong, and Song Xiaofeng, as usual, sat on a sofa at a corner. There were 2 to 3 men guarding the doors at the nightclub. Although they were Cripple Wong's men, Song Xiaofeng doesn't believe that these 2 to 3 men would dare to touch him. Soon he found his target, a 20-plus hot chick dressed in a body-hugging Cheongsam. With only one glance, Song Xiaofeng could felt he was getting hard. One of his men went over to the girl and told her that Song Xiaofeng wants her. She was brought over to Song Xiaofeng, and Song Xiaofeng did not stay long in the nightclub. He went back to the Land Rover with the girls and instructed his follower to drive them to a hotel. They were still in the vehicle, and Song Xiaofeng started to touch the girl everywhere. Upon approaching the hotel, passing a cross junction, a tipper truck suddenly appeared. Boom! The Land Rover was hit on the side and hit the railings by the road. The tipper truck did not stop and collide onto the Land Rover for the second time. When Song Xiaofeng was still in a daze inside the vehicle, the tipper truck reversed into the Land Rover and dumped a whole load of gravel onto the car, burying it. The driver of the tipper truck then alighted and fled into a dark alley. On the other side of the alleyway, his brothers were waiting for him. Song Xiaofeng was feeling hurt all over his body, and just when he wanted to scold the driver, he noticed the darkness outside. What happened? How did outside become dark? When the gravels and sand slipped into the vehicle through the half-opened windows, he realized that his vehicle was buried in sand and gravels. Someone wants to bury him alive. Song Xiaofeng nearly pissed in his pants. This is Bing City. Who dares to mess with him? Could it be Cripple Wong? He really wants to go all out against his uncle? He started to dig the sand and gravels with his hands. He wants to get out. He wants to live. Song Laosi was returning home after drinking with his friends. When he passed by a cross junction, he noticed there seems to have an accident in front. He wanted to tell the driver to make a detour, but the driver suddenly shouted, "Master C, that car seems like Master Song's." Song Laosi was shocked. That was Xiaofeng's car. Song Xiaofeng now only uses this red Land Rover, which was said to be the only one in Bing City. Half of the bonnet was not buried, and the driver recognized it at first glance. "Stop the car. Go down and check." The driver got off and ran over. He began to dig through with his hands. Song Laosi and another of his men also got off and helped to dig with their hands. Even though it was a fully loaded tipper truck, there was not enough gravel to bury the Land Rover entirely. The gravel was not too thick, and less than a minute, the driver felt a moving palm. There was a sapphire ring on one of the fingers. The driver recognized this was the ring which Song Xiaofeng wore daily. With the effort of these three men, they dug out Song Xiaofeng's head. But Song Xiaofeng was barely conscious. When they opened the door and carried Song Xiaofeng out, he was already unconscious. The follower and the girl were not so lucky. They were suffocated to death in the vehicle. Western Bun left with his number 3 in a car. His number 3 had crashed the tipper truck onto Song Xiaofeng's Land Rover and dumped a full load of sand and gravel, burying him. All it takes was just 10 minutes to kill Song Xiaofeng. Also, it was a stolen vehicle. No matter how one investigates, no one will not suspect Western Bun and his brothers. Song Laosi might even think that this was indeed an accident. 500,000 renminbi in his pocket so quickly, and they don't even need to leave Bing City. It was all thanks to his fifth brother for coming up with this idea. Can kill Song Xiaofeng and not being suspected. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He made a phone call to Cripple Wong and informed him that he had completed the job. He asked Cripple Wong to send his men to verify. He did this was also intimidate Cripple Wong. If Cripple Wong wants to turn him into Song Laosi, he would have to think carefully. If Western Bun is able to kill Song Xiaofeng silently, he can also do the same to Cripple Wong. Feng Yu got the news about Song Xiaofeng's accident. Song Xiaofeng is currently in a deep coma, lying in the hospital. Feng Yu prayed nonstop for Song Xiaofeng to never wake up from his coma. It would be best if he just dies. It was a pity that the driver and the girl were killed in the accident and Song Xiaofeng was still alive. Later, after finding out the details, Feng Yu learned several reasons why. Firstly, the Land Rover was supposed to be driven by Feng Yu, and he had modified and reinforced the vehicle. If it were Song Xiaofeng's previous Mercedes-Benz, he would already be crushed to death from the first collision. Secondly, during the impact, Song Xiaofeng's head was buried in the girl's breasts. Nevertheless, the girl's figure was stunning. Especially the pair of big bunnies in front cushioned the impact on Song Xiaofeng's head. Thirdly, after the vehicle was buried, Song Xiaofeng was still conscious and started to dig himself out. Just happened Song Laosi passed by and rescued him before he was suffocated. But it was also because he blocked the only hole. The driver and the girl suffocated to death. Feng Yu wanted to cry when he heard that Song Xiaofeng survived because of his Land Rover. If he had known earlier, he would not have modified and reinforced the exterior. He remembered in his past life. All of Song Laoxi's family members had died, but now, Song Xiaofeng was not dead and in a coma. It seems that history was changed. Feng Yu was deep in thoughts. History was changed. Was this a good or bad thing? On the one hand, perhaps the triads and gangs would disappear earlier. But on the other hand, Feng Yu was worried about the world economic trends. Would there be a butterfly effect because of him? But after a while, Feng Yu is relived. Although he was not a famous investor in his previous life, he still has about 20 years of investing experiences. He might not be the best in this era, but he was confident that he was better than most of the people. Moreover, if the economic trends were altered because of him and he could not make use of his knowledge from his previous life, he still has a few million RMB now. Even if he conservatively invests in a building, he would have no worries for the rest of his life. Furthermore, he monitored the stock market recently, and it was the same as his past life. This year, China had just started the stock market, and there was no stock exchange yet. The stocks were still pieces of paper like treasury bonds. Although Song Xiaofeng is not dead, this should be a severe lesson for him. Not to mention, now the city's leader had spoken, Song Laoxi would have to lie low, let alone Song Xiaofeng. Soon, Feng Yu received another good news. Kirilenko had informed him that the second batch of used cars was ready. Once Feng Yu wired the money over, he would send the cars over. As usual, a 10% deposit and the balance to be paid after receiving the goods. Later, Feng Yu thought for a moment and knew that the prices quoted by Kirilenko must be high. But since they were doing business, both sides would need to make money to last a long time. Furthermore, these prices were still acceptable by Feng Yu. The last batch of cars were all sold out in just Bing City, and he hasn't even ventured out of Bing City. Feng Yu was thankful to the bank. If loans were readily available for these small business owners, most of them would have taken a loan from the bank and buy brand new cars instead. Kirilenko also ordered a batch of domestic goods, mainly textiles and food products. He also let Feng Yu decide the goods for the remaining 20,000 rubles. Kirilenko really trusted Feng Yu now. It seems that whatever goods picked by Feng Yu would sell for a high price back in the Soviet Union. After meeting Feng Yu, Kirilenko felt his luck had changed overnight. He was making money way faster than before. His reputation rose within the circle of the Soviet Army's second generations, and even his father had benefited from him. Song Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes and felt his whole body in pain. He looked down and saw his body covered in bandages. Even though it was not to the extent of a mummy, there was still too many bandages. Master Song, you have wake up? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? My whole body is uncomfortable. Where's my uncle? Is the driver of the tipper truck caught? Song Xiaofeng's first thought was to kill the driver of the tipper truck. Not yet. That truck was a stolen vehicle, and someone was helping the driver to escape the scene. Song Xiaofeng was shocked. You mean they planned to kill me? That follower nodded. If that was not planned, why would the driver steal the tipper truck and fled the scene? He even dumped all the gravel on the Land Rover before he fled. It's clear that he wanted to bury him alive. That follower went out to call Song Laoxi. Song Xiaofeng was currently at the mansion. Song Laoxi had converted a room into a hospital ward. There were doctors and nurses too. Song Xiaofeng struggled to sit upright when he saw Song Laoxi entering the room. He immediately asked, Uncle, was it Cripple Wang? Song Laoxi shook his head and said, I am not sure. There is no evidence. There were rumors that it was done by Western Bun and his brothers. But Western Bun had no reason to kill you. Don't talk so much now. Let the doctors check on you first. Although Song Xiaofeng's injuries may look serious, but in fact, it was not too severe. His injuries were mainly abrasions, a bit of concussion, and he had no fractures. Looking at him able to think clearly, he should be fine. Master C, there should be nothing wrong with Master Song. The nurse will change his dressing, and there is no need for injections. Just some oral medication will do. The doctor was relieved. Song Laoxi had said that if there were anything wrong with Song Xiaofeng, he would be buried alive. Song Laoxi and the rest left the room. Only a young nurse remained in the room to change Song Xiaofeng's dressing. After the bandages were removed, Song Xiaofeng was naked. He stared at the nurse and felt that this nurse is not bad looking. He started touching the nurse's hips with a lecherous smile. The nurse dared not to make any noise or resist. She knew this would happen the day she was forced to come over to the mansion. Song Xiaofeng was still smiling happily, and his expression suddenly changed. What is happening? Previously, he would get hard when he saw a girl like this, but why was it that after touching her for so long, he still does not have any reaction? Refusing to believe this was happening, he put his hand under the nurse's skirt and underwear, but he still did not have any reaction. Go and get the doctor, Song Xiaofeng shouted. The nurse ran out to call the doctor. Master Song, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong with your body? The doctor rushed into the room and saw Song Xiaofeng naked on the bed. He was not surprised as he had seen the look on the nurse. This Song Xiaofeng must have done something to her. Why I have no reaction? What? The doctor did not understand Song Xiaofeng's question. Song Xiaofeng beckoned the young nurse over, and she lowered her head and slowly walked over. Song Xiaofeng lifted her skirt and pulled down her underwear. The doctor's eyes widened and felt himself getting hard. But when he saw Song Xiaofeng staring at him coldly, he immediately looks away. It was now he understood what Song Xiaofeng meant by no reactions. Master Song, you really have no reaction? The doctor asked. You see for yourself. Song Xiaofeng shouted while mercilessly fingered the little nurse. The little nurse dared not make any noise but to bear the pain. That part of yours was not injured in the accident. Oh yes, at the time of the accident. What were you doing in the vehicle? The doctor suddenly thought of something. Song Xiaofeng remembered he had buried his head in between the breast of that girl at the time of the accident. He had an erection, but because of the shock of the crash, he became soft immediately. Could that be the reason why he can no longer erect? After hearing what Song Xiaofeng had said, the doctor concluded that this was a psychological problem. He asked Song Xiaofeng to try other types of stimulations. If the problem still persists, then he can try some traditional medicine. Get the hell out of here. Song Laosi pushed open the door when he heard his nephew shouting. He stared coldly at the doctor and asked, What's wrong? Ignoring the little nurse with her underwear hanging around her knees. Master Song had some psychological issues. I suggest sending him to Beijing or Shanghai for treatment. If you have the connections, it would be best to send him to Hong Kong. I am able to help with all other problems except for this. The doctor said. Song Laosi looked at the soft, limply piece of meat between Song Xiaofeng's legs and understood what the doctor was saying. Is the only remaining male offspring of the Song family going to be a eunuch? Upright in character and diligent in the pursuit of knowledge. Standing at the school gate of the third high school, one can clearly see the school motto. Feng Yu reluctantly carried a brand new school bag. He felt that the school bag does not match him. The color of the bag should at least be in gold color to show off his status. School starts 2 weeks earlier in the first year. In Longjiang Province, high school students are required to undergo military training. It was said to create bonding between students and instills discipline. How effective was it? No one knows. Although Feng Yu tried to keep a low profile by wearing simple and casual clothes, he still attracted the stares of other students and teachers. It was all because of Li Shiqiang who drove him to school. Is this the child of some officials or big boss? Coming to school by car. When Dongjun, Li Na, and Lu Kuan came to school by car, Li Na and Lu Kuan had brought along their luggage. They were going to stay in the school's dormitory. When they arrived, Feng Yu brought them to pay the school fees first, and then to the dormitory to drop their luggage. Li Shiqiang had made use of his connections and arranged the 4 of them to be in the same class. Feng Yu, Dongjun, you are not going to stay in the school's dormitory? Lu Kuan asked curiously while arranging his bed sheets. My sister had bought an apartment in Bing City. The both of us will be staying there. Hurry, unpack your stuff. My brother-in-law is going to bring us out for some good food. Feng Yu replied. Their parents did not accompany them. Children from the farm were more independent. Standing outside the female dormitory, they saw Li Na walking out in a blue skirt. The 3 of them were mesmerized by her, and their eyes were transfixed on her. Ahem. Feng Yu was unhappy. These 2 better watch out. Feng Yu and Li Na were not officially in a relationship, but the teachers at their previous school knew that they were together every day. Li Na would be full of smiles when she was with Feng Yu, and she would become quiet when she was with others. During the meal, when Dongjun was the most hardworking. This guy seems to be bigger and stronger since the last time Feng Yu saw him a few days ago. Before Feng Yu started eating, he picked a piece of lamb for Li Na. This lamb is marinated, and you should try it. Li Na blushed and returned the piece of lamb back into Feng Yu's bowl. She said softly, I can get it myself. Feng Yu, grinning happily, stuffed the piece of lamb into his mouth and then shifted the plate of lamb ribs in front of Li Na. With Wen Dongjuan's eating speed, he can finish the whole slab of lamb ribs in a minute. Eat well. Tomorrow, after the opening ceremony, the military training will start. You will not be able to eat any meat during the training, Li Shiqiang said. When they heard of military training, Wen Dongjun slowed down. Even if he was very fit and able to endure hardship, he could not stand the boring military training. Every day, he would have to march, turn left and right. If only he can play basketball or soccer during the training. Lu Kuan noticed Feng Yu was not worried about the training, and he asked him curiously, Feng Yu, you are not worried about the training? Feng Yu replied with a sad expression, I wanted to join, but I can't. I am sick, and I am exempted from the training. You are sick? What illness are you suffering from? Li Na asked anxiously. Feng Yu took out a medical record from his bag and placed it on the table. Arthritis. It means that my knees will ache whenever I stand or walk. Wen Dongjun snatched the medical record over and read it. He then said with a cold smile, Bullshit arthritis. I know you well. You can run faster than a rabbit. Could it be that if you don't participate in the training, your knees will not hurt? Feng Yu smiled. You don't need to say it out loud. As a Chinese, there are still wars on two fronts. Yet you are not going to attend military training. Wen Dongjun despised Feng Yu. Just when Feng Yu wanted to change the subject, Wen Dongjun stretched out his hand and asked, Where are my medical records? FCK? This was still the same old Wen Dongjun. He still has the check to reprimand me. Feng Yu thought to himself, I had prepared it a long time ago. From a reputable hospital. Li Na, your medical issue is flat foot. You cannot stand for long, cannot stomp, cannot run. You can also be excused from physical education classes. Feng Yu said. He took out another medical record and passed it to Li Na. Let me see. This record is for Lu Kuan. Paronychia, caused by ingrown nails. Even walking for short distances is hard for you. This is for Dongjun. I will not read out your medical issue. You read it yourself. Wen Dongjun looked at the medical record and stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu just shrugged his shoulders. Circumcision. He was also not sure of this medical issue. But it was still surgery and can definitely excuse him from the training. Why was Wen Dongjun staring at him? If he doesn't want the record, he can return it to Feng Yu. Dongjun, what is your medical issue? Let me know. In future, during physical education classes, I can also use it to skip the lesson. Lu Kuan asked and tried to take Wen Dongjuan's medical record from him. Wen Dongjun hurriedly grabbed his record and kept it in his bag. He shouted, Cannot see. All of you are not allowed to look at my medical records. Li Na returned the medical record back to Feng Yu and said, I don't need it. I think the training is not bad. I will be able to know more friends. Furthermore, malingering is not right. You all are cheating the teachers and the school. After Li Na finished saying, she stared at Li Shiqiang. Li Shiqiang felt wronged. These medical records were not from him. Even he allowed these, Feng Dan would also not have agreed to it. During the past few days, Wu Jigang had successfully captured the heart of that nurse. It turns out that the nurse came from a good family. Her mother is a teacher, and her father is the head of a department in the hospital. Wu Jigang had wanted to back out. His father was the only one working in the factory. But Feng Yu encouraged him. Even if her family background is better than yours, you don't need to feel inferior. Think about how much are you earning in a month. Your salary is not lesser than her father. Also, within the next year, I guarantee your salary will double. Under the encouragement and guidance of Feng Yu, and using money, coupled with shamelessly, Wu Jigang waited for the nurse every day at the hospital. He showered her with small gifts and flowers every time they met. He took only 1 week to win her heart. When Feng Yu told Wu Jigang about getting medical records to be excused from military training, he immediately agrees to help him get it. But Feng Yu did not expect Wen Dongjuan's medical issue to be circumcision. When he thought about it, he still wanted to laugh out loud. I will still be attending the first day and the last day of military training. If not, this set of camouflage fatigues will be wasted. As for the training, you all will know after a few days. You will not even have the time to talk to your classmates. Furthermore, you can still participate with these medical records. When the rest are marching, you can sit by the side and watch them. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang smiled and shook his head. This future brother-in-law is too sly. After dinner, everyone went to the amusement park and played for the whole day. Wen Dongjun and Lu Kuan only chose those exciting rides. Feng Yu accompanied Li Na to the game stalls. He spent dozens of RMB and won 2 small plush toys, which was worth only a few dollars for Li Na. But when he saw the smile on Li Na's face, he felt the money was well spent. Feng Yu sent Li Na and Lu Kuan back to school before dark. At the school gate, Feng Yu wonders, why is it only year 1? When can I enter university? It is only at that age. Then I can push Li Na down on the bed. On the first day of military training, after the opening ceremony, Feng Yu submitted his medical excuse. He would rather play basketball than to learn how to turn left and right. But the instructor was not easily fooled. You can't do training? No problem. You can remain here and look after the water bottles of the rest of the students. You want to go home? No way. When Dongjun was lucky, he is playing with his video games at home now. His condition allowed him to remain at home. Feng Yu was the one who submitted his medical leave for him. He didn't even turn up at school today. Lu Kuan and Feng Yu sat together and chatted. He was not allowed to go home too. But Feng Yu and Lu Kuan, who was a top student, did not have any common topics. After a while, they had nothing to chat. The other training participants kept looking at them, making them uncomfortable. The instructor was not very strict, and this made Feng Yu upset. The instructor kept giving the participants breaks, and they could play basketball. But Feng Yu and Lu Kuan could not join them. Humph. The court had cracks all over. Even the basketball frames were all crooked. What's so nice about playing here? Feng Yu said sourly. I guess we are just unlucky. After we graduate from primary school, the school was renovated. After graduating from junior high, the school built new buildings and renovated the sports hall. If we want to play on a new court, we might have to wait till we graduate from here. Lu Kuan said sadly. If it was his previous life, it was as what Lu Kuan had said. It seems like the funding for Bing City's schools had something against his batch of students. But now it was different. Feng Yu is rich. Why not build a new basketball court? That afternoon, there was a guest at the vice principal's office. Xiao Li. No, I should be calling you Mr. Li. Is what you said over the phone real? The vice principal asked. Principal's son, I would not lie about such things. I really want to donate a new basketball court for the school. The old basketball court can be demolished and build a new one at that site. The basketball frames will be replaced with new ones. I had already contacted the workers. Li Shiqiang sat down and said. Earlier in the afternoon, he received a call from Feng Yu who wanted to rebuild the basketball court. Feng Yu even said that money is not a problem. Li Shiqiang understands that money was never an issue. But the reason for donating to the school can be replying to the alma mater, can be supporting the current education system. But it can't be because you like to play basketball. Li Shiqiang asked around. To rebuild the basketball court at 3rd High School would cost about 100,000 renminbi. It includes demolishing the old court, basketball frames, construction material, and the workers' salaries. Just one word from this future brother-in-law, 100,000 renminbi was spent. But after all, it was Feng Yu's money, and he earned it himself. Principal's son kept thanking Li Shiqiang and even promised him that he will ask the form teacher to take good care of the 3 students recommended by him. These 3 students would have no problems going to university in future. There was something which disappointed the vice principal. Li Shiqiang had already contacted the workers. If only the workers were not contacted yet. That night, Li Shiqiang told Feng Yu that he had already spoken to the vice principal and the work will commence next week. The total cost should be about 100,000 renminbi. So cheap? Brotherly, how did you calculate? 100,000 renminbi is enough. Feng Yu asked. 100,000 renminbi is still considered cheap? I think it is too expensive. It's just scrapping a layer of cement and adding new cement over it, changing the basketball frames, selling the old ones. Li Shiqiang replied. Wait, brotherly, why are we selling away the old basketball frames? Just give it to the school will do. We are not short of these small amounts of money. Also, we should use the best outdoor basketball frames and donate some basketballs, soccer balls, etc. Everything must be the best. At the same time, renovate the volleyball court too. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Yu's nouveau riche's expression and said, how about we change the running tracks? It's not very expensive too. Only cost about 100,000 renminbi. We can change the grass on the soccer field too. We can make it like those stadiums. I think even 1 million renminbi would not be enough for the things you wanted. Feng Yu was startled, and he asked, what? Just these few things would cost 1 million. Then what do you think? Asphalt cement is expensive, and the differences between the cheapest and the most expensive basketball frames are several times. You will only be at this school for 3 years. Just make do with it. With this money, we might as well donate to the schools in the countryside. There are still many children who can't afford to attend schools. Li Shiqiang said. Feng Yu nodded. Before his death in his previous life, there were still a lot of poor children in the countryside who didn't get the chance to receive any education. You have a point. We shall stick to your plan. We can donate the new running tracks or something 2 years later. As for the donations to the schools in the countryside, we can start this year. 500,000 renminbi should be enough for a village school. This year, we shall donate to 2 schools. Next year, 3 to 4 schools. In future, we will donate to at least 10 schools each year, and we can surpass the Shaw Foundation and become the #1 donor for education in China. Feng Yu was getting excited as he speaks. It was as if he saw a new direction for him to work towards too. Even if he could not retire at 30, but without a doubt, his life will be more interesting. Li Shiqiang stretched out his hand and touched Feng Yu's forehead. You are not sick. Stop talking nonsenses. There is no problem donating to 1 or 2 schools. You want to donate to 10 schools every year? Based on your estimations, every year would be 5 million. With our company alone, you think we can last more than 5 years? Feng Yu was still a student attending high school. Maybe he had ways to earn money, but he does not save. In a few days, he can spend what others make in a few lifetimes. Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang with disgust and said, during Chinese New Year, I said that treasury bonds can bring us huge profits and you think I am talking nonsense. A few months later, I said that setting up a company can earn money and you don't believe me. 2 months ago, I said that manufacturing plastic fans can make us rich and you thought that the fans will rot in our warehouse. Last month, I said used cars can earn money, and you thought that people will not buy as we had priced the cars too expensive. Fine. Stop. You are right. Li Shiqiang interrupted Feng Yu, and at the same time, his eye lit up. Didn't you said that there will be no more supply of used cars soon? You also think that the profit margin for normal used cars is too low. What other ideas do you have for our next business? I still have not thought of any. But don't worry. This time next year will be the time where we earn big money. Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu had estimated that this next batch of used cars can only be sold out at the end of the year. But at least this batch of cars can still bring in about 10 million profits. With the 5 million profits from the previous batch of used cars, the earnings from wind and rain fans and trades with Kirilenko, he would have about 20 million renminbi this time next year. With this 20 million, he can turn it into 200 million in 1 year. When that happens, he will not only donate to the schools, he will also fulfill his promise to his sister and set up a hospital. Feng Yu did not tell Li Shiqiang about the stock market. Now in China, there was no stock exchange yet. Stocks and treasury bonds were still issued and traded at the banks or the bank's subsidiaries. Stock trading would even need to go through the issuer to look for new buyers. It was much more troublesome compared to treasury bonds. He decided to wait a while longer. As long as he starts buying in shares before the new policy was announced. This period of time, he should be thinking about how to kill Song Xiaofeng. Before Feng Yu can come up with any ideas, Song Xiaofeng had left. There were rumors that he had not recovered from his injuries, and he went to the south for treatment. But there were some who said that Song Xiaofeng was the vanguard for Song Laosi, and Song Laosi was preparing to leave Bing City. As for the second rumor, Feng Yu doesn't believe it. Song Laosi had been operating in Bing City and Longjiang province for so many years, and even became the most powerful boss. He also had the connections with the officials in the provincial government. He even boasted that he was the distinguished guest of the government's #2. How could he leave this place? Furthermore, Feng Yu remembered from his previous life that Song Laosi was caught in Bing City. But that was 2 years later. Also, based on Song Laosi's arrogant and revengeful character, how could he possibly leave without getting revenge on the ones that harmed his nephew? But to say Song Xiaofeng left to seek medical treatment was also not right. Song Xiaofeng should have recovered from his injuries as the doctor and nurse were released. If he had not recovered, the doctor and nurse would either be dead or missing a hand or leg. Song Xiaofeng had really left Bing City. This was confirmed by Cripple Wang. His men had seen with their own eyes that Song Xiaofeng had boarded a plane with an air ticket to Shenzhen. Song Xiaofeng had left, and Feng Yu was relieved. Song Laosi did not come and look for him. This meant that he was not aware of Feng Yu's involvement and role in this incident. Anyway, now the triads were staying low and concentrated on making money. No matter which era, when wealth was accumulated till a certain amount, it will translate into power and authority. The company had also resumed its normal operations. Wu Shigong and the rest continued to make door-to-door sales of second-hand luxury cars. Feng Yu gave them a straightforward explanation. Go and look for those bosses who own their own business. These people want to look good and show off their status. If others are driving luxury cars, how can they not buy one? Although the cars were all used cars, if one does not say it out, who will find out? Also, the prices were less than half the price of an imported Mercedes-Benz. It was still an excellent deal. The next 6 months, selling cars became the only job for his staffs. 2 batches, at least 100 cars, and must be sold before year-end. Feng Yu was still watching others doing the military training every day. It is a must to be consistent with his lies. He can't be joining the training now. Finally, the military training ended, and school officially starts. The classrooms were not small, but there were a lot of students. The desks were old and can apparently make out the graffiti done by the previous batch of students. The thing that made Feng Yu pissed off the most was that the teacher arranged 2 people of the same sex to seat together. The only male-female arrangement was a pair of cousins. This era, schools tried very hard to prevent students getting into relationships. It was simply outrageous. Everywhere on the school campus, there will be teachers with red armbands appearing out of nowhere. If they see male and female students holding hands, they would take down the names, ask the students to write a letter to reflect on themselves, and call the students' parents. It was more severe if they were caught kissing. There will be demerit points, and the students might even be forced to change schools or also expelled. It doesn't matter if it was during school hours or after school hours, whether if it was early in the morning at the school field or late at night in the stadium. There would be people from the teaching department lurking around waiting to catch the students when they least expected. Feng Yu really wanted to question them. Getting into a relationship in high school is still considered early? This type of suppression might have stopped some relationships, but it made the students more rebellious. Adolescent students are at the stage where they are rebellious. The more you don't let us do it, we'll do it. This was one of the reasons why university students were so wild and crazy. They were being oppressed too harshly, and once the rules were relaxed, it became easy for them to lose themselves. What about those obedient and honest students? They were unable to find a girlfriend now, and it would be the same for the university. After they start working, they would have to rely on blind dates or getting those unwanted girls. Their life would miss out so much fun. While Feng Yu was not rebellious, but he would also not listen to the teachers. They can say that the students who were in relationships at this age were unable to undertake the responsibility. However, Feng Yu was different. He was a multimillionaire, and he will be responsible to Li Na. In the afternoon, at the school's cafeteria, Feng Yu and Li Na were sitting at the same table eating. Feng Yu, as if there was no one else around, attracted the attention of many students when he picked food for Li Na with his chopsticks. Those 2 must be freshmen. They seem to be in a relationship. From the uniform, you can tell they are freshmen. They are quite daring, and they are not afraid of the big rat sneaking up and catch them. Big Rat was the nickname they gave to the discipline master. It was because he likes to wear gray suits and likes appearing out of nowhere. I bought you a red skirt. Didn't you mention that your desk mate's red skirt was pretty yesterday? I don't want. I had only casually said it. Li Na blushed. She likes whatever gifts Feng Yu gave her, but she was also afraid of other students gossiping. This was not the farm. This was the city. What if they were to be called to the discipline office and inform their parents? I had already bought it. You try it on. Feng Yu said. We have to wear uniforms in school. Li Na said softly. You can wear it on the weekends or after school. Take it. It's pretty. Feng Yu replied. What are you doing? Which class are you from? Someone with a red armband stood in front of them and asked them loudly. Li Na panicked and stood up. She wanted to say something, but Feng Yu pulled her hand and sat her down. Just carry on eating. It will be fine. Feng Yu said. I am talking to the both of you. Stand up. Feng Yu carried on eating, ignoring this person. Disciplinary Officer Li was having lunch at the cafeteria, and he noticed a lot of students looking at a direction. He stood up and looked over. He immediately became furious. The school rules clearly state that students were not allowed to be in relationships, yet they dare to openly disobey the school rules. They must be severely punished. He hurriedly walked over, like what he used to do. He was ready to reprimand these two students in front of others. He must let them know their mistake and make them write self-reflection letters. If necessary, he will make them read out their self-reflection letter in front of the school. Usually, when he appears, students would obediently accept his scolding and even begged him to escape punishment. But today, he did not expect this boy to ignore him. It was as if the boy did not see him. He was agitated and reached out to grab the male student's arm. Feng Yu's arm was caught, but he swiped the hand away. "Who the hell are you? Can't you see that I am eating? I am from the disciplinary office. What are you doing?" "I am eating." "You are blind," Feng Yu replied and waved his hand in front of Officer Li's face as if he was checking if he was blind. "Which class are you from? Don't you know that the school forbids students to be in relationships? Call your parents." "Must call your parents down." Officer Li was furious. This student was too arrogant. He must be punished. Severely punished. "You don't accuse us. We are just classmates. Didn't the school rules state that students should love each other? We are just eating together. What's wrong?" Feng Yu retorted. Prohibiting students getting into relationships was not wrong, but it should not be prohibiting for the sake of prohibiting. Feng Yu was determined to argue with him and see who was more eloquent. The rest of the students were dumbfounded. This freshman was too arrogant and dared to go head-to-head with Officer Li. "You need to be so close to each other when eating?" Officer Li shouted. "Sitting close together meant that we are dating? Who said this? You or the principal? You have never stood close to female strangers? Does that mean that you are dating every time?" Feng Yu replied. Roar. All the students burst out laughing, especially when they saw Officer Li's face turned red with anger. "You dare to talk to me this way? Who is your form teacher? I will make sure you get demerit points." "Whatever. Lina, have you finished eating? Let's go to the library." Feng Yu's indifference attitude angered Officer Li further. He wanted to reach out and grab Feng Yu, but he remembered Feng Yu had brushed off his hand earlier, embarrassing him. So he grabbed Lina's arm instead. "Ah!" Lina screamed out. "Slap." Feng Yu slapped Officer Li's hand, anyhow grabbing a female student's arm. "According to what you just said, can I interpret as you are molesting her?" Feng Yu asked. More and more students crowded around. Initially, it was those who had finished eating, but now, those who were eating stopped and joined the crowd to watch the battle between the righteous freshman and the evil Officer Li. Too exciting. There were even some at the back, cheering Feng Yu loudly. Anyway, they cannot be seen by Officer Li as there were a lot of onlookers in front of them. These students were unhappy with the disciplinary office, but dare not speak up. Finally, someone dares to stand up against Officer Li in the disciplinary office. How can they not cheer for Feng Yu? Feng Yu held Lina's hand and make their way out of the crowd. On the way out, he winked at Wen Dongjun, and he got the message. Wen Dongjun then incites the other students to block Officer Li's path. No matter what, this matter had blown up. "Are you two dating?" the form teacher asked sternly. These two students were the ones that the vice principal told him to take special care of. Why did they clash with the disciplinary office? Yes. No. Feng Yu and Lina gave two different answers at the same time. Lina looked at Feng Yu in shock. Her relationship with Feng Yu was more than ordinary friends, but they both did not cross the line, or at least they had not verbally admitted to being in a relationship. But Feng Yu said it out now, and it was still in front of their form teacher. "No, teacher. We are really not dating," Lina denied with her beet red face. Feng Yu sighed. This girl must be taught. "Fine. Teacher, we are not dating." The form teacher looked at Feng Yu speechless. From Feng Yu's expression and tone, how can one believe that they were not dating? These two students just can't let others stop worrying about them. Entering Bing City's top high school, and it was still a countrywide AAA-rated high school. Yet they were not concentrating on their studies to get into a good university. What's the difference between them and those at those vocational schools? After university, they would be elites, and they would get good jobs. Can't they settle down at that time? Why must they date during high school? The both of you, write a self-reflection letter. I will speak to Officer Li. You two will apologize to him, and we will let this matter rest. The form teacher said. We can write the letter, but we will not apologize. Feng Yu said. He thought of how Officer Li grabbed Lina's arm, and he was still angry. He will not apologize. The form teacher tried to persuade Feng Yu for a long time, but Feng Yu was adamant to not apologize. Finally, he was suspended. He can only return to school when he relents. Feng Yu was ecstatic. Does that mean if he does not relent for 1 month, and he can stop going to school for 1 month? Anyway, his goal was to study liberal arts now and business management in university. These subjects only require him to memorize, and skipping 1 month of the class makes no difference. But after the form teacher left the office, Lina burst into tears. Since kindergarten till now, she had never been suspended. Her classmates would laugh at her, and if her parents knew about this, they would be disappointed with her. What are you crying for? How nice it would be to be suspended for a few days. Anyway, the syllabus now is not that hard. We can read up ourselves. Okay. I will think of something. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. Feng Yu said. Lina looked at Feng Yu with tears rolling in her eyes. What can you do? You certainly will not apologize to Officer Li. Lina was in a dilemma now. On one side, she wants to go back to class and not get punished, but on the other hand, she does not wish for Feng Yu to bow down and apologize. She knew Feng Yu was a very proud person. My brother-in-law and Vice Principal's son are good friends. I will ask him to speak to Vice Principal Sunday. Really? Since when did I lie to you? Stop crying. You are turning into a kitten. Feng Yu took out a handkerchief and wiped Lina's tears. Giggle. Lina laughed. You are the kitten. Once again, Li Shiqiang came to Vice Principal Sun's office, and Vice Principal Sun welcomed him warmly. Mr. Li, thank you for your contributions to the school and the students. Why are you here for today? Vice Principal Sun was curious. Didn't the new basketball court construction complete? Could it be Li Shiqiang is going to donate something else? That would be great. He still does not know that Feng Yu was suspended from school. Vice Principal Sun, my brother was suspended. I want to know what happened. Li Shiqiang said. Your brother was suspended? How come I am unaware of this? Don't worry. I will call and ask. Feng Yu's form teacher appeared in Vice Principal Sun's office and reported the whole circumstances to him. He felt that the punishment meted out to him was not wrong. Openly talking back to the teacher, and the penalty was only to write a self-reflection letter and apologize to the teacher. How can this punishment be wrong? Li Shiqiang crossed his legs and said, Vice Principal Sun, I think there is no need to apologize, and only the self-reflection letter will do. My brother is not dating. He is not dating. Right. I want to donate 100 wind and rain fans to the school. I think this hot weather will last for another month. Vice Principal Sun laughed and said, Mr. Li, I also think that the self-reflection letter is sufficient. That Officer Li is also in the wrong. He can't assume male and female students having lunch together as dating. It could be pure friendship. The next day, Feng Yu and Lina returned to class as if nothing had happened. The two self-reflection letters had only less than 100 words, and they just reflected about the food they wasted at the cafeteria that day. When Officer Li read the letters, he tore them into pieces. But the disciplinary master told him something, and he cooled down. Vice Principal Sun said that it was okay to scold the students, but he must also allow male and female students to be friends. He cannot be too strict and stringent. Officer Li was not satisfied, but he can't do anything as his superior had already spoken. He can only let the matter rest. Soon, he noticed the school's culture had changed. In the past, after class ended, male and female students rarely mixed together. But now, male and female students were participating in activities together. During mealtime, male and female students sat together and chatted happily. In the mornings and evenings, there were male and female students taking strolls together in the school fields. Every time he questions these students, they would reply him that they were only friends. In the end, Officer Li gave up catching these students. Worked so hard, but got nothing in return. Later, he noticed that since he gave up finding these dating students, there were a few students that got into relationships. And those couples that were dating encouraged and helped each other in their studies to get into universities. Their grades improved instead. Of course, these were all afterward. The day Feng Yu stood up against Officer Li was named as Liberation Day by some students. A few decades later, it remained as a legend in the school. But the version was the N edition. Although they tried to keep Feng Yu and Li Na relationship from his sister, Feng Danying, she still found out. Feng Danying confiscated Feng Yu's car keys and ordered Li Shiqiang not to drive Feng Yu to school. Anyway, the school was only a 10 minutes walk from home. This was her punishment for Feng Yu, who asked him to not study hard in school and start dating at such young age. Feng Yu was accustomed to the car, and to ask him to walk for 10 minutes would be killing him. When Dongjun thought of a way for him, The both of them bought two Forever brand bicycles. Someone had said before, after you learn how to ride a bicycle, it would be just like walking. Even if you had not ridden a bike for decades, you would still be able to ride once you got on a bike. Now, the mainstream mode of transportation was still bicycles, and Forever brand was the most popular. All the staffs at Tai Hua Trading ride Forever brand bicycles, and they were proud of it. Feng Yu carried his backpack, wore his Warrior brand shoes, jeans, t-shirt, a baseball cap, which was only sold at major departmental stores, and a Shanghai brand watch on his left hand. He happily hummed a song and rode his bike to school. Most of the people going to school or work were riding bicycles. They would ring the bicycle bells as a form of greeting. Feng Yu also felt that, in this weather, it was not a bad idea to ride a bike to school. This beautiful picture was destroyed by the appearance of somebody. It was just like dripping a big blob of thick, black and smelly ink on a beautiful painting. Why are you riding so slowly? We will be late. Are you eating this bun? If no, I will eat it. With a bun in his mouth, when Dongjun caught up with Feng Yu and gave him a slap on his back. You are wiping your hands on my shirt after eating again. When Dongjun pedaled hard and soon overtake Feng Yu, and Feng Yu started to give chase, leaving sound of laughter in their trail. At the bicycle parking bay, a lot of students were pointing at them. When Dongjun felt very proud and waved at them like those superstars. Feng Yu shook his head and dragged Wen Dongjun to class. Not staying at the school dormitory have its pros too. At least they don't need to attend the morning self-revision classes, and they got to wake up 1 hour later. In the classroom, there were a lot of students who were half awake, and some were still yawning sleepily. But when the teacher enters the class, all of them sat up straight and looked like they were paying attention. After class, Feng Yu walked over to Li Na and sat in the seat beside her. Tomorrow is the weekends. After school, let's not go to the cafeteria. Let's go out to eat barbecue and catch a movie at the Cultural Palace. I still have to attend the night self-revision class. There is also no one taking attendance at self-revision classes, and what's wrong with skipping once? That's it. Feng Yu decided for Li Na. When Feng Yu returned to his seat, Li Na's desk mate, a fat chick, said to her, "He asked you out for movies tonight. I really envy you. Why doesn't anyone ask me out? You want to join us? Really? It's settled then. We shall go together tonight." The fat chick happily accepted the invitation. Li Na was stunned. She was just polite, and she never expects the fat chick to accept her invitation. During lunch at the cafeteria, Li Na told Feng Yu that her desk mate wanted to tag along that night. Feng Yu turned and looked at Wen Dongjun with an evil smile. "What? You want me to ride the bicycle with that fat chick? My tires will burst." Feng Yu wrapped his arms around Wen Dongjun's neck and said, "Are we brothers? My bicycle can't sit 2 more people. You have nothing to do at night anyway after you were turned down by that girl from next class. But I also cannot ferry her in my bike. If other students saw me, how can I go after the pretty girl from next class?" Fat Chick's character was not bad. She was good in her studies too and not short with fair complexion. Her facial features. Can't really see clearly as all her facial features were squeezed together. Later I will teach you some tricks. You can definitely ask her out the next time. You sure? Feng Yu felt insulted and replied loudly. "When did I lie to you? 1, 2, go? Sit tight." Fat Chick sat on the back seat of Wen Dongjun's bicycle. He felt that he can't even pedal. He still needs Feng Yu to push him from the back for him to start riding wobbly. Li Na sat on the back seat of Feng Yu's bicycle, and Feng Yu, with one leg on the ground and the other on the pedal, stepped down hard on the pedal and moved off with ease. He rode steadily following behind Wen Dongjun. Li Na was wearing a long dress and sat sideways on the back with her arms wrapped around Feng Yu's waist. She lowered her head and smiled sweetly. The four reached the entrance of the Cultural Palace. There was a movie poster for a Hong Kong movie, starring Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, and Yuan Biao. The Cultural Palace was still better than the cinemas in the towns, where they only screened those boring domestic films. Looking at the time, there was still 10 minutes till the next screening. Feng Yu and the rest decided to watch the movie first before getting barbecue. This move was a comedy action movie. These four really enjoyed it. After the movie, they went to the roadside stalls beside the cinema. 1 RMB for 10 sticks of barbecue meat. Feng Yu ordered 50 sticks without hesitation. He also ordered a lot of other barbecue stuff. Based on Wen Dongjun and Fat Chick's power, Feng Yu might not get to eat anything if he ordered too little food. There were too few varieties for these barbecue sticks, unlike the future. There were no seafood-related food and vegetables. There was only sliced potatoes, boiled peanuts, and soybeans for cold dishes. But it was still enough for Feng Yu and the rest to eat. At the table beside them, a few youngsters were looking at Lina. Lina had worn a long dress, and with her pretty face, these few youngsters started to have some evil thoughts. One of them walked over to Lina with a mug of beer. "Hey girl, drink with me. Later I will bring you to a fun place. You heard of billiards before? I have a billiard hall behind me, and there are 2 tables there." When Dongjun and Feng Yu stood up immediately and stopped that youngster. "Go back and eat your food. If you are not eating, get lost. Stop your drunken rage." "Oh, what is this? These 2 kids want to fight with me? Step aside and don't bother me drinking with this pretty girl. If not, I will kill you." The 3 other young punks stood up and walked up to Feng Yu when he finished his sentence. They started to shove Feng Yu. "Please don't fight. Don't fight." Lina was almost in tears. These 4 men were not to be a mess with. Feng Yu reached over and pulled Lina behind him. He looked at these 4 punks and said, "There are some people whom young punks like you all can provoke. Get lost, and I will pretend nothing had happened. My brother-in-law works with master crutches." To pretend, the attitude was critical. When Feng Yu said those words, his tone and demeanor of the speech startled those youngsters. Feng Yu lifted his left hand and deliberately let those 4 young gangsters see his watch. In that era, someone who can wear a Shanghai brand watch was not ordinary folks. Feng Yu looked like a middle high school student, and yet his dressing tells others that he was rich. Coupled with Feng Yu's calm and relaxed attitude, the young punks looked at each other and hurriedly paid their bills and left. All they wanted was to use being drunk as an excuse to harass some girls. If Feng Yu and the rest feared them, they might do something worse. But if they met someone who was firm and fearless, they would run away. If Feng Yu was telling the truth, his brother-in-law works for master crutches, their legs would be broken. The barbecue stall owner overheard Feng Yu and gave them a bunch of barbecue meat sticks, a few bottles of beer. The stall owner thought to himself, "So young and walked the wrong path. I still thought that they were good students. In future, they will also be gangsters." After eating, Feng Yu sent Lina back, while when Dongjun sent Fat Chick back. "Your brother-in-law is really a gangster?" Lina asked. "I was just scaring them. You also believe? If I never lied to them, will them leave?" Feng Yu laughed. Although he was not some good person, he would never join the triads. He could not even finish spending the money he earned from legal means. Why would he make from illegal businesses? Lying on the bed, Lina tossed and turned, and can't sleep. She knew Feng Yu's family well. His family was farmers. Although they were not poor, they were not very rich either. But why was Feng Yu so rich this year? Drove his own car, eat and wear branded goods, and even had an apartment in the city. Could it be his brother-in-law really from the triads? Then he must not be some good person. Lina was anxious. Feng Yu's money did not come from legal means. Especially Feng Yu kept giving her gifts, and the gifts were quite expensive too. She decided to not accept his gifts anymore. Fun day afternoon. Feng Yu woke up at 10. He woke up because he was hungry. After eating something in the kitchen, he washed up and left for his company. It was the day to remit money to Kirilenko, and Feng Yu would never delay. He still wants to work with Kirilenko for the long term. Taihua Trading does not have an accountant. All the finances were handled by Feng Yu personally. Luckily for him, in this era, there was no need for an accounting certificate to take on this post. If not, Feng Yu would have a big headache. Taihua Trading had how much money? How much profits? Only Feng Yu knows the best. Even Li Shiqiang can only estimate, and the rest can only guess. Next year, Feng Yu would be taking out every single cent from the company and invest in the stock market. This would be more convenient for Feng Yu. Another reason was Feng Yu does not trust employing an accountant from outside. There were many instances where the account of the company embezzled with the money and ran off. Furthermore, Taihua Trading had so much money in its accounts. Don't say this era, even in his previous life, there will still be people who would take the risk and embezzle money. The technology was not advanced in this era, and there was no need to register names for train tickets, no CCTV on the roads. Once someone escaped and hide in a small mountain village for a year, and in the second year, he can just spend some money to get a real new identity. This way he will be scot-free and live in another city. Don't be mistaken. There were a lot of good policemen around, but there will also be some black sheep, especially in the villages. If the village leader acts as a guarantor, the police station doesn't investigate and claim to be someone's relative. One can just register a new identity and get a new identity card. Feng Yu only trusted Li Shiqiang entirely, but he does not know about accounts and doesn't want to learn. He only told Feng Yu that he entrusted him with the accounts and just want to wait until year-end to get his share. This era, it was very troublesome to remit money. Although this was not the first time Feng Yu remit money, it still took him, with the assistance of the bank staffs, almost an hour to complete the transaction. Why was it that he needed the approval from the bank's manager when he was remitting money to another party? After the bank, he went straight to the used cars refurbishment site. All the refurbished luxury cars looked like stacks of money to Feng Yu, and all the discontents from the bank were dissipated. This period, Wu Jigang and the rest worked very hard. They brought many people over to view the cars. Some of these people bought the cars on the spot, while some thought that it was priced too expensive for a used car. The used car cost hundreds of thousands? They need some time to consider. Feng Yu was too optimistic about the market. Although the population in Bing City was a lot, there were not many rich people around. Those that became rich earlier only look at Mercedes-Benz and BMW. However, the sales for Rolls-Royce and Toyota Crown was not bad. Feng Yu's way of marketing through word of mouth was not very useful. There were not enough stupid people around. As such, he went to the newspaper office and paid for a period of advertisement space. He then employed some flight attendant trainees from the vocational school, wearing flight attendant's uniform, and stood beside the cars. One day one car model, one day one pretty model. This continued for 10 days. 10 different type of cars and 10 beautiful models. These advertisements made those bosses restless. From the stimulation of the advertisements, Feng Yu estimates that they could sell another 20 to 30 vehicles. But Bing City's market was only so big, and his sports cars remained unsold. The road conditions in the era were not as good as the future years, and there was not much expressway around for them to race. The sports cars from the second batch remained unsold. In another 2 months, there will be the last batch of used cars arriving. If Feng Yu can't sell off all these cars within the next 2 months, he might have some cash flow issues. Jigang, you get one man to follow you to the neighboring province's Jilin City tomorrow. Do the same advertisement in the papers there. No problem. You can count on me. When manager Feng asked them to travel, he would give them a lot of travel allowance. That night, he played video games with Wen Dongjun before going to sleep. When he reached his class on Monday, he noticed it was a bit weird. It seems that the other students were afraid of him. It can't be. He had not got into fights in school or even got angry. Why did everyone become scared of him? A few students were whispering to each other. When Feng Yu returned from the toilet, he finally understood what happened. There were rumors that his brother-in-law was a gangster and working for the Master Crutches. What? You don't believe? You think about why Feng Yu dared to stand up against Officer Li? Why after that incident, he did not receive any punishment? You all remember when school starts, and we were all discussing our entry grades? Feng Yu was short of 3 points, and Wen Dongjun was short of 30 over points. They are also not Bing City's residents. They are from the farms nearby. How could they enter this school? My dad had met Feng Yu's brother-in-law. He was tall, fit, and fierce-looking. His fist was as big as a clay pot. There were rumors that he was Master Crutches, right-hand man. Also, even the vice principal was scared of Feng Yu's brother-in-law. I think Feng Yu will become the big boss of this school in future. We better stay away from him and don't provoke him. A few days ago, there were over 10 gangsters outside the school calling Feng Yu Big Brother. These few students can really make up stories. They just haven't made up a story of Feng Yu beat up Cripple Wang with one punch and killed Song Laosi with a kick. Feng Yu opened the toilet door and bared his teeth at these students. Those students hurriedly ran for their lives. Feng Yu knew who spread these rumors. It must be Fat Chick. Forget it. No matter what motive she got, at least there will not be anyone dares to provoke him in school, and no one dares to make a move on Lina. Although his reputation was infamous, Feng Yu doesn't care. That idiot Wen Dongjun still felt very proud, and he even wanted to use Feng Yu's reputation to stop some other students from getting close to the prettiest girl in the next class. Rumors were like this. The more you want to suppress, the faster it will spread. Although the form teacher does not allow the students to spread rumors, the rumor quickly spread to the whole grade and even the entire school. Even the teachers believed the rumors. The form teacher even spoke to Feng Yu about this. He wanted to clarify with Feng Yu. But Feng Yu just shook his head. Rumors are carried by haters, spread by fools, and accepted by idiots. Feng Yu was lazy to explain. Anyway, these rumors did not bring him much trouble anyway. He can have more time to think about how to earn more money. The advertisements were published in the neighboring province. But that province was considered poor, and the economy was not as good as Lanjiang province. The city development was also ranked one of the lowest in China. There were some who had come to look at the cars, but there were few that bought. Just when Feng Yu wanted to go and place an advertisement in Shin City, a Cantonese-speaking boss came to his company. Lei Ho, Mr. Feng is really young and capable. He spoke in Chinese, mixed with Cantonese. Lei Ho means how are you in Cantonese. Lei Ho. Mr. Fu is a Hong Konger. Feng Yu replied. Xia. Xia means yes in Cantonese. Mr. Fu, you can speak English? Feng Yu asked again. Of course. Feng Yu nodded and used fluent English. I heard that Mr. Fu is interested in my used car business and wants to buy some cars to resell in the South. Feng Yu really can't stand this type of Cantonese-influenced Chinese. Fu Guangjing was startled. This Feng Yu's English was so fluent? He heard that Feng Yu does business with the Soviets and doesn't need any interpreters. How old is he? He mastered 2 foreign languages? Mr. Fu. Feng Yu raised his voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to buy British used luxury cars and sell to the South. How many do you have? About 60 to 70 cars. All of them are about 70 to 80% new. How many units do Mr. Fu want? If the cars are all 70 to 80% new and the price is right, I will buy all. Fu Guangjing smiled. 60 to 70 cars. If he only gets 30,000 to 50,000 profits from one vehicle, the total would also be 2 to 3 million profits. Bases on his estimation, the profits should be more than that. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. A rich man. But Feng Yu was still a bit suspicious. There were a lot of con men impersonating wealthy Hong Kong businessmen in this era. They will paint a beautiful picture, and when they take the goods or money from you, they will disappear without a trace. But this Mr. Fu's English was not bad. Seems like he had received high education in Hong Kong. His manners also showed that he had a proper upbringing. He seems to be at least 80% trustworthy. Mr. Fu is really willing to spend. But my cars are not cheap. Even if you are buying in bulk, the average price will also be the amount. Feng Yu replied and put out 4 fingers. Fu Guangjing did not agree nor disagree, but asked, then when can you deliver the cars to me? All the cars must be refurbished. Of course, but I am not responsible for the delivery, and you will have to settle the paperwork yourself. If the cars were sold in Bing City, it was effortless to get the registration plates, if one has money. Feng Yu had made it very clear. Fu Guangjing hesitated for a moment and nodded. I understand. Then when can you deliver the cars? The fastest will also be 2 months. Now I only have slightly over 10 cars left, and most of them are sports cars. If you want these, I can deliver it to you now. Feng Yu brought Fu Guangjing to the factory to view the cars. Fu Guangjing scrutinized each car. Although he does not know anything about cars, he was observing the facial expressions of the people around. Everyone looks calm. Seems like there were no issues with these cars, and these were not unsold problematic vehicles. But to be safe, Fu Guangjing decided to get a few professional mechanics to inspect these cars. What if the exterior condition is in excellent condition, but the engine is problematic, and after using for 1 year, the car will have to be scrapped? He could offend a lot of people. Mr. Feng, can I come back in 2 days with my men to check on the cars, and I will make a decision after that? Of course. Even if you did not mention this, I would also remind you. At least in future, you will not blame me for defective goods. This batch of cars which Kirilenko sold to Feng Yu had not been used for several years. They were at least 50% new. Feng Yu had only changed the seats, tires, and respray the exterior. He also employed 2 highly skilled mechanics with high salaries to check on the engines. Guaranteed those who bought the cars will not look for him later and affect his company's reputation. Although this way, the cost would be higher, but his profits will also be high. One car, he can make at least 100,000 renminbi and highest, 300,000 renminbi. They both agreed. Next fun day, Fu Guangjing will bring his men to inspect all the vehicles, and if there are no problems, he will make payments and ship all these cars away. Back at the hotel, Fu Guangjing instructed his men to look for professional mechanics, and at the same time, he asked around for old houses with antiques. Initially, Fu Guangjing had made this trip to look for antiques. The northeast region was the Manchus' base. There must be a lot of good stuff left behind. If he can get his hands on a few pieces and bring back to Hong Kong, he can get 10 times, or even more, turnover if he resells them. He heard that northeast region, primarily Bing City, was very enclosed and people were poor. Poor till they can't afford clothes and cannot afford to eat. But when he arrived here, he noticed that these were not true. There were many factories here and have a strong industrial feel. Although the standard of living for the people here was not high, they were not poor till they can't afford to eat. At least, he saw a lot of cars on the streets. But the number of vehicles can't be compared to the coastal cities. The development here should be considered faster than a lot of inland cities. The thing that surprised him the most was the red Lotus sports car he saw on the streets. This type of sports cars was costly. Even in Hong Kong, only the super-rich second generations will buy. He, himself, just drives a Toyota Crown. Fu Guangjing's family was considered one of the influential family in Hong Kong. His father had a net worth of several billion. His first uncle was also a multi-billionaire. But it was a pity that Fu Guangjing was not the eldest son. He can only get an inheritance of tens of millions in future. His elder brother's company now is worth billions, and it was not from their father's investment. His own company is only worth a few million, and it was still because of his mother helping him. Everyone said that those who had become wealthy in China were very capable and had good connections. A few more years, Hong Kong will be returned to China, and his family feared the changes in policies would affect them. As such, his father had been finding ways to know and build a good relationship with the senior officials. He wants to protect his family's businesses and not be affected by the reunification. Since young, Fu Guangjing was taught by his mother to make friends with those that would be able to help him in future. Isn't this Lotus sports car driver someone like this? If he can be friends with the driver, then his position in his family will rise. But after asking, that sports car driver was a 40-plus man, and this man was not as powerful as he thought he was. He was only a businessman selling animal feed. His car was also a used car and cost less than 500,000 renminbi. Fu Guangjing suddenly thought of a way to earn money. There was someone in Bing City who had the means to get used luxury cars. He had stayed in Guangzhou and Shenzhen for quite some time. 500,000 renminbi for a Lotus. Even if there were 100 cars like this, after shipping over, he can sell them off within a month. If he can get a steady supply of these cars, he can make money fast. He also wanted to prove to his father that his capabilities were not worse than his elder brother. Translator note: I am not sure if Fu Guangjing is a real person, so I googled, and there is a Hong Kong billionaire by the name of Peter Wu Guangqing. The surname is different, but the Chinese characters for Guangjing are the same. Peter Wu Guangqing was the former chairman of Wheelock and Company Limited and the Wharf Holdings Limited, and his net worth is estimated to be $12.6 billion in 2018, according to Forbes. The sales for the luxury used cars were settled, and Fengyu was relived. Wu Jigang had been doing market research and noticed that the agricultural machinery and parts produced by the Soviet Union were very popular in China. They were more durable than the Japanese, but more expensive. This was especially so for the harvesters and tractors. They were outstanding, but not sold anywhere. Fengyu intended to do this business for the next 6 months. Longjiang Province is a vast agricultural province. Cultivating all the land by animals was impossible. He was not sure how much it will cost for him to bring in these machines. Fu Guangjing and 2 mechanics arrived at Taihua trading on Fun Day. Li Shiqiang and one of the mechanics met and was shocked. This mechanic was the one who does the testing of the vehicles for them. Fengyu did not hide this from Fu Guangjing and told him straight. He still wants to sell the next batch of cars to Fu Guangjing, and he cannot let the latter to feel that he was deceiving him. Fu Guangjing smiled and said that it was okay. He knew that this mechanic was doing the testing for Taihua Trading, and he deliberately brought him along to see if Taihua Trading will be in cahoots with the mechanic to cheat him. But since Fengyu had made it clear to him, that means that Fengyu had no plans to deceive him. This increases the position of Taihua Trading in his heart. The testing went smoothly. All vehicles were tested in the afternoon. The testing mainly focuses on the engine, chassis, brakes, and accelerator. The rest doesn't matter much. Fu Guangjing was satisfied with the test results. He wanted all 18 vehicles. After deducting the transportation cost, he can still get a profit of more than 50,000 renminbi per vehicle. If he manages well, he might get even more. All of them returned to Taihua Trading's warehouse to sign a contract prepared by Feng Yu. Fu Guangjing read the contract carefully and signed it. Tomorrow, after the money was credited to Taihua Trading, Fu Guangjing will collect the cars. He had already made the arrangements for the transportation, and all the paperwork were completed in 1 hour. Keeping his copy of the contract, Feng Yu said politely, "Mr. Fu, let's have some tea before leaving." Feng Yu never expected Fu Guangjing to accept his invitation readily, and even said that he was thirsty from earlier on. Feng Yu instructed his staff to prepare the tea and at the same time apologize for the poor hospitality. Having a company with all men was not good. No one was meticulous enough to prepare tea for customers and guests. But this was all Feng Yu's fault. He had taught his staff to behave this way. A successful company must be arrogant. But Feng Yu will never admit that this was taught by him. Fu Guangjing lifts the teacup, took a sip of the green tea, and frowned. This tea was ordinary and not some good tea. He does not want to drink, but he was embarrassed to put down the teacup after taking a slip. So, he just held on to the cup in his hands. He looked around and noticed the three-legged incense burner in the corner. He casually said to Feng Yu, "Why did you place that thing in your office? It doesn't match your simple office decor." Feng Yu looked over at the incense burner which he bought for 300,000 renminbi from Cripple Wang. He had wanted to use it as a flower pot, but his office was in a warehouse, and there was no sunlight. In the end, he forgot about it. "Oh, that incense burner? After buying it from a friend, I got nowhere to place it, so I just leave it in that corner." Bought from a friend? Maybe he knows that it is an antique? Then it won't be nice if I ask him for it. But why was it placed at that corner? Could it be a fake? Fu Guangjing had this problem, or should it be those who traded in antiques all had this problem? If an antique was placed in front of them, they can't sleep if they can't hold the antique in their hands and scrutinize it. Incense burner? I like incense burner and even have a collection. Can I take a closer look at that incense burner? Some people collect incense burner as a hobby. Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangjing strangely. This hobby was quite weird and doesn't sound like some sort of religion. Sure, since you like it, just take a closer look. Feng Yu nonchalantly picked up the incense burner and roughly placed it on the table. Although the ashes were cleared, the incense burner was not cleaned. An ash cloud floated up from the impact. Feng Yu stepped 2 steps back and waved his hands in front of him. Fu Guangjing and moved his chair back and placed the teacup on the table. A layer of ash dropped onto the tea, and it can't drink anymore. But Fu Guangjing's eyes did not leave the incense burner. Huh. Feng Yu looked at Fu Guangjing curiously. Why did he take out a pair of white gloves and put it on? Why was it so familiar? Feng Yu suddenly remembered a television program he watched in his previous life. The program was Appraising Treasures, and the experts in the program wore white gloves when appraising antiques. Looking at Fu Guangjing carefully wiping the dust off the surface of the incense burner, the things he said earlier, and his expression, Feng Yu had a bold guess. This Fu Guangjing had a bit of OCD. If it were a clean incense burner, he would not wear his gloves. But this incense burner was too dirty. He did not want to dirty his hands, so he put on his gloves. He thought his acting was not bad. Collecting incense burners. This reason was impressive. People were collecting all sorts of weird stuff in the world, and this Feng Yu should not suspect anything. Feng Yu apparently does not think much of this incense burner as he had left it in a corner. It could be he treated it as a regular incense burner, or he thought it was a fake. Fu Guangjing saw the shape of the incense burner, and it looked like an Xuanda burner. There was only about 3,000 Xuanda burner produced during the Ming Dynasty. Later, many were damaged or went missing. The prices for these burners became more and more expensive. If this burner were real, it would worth a lot of money. Fu Guangjing only wanted to wipe the burner clean to look at the material and color so he can have a rough estimation. Then he would offer a low price to buy it. If the negotiation went smoothly, Feng Yu should be willing to sell it to him. But he did not expect that by putting on a pair of white gloves, Feng Yu suspect that burner is an antique. Fu Guangjing shook his head and casually placed the burner back on the table. But there was only a faint sound because he was cautious with it. He had examined the burner. Although it was not a thorough examination, there was a 50% chance of it being a real Xuanda burner and 50% to be an imitation. But it doesn't matter if it was real or fake. Even if it was an imitation, it was worth a lot of money too. If he met someone who doesn't know much about antiques, he could still sell it to him at the price of an authentic burner. I had never seen this type of incense burner. Is Mr. Feng willing to sell it to me? Fu Guangjing said and placed a 100 Hong Kong dollars note on the table. Feng, you can now be sure that this burner was indeed an antique. If not, why would Fu Guangjing want such a dirty incense burner? Feng Yu smiled and said, Mr. Fu is joking with me? I had spent a few 100,000 RMB to buy this burner from a friend, and you are offering me 100 Hong Kong dollars. The smile on Fu Guangjing's face froze. A few 100,000 RMB? This Feng Yu knows that this burner isn't Xuanda burner? Impossible. Who would place something that is worth a few 100,000 RMB in a corner? He must be bluffing. Did I hear wrongly? A few 100,000? This should only worth a few dozen RMB the most. Really? A few dozen RMB apiece? Why not Mr. Fu sells it to me? I will buy whatever you have. Let's be truthful. This burner is an antique, and you should have already known about it. The author notes, there were some who said that there was 3,000 Xuanda incense burner produced, and some said 5,000. Also, some of those were imitation from the Qing dynasty. Even the experts were not sure. There were also some who said there were less than 100 real, authentic Xuanda burners left. However, let's not dwell on it. Feng Yu himself was not sure what antique was this incense burner, but he was sure that this is indeed an antique. He wanted to know which dynasty was it from and how much was it worth. Fu Guangjing heard Feng Yu and laughed embarrassedly. Ha! Ha! Mr. Feng, stop joking. Since you know about it, why did you still place it in that corner? Feng Yu rolled his eyes and said, I didn't have time to keep it. You see, I didn't even have the time to clean it up properly. A history professor once told me it was worth 1 million, but another expert told me that this was worth 2 million. I am not so sure how much is this worth. How much is this type of incense burner selling for in Hong Kong? What Fu Guangjing said earlier had indirectly admitted this burner was worth at least a few 100,000. Feng Yu wanted to know how much Fu Guangjing was willing to offer. If the price is right, he might just sell it to him now. Feng Yu does not have the hobby of collecting antiques. The antiques in his previous life were so expensive was because the market was manipulated by some people. Some collectors and auctioneers used the history, culture, economy to raise the prices of the antiques, and were still well received by many. There were some who were not interested in collecting antiques, but collected antiques for economic gains. Using their company's name, they auction back the antiques and declare as office supplies to avoid tax. The value of office supplies after 5 years of depreciation would become zero. After the value of the office supplies became zero on the company's books, these antiques can go into their own pockets. Also, these 5 years, the value of these antiques would have appreciated. This way, a significant amount of taxes was avoided and was still a stable investment. When in need of money, one can use these antiques as collaterals and obtain loans from the banks. In the future years, many used this method, and finally, the government came out with a policy to regulate the antique market, but there were still many loopholes. Feng Yu had no intention of entering the antique market. He knew nothing about antiques. In his previous life, he heard lots of stories of people getting cheated when buying antiques. Furthermore, if he just invests in the financial market, he is guaranteed to earn more than investing in antiques. Fu Guangjing put on his gloves again and took out a small brush and magnifying glass from his bag. He brought these along with him wherever he goes. He just did not take them out earlier. After Fu Guangjing cleaned the burner, this 3-legged incense burner restored its former radiance. Fu Guangjing was staring and caressing the burner as if the burner was his lover's body. 1 million. 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Feng, are you willing to sell it to me? This thing was worth 1 million, and it's in Hong Kong dollars? The Hong Kong dollars was valued higher than RMB. This price was much higher than Feng Yu's expectations. Initially, he thought that as long as he could get back the few 100,000 he paid to Cripple Wong, it was enough. But now, it seems like he could get a significant profit too. Cripple Wong must be unaware that this incense burner was a valuable antique. If he had known about this, he would have sent his men to get back the burner long time ago. Feng Yu did not expect that small gesture would give him a significant profit. Mr. Fu, do you think I would sell it? Feng Yu smiled and looked at Fu Guangjing. Feng Yu would not sell this burner unless Fu Guangjing offered 2 million. At this time next year, Feng Yu can still use this burner as collateral to get a loan from the bank. He could get at least a 5 million loan, and in 1 year's time, he can turn the 5 million into more than 20 million. If he gets 1 million now, he can't turn it into 5 million in 5 years. Fu Guangjing had a disappointed look on his face. It seems like Feng Yu wants to keep it for his own collection. If he were to offer a higher price, he might not get any profits. Mr. Feng also likes to collect antiques. What treasures are in your collection? Let me take a look. Fu Guangjing said while taking off his gloves and wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Feng Yu waved his hands. I just started and do not many collections. You seem to be an expert in antiques. You must have collected a lot of good stuff. What just started collecting? He didn't even start. But he was curious about the antique trade. At least he felt that antiques were better than art pieces. In his previous life, art pieces were deliberately traded at high prices to gain profits, and some were used for money laundering. You can bring a worthless painting to an auction house for auction. Then you give your money to another party, and this party will use your money to buy your worthless painting at a high price. This way, your money would come from a legitimate source. There are also a few idiots who blindly follow trends and bought art pieces at high prices. In the end, they were not able to sell off these art pieces, and they have to swallow the bitter pill. When Feng Yu said that he wants to look at Fu Guangjing's collection, Fu Guangjing had a proud look on his face. Although he was not considered a collector and he only does this for profits, but he had still made a hefty amount this year. This trip to Bing City, he had visited a few old houses nearby and bought a few pieces of antiques. At his hotel room, Fu Guangjing showed Feng Yu his collection from this trip. Snuff bottles, porcelains, seals, jade pendants, hairpins, ancient books. Feng Yu looked at these items for a while and felt that although these things were pretty, he will definitely not pay high prices for them. Looking at Feng Yu's uninterested look, Fu Guangjing said sourly, "These items can't be compared to your Schwanda burner. That burner of yours is an authentic Schwanda burner. The value will definitely appreciate by several folds in 2 years' time. But I can still get at least double profits from these items when I get back to Hong Kong. There are so many people collecting antiques in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, not many. But there are many in Southeast Asia." Feng Yu finally understood. Hong Kong in this era was still a British colony and the financial hub of Asia. There were more than 100 Chinese billionaires from Southeast Asia alone. These people are the ones who can push the prices up several times. Mr. Feng, are you interested in joining me in this business? This was Fu Guangjing's really objective. He was short of capital and can't increase his operations. Feng Yu had the funds and also had connections with the Soviets. If he is able to get some oil paintings or something from Europe, it will definitely be profitable. Sorry, I am not interested in this trade. I bought that incense burner was to help a friend with his financial woes. Mr. Fu, are you from Hong Kong's Fu family? Feng Yu suddenly asked. You know about the Fu family? Mr. Feng went to Hong Kong before. Fu Guangjing looked at Feng Yu curiously. Someone from the most northern province in China actually knew about Hong Kong's Fu family? How did he know about this? I heard from a friend. The Fu family is a big family in Hong Kong. Every member of the family are elites in Hong Kong's upper society. Which Rong generation is your father? Fu Guangjing was shocked. Feng Yu even know about his family's seniority. This meant that Feng Yu had already found out his background. My father is Fu Rongjin. Feng Yu thought for a while. He had no impression of Fu Rongjin. The most famous from Fu family's Rong generation was comparable to Superman Lee. But that person is definitely not Fu Rongjin. Feng Yu showed a shocked expression, and this made Fu Guangjing felt proud. Although he was not his father's favorite, his father had never stopped him from using his name when doing business. He wanted to make use of this used car business to prove himself to his father. Translator notes, traditional Chinese families have this practice of using one same character for the names of the same generation. E.g., Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong and his brother Lee Hsien Yang. Famous Hong Kong actors, Michael Hui, Ricky Hui, and Sam Hui had the same character in their names. Superman Lee is the nickname for one of Asia's most influential entrepreneurs, Li Ka-shing. He is the 23rd wealthiest man in the world as of January 2018. Taihua Trading's account had almost 10 million renminbi and does not include Kirilenko's payment of 1 million rubles. The next batch of used cars will arrive in November. Feng Yu decided to bring in a bunch of agricultural machinery from the Soviet Union first. The autumn harvest had started, and this was the time when farming machines got damaged. If he imported a batch of these machines, or even spare parts now, he would not worry about the sales. The sales for the agricultural machinery and spare parts were the highest just before and after the spring farming and autumn harvest. Feng Yu organized a list of the types and quantity of popular farming machines and tools and telegrammed the list to Kirilenko. He wanted Kirilenko to give him a quote. The next day, Li Shiqiang received a telegram from the post office. Kirilenko had sent over a list of prices for different types of farming machines and parts. Feng Yu made some calculations. After deducting Kirilenko's transportation fees, taxes, and the cost, the profits were not high. There were even no profits for some products. Those that were in this trade will still bring in these products, even if they were making a loss. This was because they wanted to have a wide range of products. But Feng Yu was different. He does not intend to do this business for long. He only wanted to make some money in this year. Brother Li, send these to Brother Qi and ask him to send out these products as soon as possible. Also, ask Ji Gang and the rest to make sales call and get the market prices for tractors and harvesters. We will be selling a batch of those early next year. Okay, leave these to me. It's late. Shouldn't you be in bed? Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang and his sister. Their wedding date was confirmed to be on next Lunar New Year. Now, they were already living together. When they bought this apartment, Feng Yu wanted to buy a few more units, but his parents didn't approve. Now, there were not enough rooms, and his sister had to live with Li Shiqiang. How can a young couple living together not do some naughty things? Feng Yu was not very sure previously, but today, Li Shiqiang was asking Feng Yu to go and sleep. Does this still need any explanations? Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang and seriously said, Brother Li, if my sister got pregnant before you two were married, my father might not beat my sister, but will definitely bring the shotgun along for a talk with you. Cough. What are you saying? Hurry and go to bed. Kirilenko was quick to send out the shipment. In the Soviet Union, there were stockpiles of these farming machinery and parts. Kirilenko was able to procure the items on the list quickly and ship to Feng Yu. Kirilenko was really enjoying his life during this period. Good wine and women, and his wealth was increasing every day. His reputation among the second generations and the business circle rose too. This was because of the popular Chinese products in his hands. However, this business was a partnership, and he was only one of the shareholders. If only he owns this business himself. But his partners had strong backgrounds, and he can't just ditch them and venture on his own. I am here first. I should load first. Bullshit. I was waiting here since last night. I should be first. Get lost. I am the first to sign the contract, so I should be first. A few farming machinery dealers were crowding around the freight station. They wanted to be the first to load the goods onto their vehicles. The earlier they load, the earlier they could occupy the market. They did not segregate the market, and they planned to sell these products in another person's territory. There were even some from the same city. The one that was faster would earn more money. Stop shouting. What did we tell you when you signed the contract? Those who pay first will get to load first. Those who pay later will load later. Mr. Su, why are you rushing? Your truck is not here yet. Looking at these people arguing, Li Shiqiang had no choice but to step up and maintain order. Luckily, Taihua Trading was notorious and different from other companies. From the boss to the staffs, everyone was arrogant. These people can afford to be arrogant because of the popular products they were selling, and everyone was rushing to buy from them. Good quality farming machinery from the Soviet Union. Even the parts were more durable and better than domestically produced. After Li Shiqiang shouted at them, these people loaded their trucks according to their time of payments. The most frustrated of them all was Mr. Su. He was the second to make payments, but he could not find any trucks. When there was no need for trucks, you can see these trucks everywhere. But when there was a need for trucks, these trucks were nowhere to be seen. When the third person started loading, his truck had not arrived yet. No choice. The truck he hired had just returned from other places and had not finished unloading at other sites. After school, Feng Yu went to the freight station and saw the loading was almost completed. Brother Li, what's the matter? Li Shiqiang said excitedly. Xiao Yu, we had sold everything. These goods were so popular. The money was deposited into the company's account. More than 4 million renminbi. Li Shiqiang covered his mouth and whispered the last sentence to Feng Yu. The prices for this batch of goods were set by Feng Yu. But Li Shiqiang was the one who signed the contracts and collected the payments. Feng Yu only knew that Li Shiqiang was very busy yesterday and returned home quite late. He didn't have the time to ask him yesterday. He was surprised that everything was sold when he came to the freight station. These lads were really something. They did not skive even when they were out making sales calls. Must give them more rewards this month and let them know that their hard work was not for nothing. This way, they will work even harder for the company. Later, Feng Yu found out that his staffs had got hold of a list of machinery dealers from the motor factory. They even bought dealer lists from other factories within and outside of Bing City. They visited these dealers based on the list, and this way, saved them a lot of time. There were still a lot of dealers they had not visited. If they had visited everyone on the lists, there would not be enough goods for everyone. In this era, customers had the impression that imported goods were better, and if the products were imported from the Soviet Union, it will even be better. The Soviet Union was a big industrial country, and China produced tractors. Farming machines were imitated from the Soviet Union. These Soviet Union products were better than domestic ones, and the prices were still low. How can these dealers miss out such good deals? Feng Yu had not expected these goods to be so popular. It seems that he was too conservative when he ordered only 3 million renminbi worth of products. He immediately called Kirilenko and asked him to ship another batch of products over quickly. There were 30% profits to make. Kirilenko answered Feng Yu's call and smiled. I knew that those goods were not enough. Didn't you notice the prices I quoted you? You can't even get these prices in the Soviet Union. I had already prepared 1 million rubles worth of goods for you. Rest assured, this batch will definitely arrive at Bing City within 1 week. These goods were stockpiled in some factories and unable to sell. Those factories' leaders were still worried and wondering what to do with those goods. Kirilenko was also shamelessly. He approached these factories' leaders and told them that the Soviet army wants to support their allies, China. He even got a military document with a red seal. In the end, he offered some Chinese products in exchange and got these goods at a meager price. In total, he only spent less than 300,000 rubles for everything. These monies were all Kirilenko's. He had left his partners out of this deal. He was the one who had built this sales channel. He was the one who had worked the most and should be getting more money. Director, oh no. What are you yelling for? Can't you keep it down? Bing City's machinery factory director Li Mingde put down his newspaper and angrily looked at his sales department head, Wang Aigua. Director, there is bad news. What bad news? The Japanese are attacking us again. Li Mingde replied jokingly. But Wang Aigua did not laugh at his joke. Li Mingde picked up the teacup and slowly savored the tea. This tea leaf was given to him, the deputy chief of the industrial department. Last month, because of the autumn harvest, the machinery factory's sales were the highest in history. Because of this, Li Mingde was commented by the deputy mayor. If he is lucky, he might be transferred to the industrial department to be a leader. No, Director Li, didn't you instructed us to manufacture more agricultural tools and machines for the National Day? Yes. What's wrong? During the meeting yesterday, it was mentioned that our production had increased further. Are you afraid that we do not have enough goods? It's not about having not enough goods. It's about unable to sell off the goods. Wang Aigua replied. What? Unable to sell off the goods? How can this be? Every year, this period is our peak period. How can our goods be unsold? Li Mingde was surprised. He had asked the workers to work overtime to increase production. If these machines were unsold, he might be unable to pay the production workers' salaries as all the factory's cash were used to produce these machines. He had promised the deputy mayor that the sales would surpass 10 million renminbi as a National Day gift. I had contacted those dealers, and most of them do not need any more agricultural machines. Only a few of them express interest in ordering from us, but they wanted us to lower our prices. They do not have a shortage of goods? Impossible. There was an increase in the number of farms this year, and every city's government were following the provincial government's instruction to promote the use of machinery in farming. How can they have no shortages in these machines? I had asked around, and I heard that there was a batch of Soviet Union-produced farming machines in the market. Those dealers had imported those machines, and those who can't get their hands on those machines were still waiting. All these dealers refused to order from us. Soviet-made machines? The prices should be much higher than us. Could it be expensive machines sells better? Li Mingde was confused. Things should work this way. Director, these Soviet machines were not more expensive than our machines. They were a lot cheaper than us. Their retail prices were almost on par with our cost prices. Retail prices almost on par with our cost prices? Impossible. It's real. If not, why would those dealers want us to lower our prices? Also, Soviet farming machines were imported and more durable. Now no one is buying our machines. Did you find out where did these dealers got those machines from? Yes, it is a private company by the name of Taihua Trading Company. It was also this company which introduced the wind and rain electric fans last summer. Okay, I know. You go back to work first. You must think of a way to sell off this batch of farming machines before National Day. Li Mingda waited till Wang Igua left the room and called the deputy director who was in charge of the production to his office. He asked the deputy director to inform the production line to temporarily stop working, citing the workers needed a few days of rest after working so hard for 1 month. After Li Mingda finished giving out his instructions, he asked his secretary to notify his driver. He needs to go to the industrial department and complain to the leaders there about Taihua Trading for disturbing the market. Those dealers rushed to Taihua Trading after they received news of them importing a new batch of farming machines from the Soviet Union. This time, they were smart. They prepared cash as they wanted to be the first one to load their trucks. They had set the retail prices for the last batch of machines and tools from the Soviet Union was 10% above the cost price. The quality was better, more durable, and these were imported goods. The prices were also lower than Bing City's machinery factory. These goods were sold out within a week. Farmers usually stayed near to each other and had a competitive mindset. If one of them bought a cheap farming machine or tool, the news would spread fast, and the rest will follow suit as they don't want to lose out to others. For instance, Feng Yu's father borrowed money to purchase a 55 tractor after he saw someone using it. A lot of people came after hearing the news of cheap and durable imported farming machines. But they were disappointed when they heard that the machines were sold out. The dealers were anxious too. Who doesn't want more of these popular goods? The more they sell, the more they will profit. As such, they called up Taihua Trading every day asking if there were any more goods and when will the next batch arrive. When these dealers arrived, they soon discovered that there were more people compared to the last time. They knew each other, and when they saw an unfamiliar face, they knew that Taihua Trading had reached out to more regions. Will there be enough goods for them? This batch of machines and tools was not enough for these people. Everyone wanted to purchase more and were not afraid of keeping extra. They knew that these goods will be sold during next spring. Most importantly, these machines were extremely popular. These Soviet Union-produced machines were selling better than the ones sold by any of the state-owned factories in Longjiang province or any other provinces. Feng Yu had not thought of this. He felt that the autumn harvest was coming to an end, and it will be until next spring before anyone wants to buy farming machines. He did not know that these dealers were willing to stock up on these machines and were afraid that there will not be any cheap Soviet Union-produced farming machines. These people also ordered seeders, rotary tiller, sprinkler, and many other machines which were not used during autumn harvest. Feng Yu had imported thresher, harvester, and the spare parts for these big machinery. His thinking was too constricted. As long as the price was low, no matter what type of machine, these dealers will also want it. What's there to wait? Call and order more. Kirilenko was also very surprised. He knew that the prices he gave Feng Yu were low and these machines should be popular. But he did not expect these machines were so popular. He had underestimated the agricultural machinery demand in China. Once again, Kirilenko forged some documents and purchased large quantities of machinery from those factories. This time, the number and varieties were more significant and worth almost 4 million rubles. If it wasn't for the difficulties in transportation, Feng Yu still wanted to bring in a batch of tractors. Many dealers wished to order tractors. These few days, Wu Jigang and the rest were very busy. They were traveling all over the province, visiting dealers and promoting their Soviet agricultural machines. After they had liaised with all the dealers in the province, they started to contact Lin Province. Anyway, Lin Province was located not far away, and there was not much difference for the transportation. Feng Yu had told them that they will be surprised by their bonus this month. If you want a horse to run, the horse must be fed well first. Under the motivation of the upcoming bonus, these lads were working harder. The reputation of Taihua Trading grew with the dealers in the agricultural machinery market, and more orders were coming in. But there was a threat waiting for them behind all these. Feng Yu, can you go out for a while? Your family is looking for you. Feng Yu was in the middle of class when someone knocked on the door. The teacher opened the door, had a few words with the one standing outside, and called Feng Yu. Brotherly, what happened? Feng Yu had an uneasy feeling. If it were nothing extraordinary, Li Shiqiang would not look for him in school. What he worried most was something terrible happened to his family. Xiao Yu, our company was suspended. What? The company was suspended. Who ordered this suspension, and for what reason? Feng Yu was shocked. The company can close, but if the company was suspended, the company's account would be frozen. If he had no money, he would miss the great opportunity next year. That opportunity will be more profitable than running the company. The city's anti-smuggling team of the police. They claim that we are smuggling. Help me apply the day off from school, and we will go to the anti-smuggling team. You two are from Taihua Trading? Where is the registered owner, and why did you bring a student here? Because of the rushed, Feng Yu was still in his third high school's uniform. The owner is my father, and he had authorized me to handle all matters regarding the company. The officer looked curiously at Feng Yu. There must be something wrong with the owner of the company. Why did he send a student over? Did he think that he was able to escape punishment by sending a student over? Now was only gathering facts, and later, the owner would still have to go to jail. Did the owner think that this kid would go to jail in his place? You can handle this? What do you know? I am talking to you. Ask the owner to come over now. If not, it will be more serious. The officer pointed at Li Shiqiang and shouted arrogantly. You said that we were smuggling. Where's the proof? We have legal documents for all our products. How can we be smuggling? Feng Yu asked loudly. What are you shouting for? Where do you think this is? This is the anti-smuggling office. I will arrest you if you raise your voice again and even make your school expel you. Feng Yu's shouting attracted the captain. What is happening? Xiao Su, who are these two people? Captain Zheng, these two are from Taihua Trading. They want to create trouble. The officer accused Feng Yu and Li Shiqiang in front of them. We are not creating trouble, but here to understand what's happening. Our company was accused of smuggling goods, and can't we come over and find out what actually happened? Feng Yu turned and spoke to Captain Zheng. Where did you get those Soviet Union-produced agricultural machines imported by your company? We bought them. You bought them? If those were bought through legal means, why are they so cheap? Where's the contract? Where's the import documents? Captain Zheng sneered. These imported machines were of good quality and priced lower than domestic-produced machines. These can't be imported legally. Furthermore, he was instructed by Deputy Mayor Su's secretary to take care of this Taihua company. Of course, he had to act fast and settle this properly. We have the contract and importation documents. You can send someone to accompany us back to the company to retrieve it. There was a seal on the main door of the company, and it was against the law to remove the seal themselves. You dare to order me? No contract and no documents mean that you are smuggling. No matter what Feng Yu said, this Captain Zheng did not listen. In the end, he got his men to throw the two of them out of his office. What should we do now, Xiao Yu? Should I think of a way to ask that Captain Zheng out and give him some gifts? Li Shiqiang said worryingly. Smuggling was considered a serious crime. Feng Yu waved his hands and said no. From his attitude just now, he does not want money. If he wanted money from us, he can just bring his men to our office for a talk. He does not need to suspend and seal our company. There must be someone behind all these. Let's go to the Office of Foreign Trade. This period, Feng Yu did not forget to keep in touch with Bing City's future mayor. He often drops by his office to report his progress or thank the support of the Office of Foreign Trade. This time, he might need the help of Li Ruiqiang. If Feng Yu could retrieve the documents, he will be able to prove his company's innocent. Li Ruiqiang sat on the sofa and listened to Feng Yu. When Feng Yu finished, he asked, Can you explain to me why the machines imported by your company so cheap? The Soviet Union's economy is not doing well now, and there is a lack of development in their agricultural sector. This affected the sales of these agricultural machines. Our Soviet partners sold these machines to us at a low price, and we, in turn, sell these machines to the dealers at a low price too. We are using the cost leadership strategy. What are you saying? The Soviet Union's economy is not doing well. Where did you hear it from? Even if they lacked in the agricultural development, why can't they export those machines to other countries? Why should they sell those machines to you at such low prices? Zhang Ruiqiang doesn't believe what Feng Yu had just said. The Soviet Union's economy is currently going downhill. It is because they had used all their budget on their military. My partner's father is a high-ranking officer in the Soviet army. We had worked together for a long time, and the products our company exported was to his company. He wanted to sell these farming machines. Of course, he would look for me first. The prices are low was because he had got them cheap. Zhang Ruiqiang did not pay attention to the last few sentences. He was thinking about what Feng Yu said about the decline of Soviet Union's economy. What Feng Yu said made sense to him. He was only curious about why the farming machines were so cheap. Even if Feng Yu did not ask him for help, he would also help him. His office had just given Taihua Trading Company an award, and now this company was being suspended for smuggling? This was like a slap to the Office of Foreign Trade's face. Zhang Ruiqiang also liked Feng Yu. Although Feng Yu was still young and attending high school, he was competent and knows how to build good relationships. Just the autumn festival 2 days ago, Taihua Trading had given his department a lot of festive gifts, and his men can enjoy an enjoyable holiday. Sometimes, he felt that Feng Yu was too matured for his age. He felt like a teenager with an old man's soul. Zhang Ruiqiang picked up the phone in front of Feng Yu and made a call to his friend in the city government to ask him to find out what happened to Taihua Trading. After a while, the other party called back and told him that he had found out from the anti-smuggling team that it was the instructions from the Deputy Mayor Su. He can't help much. He knew Deputy Mayor Su. They were not close and not considered friends. He made a call to the Deputy Mayor and found out that he had ordered his men to investigate Taihua Trading because they were selling those machines cheaply. The machines could be obtained through illegal means. Deputy Mayor Su oversaw industrial development, and Zhang Ruiqiang knew that this was about local protectionism. The local factory must have complained to the deputy mayor. Although the deputy mayor did not lift the suspension, he still agreed to allow Taihua Trading staff to retrieve the documents from their office because of Zhang Ruiqiang. With the papers, Feng Yu would be able to prove that he did not smuggle in the machines. But later, Deputy Mayor Su also mentioned that even if Taihua Trading was proved to import those machines illegally, they were not allowed to sell those machines so cheaply. Notes: Michael Porter stated in his book about the 3 approaches to business strategies. He called these strategies generic strategies, which consists of cost leadership, differentiation, and focus strategies. Management students should be familiar with these. Fortunately for Feng Yu, he had all the paperwork for those imported farming machines. He submitted those documents to the anti-smuggling team, and the suspension was lifted. Taihua Trading Company's bank account was also unfrozen. But Feng Yu was unhappy. He was warned by the officials from the city government. If he carries on importing cheap machinery from the Soviet Union and follow their instructions to increase the selling price, other departments will step in and suspend his company again. But this importation business had almost 30% profits, and he also had an established sales distribution network. Feng Yu was reluctant to give these up. Feng Yu sighed. This was all because he does not have enough authority. If he had a few billion RMB now, the city deputy mayor and even the provincial deputy mayor would dare to create trouble for him. Previously, Song Xiaofeng dared to create trouble for Feng Yu was because Taihua Trading was still a small company. If Taihua Trading was the biggest company in Bing City and Feng Yu's assets was a few times more than Song Laosi, Song Xiaofeng would not dare to touch Feng Yu. When one's assets reached a certain level, it can be converted into authority and power. Zhang Ruiqiang had made it very clear to Feng Yu. If he were to carry on importing those farming machines, he must talk to Bing City's machinery factory. The next day, Feng Yu applied another day off from school and went to Bing City's machinery factory with Li Shiqiang to look for Li Mingde. You two are from Taihua Trading? Don't think that the Foreign Trade Office's deputy chief Zhang Ruiqiang had helped you, and you will be saved. All matters relating to Bing City would still be referred to the city government. Li Mingde slowly drank his tea. He had sent his men to the dealers in the province and warned them. There will not be any more machines from the Soviet Union, and if they dare to order machines from Taihua Trading, he will force Taihua Trading to shut down. Those dealers also received news that Taihua Trading was suspended. Although the suspension was lifted within a short time, Taihua Trading told them that the sales of the Soviet farming machines will be discontinued. Director Li, you think we are here to apologize? Feng Yu crossed his legs and said, when you meet a bully, you must never give in. If you give in, the bully will think that you fear him, and he will be more arrogant. Li Mingde's face changed. What's the meaning of this? Not here to apologize? Then he is here to gloat? Humph. Machinery Factory had the backing of the city government. A measly foreign trade office cannot be compared. If that is so, then you two are here to create trouble? I want to see what can a small company like Taihua Trading can do. Li Shiqiang anxiously looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu did not tell him that they were here to find trouble. They had just met and started arguing. Does that mean that they will not import any more farming machines from the Soviet Union? Even if they were not doing this business in future, it was not wise to offend Li Mingde. Li Mingde was still considered a government official and had a good relationship with the city government. He had a lot of ways to shut down their company. Suddenly, Feng Yu laughed and said, "Director Li had misunderstood me. I am not here to apologize nor create trouble. I am here to ask Director Li if your factory wants Soviet Union's advanced machinery facilities." Li Shiqiang was shocked. How did the conversation turn into this? Li Mingde sat up straight. The Soviet Union does not sell their advanced machinery facilities to China. This Feng Yu was able to get his hands on these facilities? What do you mean? If I can import advanced machinery from the Soviet Union, including the technology to produce agricultural machines and equipment, how much is your factory willing to offer? The recession had begun in the Soviet Union. Previously, the Soviet Union relied on the exportation of gold, oil, and military products to maintain their economic growth. But now, there were a lot of smuggling activities for these products. The government, high-ranking military officers, and their families were involved in these smuggling activities. They did this to pass their wealth to their later generations. Kirilenko and his business partners were the typical second generation of high-ranking military officers. Their freight trains belonged to the Soviet Union military, and they were using it for their own purposes. Also, they do not need to pay any tax as they did business in the name of the military. From 1985 onwards, the agricultural industry, especially the food production, was on a decline. This led to the Soviet Union's agricultural machinery sales falling year after year. They used to export to Europe, but now, that market was taken away by the Germany and France. Germany had occupied more than half of Europe's market share. If the Soviet Union wants to export farming machinery to Europe, they would have to reduce their prices. But lowering prices meant making a loss and acknowledging they were losing out to the Germans and French. What can the Soviets do? They can only grit their teeth and hang on. On the next year onwards, there will be more factories stopping their productions. In 1990, the Soviet Union's economy got worse and collapsed. It was then when the disintegration of the Soviet Union officially began. When Feng Yu ordered the agricultural machines from Kirilenko a few days ago, he had asked Kirilenko about these production facilities. If Feng Yu only imported these machines, he was the only that gained from it. But if he brings in the production technologies and advanced production lines, the whole China will benefit. Feng Yu was not a noble person. But if there was an opportunity for him to earn money and at the same time, do something for his country's economy, why not? Furthermore, Feng Yu also got the chance to get close to the city government and pave the way for his company's development. Li Shiqiang only remembered Feng Yu had a long talk with Li Mingde. At first, there was a lot of tension between the both. But later, the tensions were gone, and Li Mingde even showed Feng Yu to the door personally and shook his hands enthusiastically. Back at the office, all the staffs were playing poker leisurely. They were bored. When they saw Feng Yu entering, they quickly kept the cards. Everything is fine now. Go back and rest for a few days and come back after the National Day holidays. Brotherly, give each of them 500 renminbi as their bonus. Also give out another 2,000 renminbi as commission, according to their contacted dealers' sales. Feng Yu was in a good mood, and he decided to be generous for once. He doubled the bonus and rewards. He wanted these lads to be loyal to him. These people were trained by him personally, and he doesn't want them to leave. Everyone cheered. They were called back to the company yesterday when the company was suspended in the morning. They thought the company would shut down. But later in the evenings, the suspension was lifted, and nothing had happened to Feng Yu. Today, Feng Yu announced their bonus and commissions. The one with the highest commissions and bonus amounted to almost 900 renminbi. This was equivalent to the annual salary of a worker at the motor factory. Li Shiqiang went to give out the bonuses and commission, and Feng Yu started translating a few things which were written on a few pieces of paper into Russian. He then copied everything on a clean sheet of paper. He brought the piece of paper to the post office to make an international call and fax to Kirilenko. Feng, you really want production machinery facilities and technologies? These things were not easily available. Even if people were selling, the prices would not be low. Kirilenko had asked around. Although there were a few agricultural machinery production factories in a semi-shutdown state, these factories had no intention of selling their production lines. My good friend, Brother Key, surely you have a way. We can talk about money later. Don't worry, I will not let my friends make losses. Then, fine. I will try and will get back to you within a week. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.